Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Onepiece Haki Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The world changed with the appearance of superhumans, humans born with a mutation that gave them extraordinary powers, otherwise known as quirks. No one knew how it happened. There were many hypotheses, but nothing concrete was ever discovered. Not knowing what to do with their powers and being ostracized by those without them, people began resorting to violence and crime. Thus came an era of professional heroes who were trained to protect the weak from these villains. I am Midoriya Izuku, a professional hero, and this is my story of how I rose to be the #1 hero with the power of my will. The world is cruel and unfair. Not everyone is born with power to boast about, and in my opinion, it was wrong to oppress the weak. That's what I was trying to say back then when I saw my childhood friend, Bakugo Katsuki, bullying a child. It's really cruel to do this, Kakin, I told him, with my eyes tearing up, my body trembling with fear of being beaten by Katsuki. I knew I was weak, but I couldn't stand aside and watch my friend bully some kid. I won't let you continue without doing anything. Katsuki, who used to be my childhood friend, walked up to me with his 2 goons behind him, using his quirk between his hands to instill fear in me. What are you gonna do? You don't even have a quirk. You are a good-for-nothing, Deku. That's right, my quirk hadn't appeared at that time. I think I should be somewhat thankful to him. He pushed me far enough for my quirk to appear right when his flaming palm was about to hit my face. All I could think of was preventing the kid behind me from being harmed. I felt a strange power well up inside me and I yelled at Katsuki to stop. Then it happened, as if time had stopped and the world had lost all its color and turned gray. Like a wave, the power rushed outwards and knocked everyone out, with Katsuki stumbling away from me, his legs trembling and his eyes wide, filled with fear. Strangely enough, the kid behind me wasn't affected and we took that chance to get away. That was 10 years ago. After that day, Katsuki maintained his distance from me and we drifted apart. Our parents tried to mend the relationship, but they failed in doing so. I hated him for his continuous bullying of the weaker kids and intervened whenever I could. As for my quirk, it took me a whole year to figure out what it was and how it worked. Willpower, that's what I named it after much discussion with my mom about not naming it as Super Mighty All Might Power. Yeah, it's embarrassing now that I think about it. Nevertheless, basically my quirk offered each. What's that? I mumbled after the loud bang distracted me from my recollection. Rushing over towards the source of the sound, I saw a hero, whom I identified as Kamui Woods, fighting a thief with some kind of gigantification quirk while Death Arms provided support. Right when Kamui was about to use his famous move, a giant blur came rushing towards the thief and landed a drop kick on his chin, knocking the guy out. A new hero, or should I say heroine? She has a gigantification quirk too, but her move was very destructive. A hero should not only save people but also should keep the collateral damage as low as possible. I shook my head and walked away as I was getting late for school. I will now distribute the career aspiration documents. But hey, everyone has the same ambition, right? You all want to be heroes. The teacher carelessly threw away the documents as the rest of the class cheered. Heroes, the word has a new meaning now. How narrow-minded people could be. Everyone can be a hero in one way or the other. It's all about perspective. But in these days, the true meaning of the word hero has been reduced to fame and money. Even bullies could become heroes if they had a strong quirk. Take Endeavor, for example. The man is so obsessed with being #1 that he forgot what being a hero meant. Speaking of bullies. Hey teach. Katsuki banged at his desk and produced a small blast with his quirk. Don't lump me with these extras. Katsuki boasted about his quirk and insulted the rest of the class by saying they had weak and mediocre quirks. The teacher revealed Kataki deciding to enter UA High, the best hero training school in Japan. To put more weight to his boasting, Katsuki admitted scoring the highest in mock entrance tests. I, obviously, had no interest in hearing his rant. UA High, that was the school I too was aiming for. The alma mater for so many heroes, All Might being one of them. I had been training from the day I understood my quirk and had full confidence that I'd be able to enter the hero course without any hitch. The teacher then recalled of me too wanting to enter UA, making everyone go quiet. It was a well-known fact that I and Katsuki never got along. Katsuki, for his own good, kept quiet and just scoffed. The class continued and soon school was over. Only 10 months more, that was all on my mind when suddenly I sensed someone creeping on the roof of the dark tunnel I was walking through. A large-sized invisibility cloak, the slimy villain said as he extended his tendrils to grab me. But I was faster. Quickly dodging him, I activated my quirk and my arms and legs turned metallic black. This was an ability granted by my quirk. I called it Will of Armament. It greatly enhanced my combat ability, strength, and endurance. Observing every tendril of the slime villain, I effortlessly dodged them and got closer. Reaching for his face, I rammed my fist into his head, sending him flying at the wall. The villain was clearly surprised as I was able to touch him and do physical damage to him. This was all because of my quirk. It allowed me to manifest my willpower into reality. I could even grab water as if it was solid and could perceive everything around me with my eyes closed. But the best part, I was able to force my will upon others and intimidate them up to the point they fainted. I focused on my willpower and sent a blast of Conqueror's Will at the villain. Suffice to say, being the coward he was, the slime's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Right when I was about to put him into bottles, I sensed someone rushing towards my location, someone who I had no chance of beating. Still, getting ready for battle, I took a stance only to get stupefied when I saw who the person was. It was All Might. Villain. You won't. But he stopped when he saw that the slime guy was already down. With his ever so high morale and jovial attitude, he grabbed my shoulders and said, "Young boy, you were able to apprehend the villain by yourself. You must have a really good quirk." To be honest, I was a bit overwhelmed. It's not every day you meet your idol. Yeah. It wasn't much. He kept complimenting me and then reminded me of not using my quirk in public. Much to his amusement and my embarrassment, he even signed my hero analysis notebook where I had drawn his sketch. After that, I offered him help in putting the slime in bottles and continued towards my home. Meeting my idol motivated me to become a professional hero like nothing else. From the next day onwards, I extensively worked on improving my quirk, and by the time 10 months were over, I had reached a new level of strength that made my former self look like a rat in front of a lion. Standing in front of the gates of UA High, I felt a bit elated and emotional. 10 long years of training and pushing myself much beyond what I could handle, I was finally just one step away from entering the world of professional heroes. Taking a deep breath, I took a step forward. I immediately sensed Katsuki approaching the gates behind me, and he rudely nudged my shoulder with his. Without sparing a glance, he trudged forward, scowling at everyone in his path. Shaking my head at his shenanigans, I quietly made my way into the hall, only to be seated next to him. We didn't talk with each other at all, but I could feel him glaring at me for all the time we were there. A tall boy with spectacles interrupted present Mike, who was giving instructions about the practical test. It seemed the boy was quite impatient, maybe the nerves were getting him. It was a good thing I and Katsuki were in different testing areas. I didn't want to deal with him during the test. I could see those around me doing everything to keep themselves calm. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused on my quirk. And start. I heard Present Mike speak and immediately activated my armament ability on my legs, before running towards the simulation area. I guess the others were startled by the sudden command, given that Present Mike just told them about there being no countdowns in real battles. A two-pointer came out of an alley and pointed its weapon at me. Lunging at it, I landed a spinning kick at its head, making it explode as my leg continued to crush it like a can of soda. Those things had a really weak armor. Finishing it off, I resumed running to look for more targets. I kept scoring more points, and by the time Present Mike yelled out, 2 minutes left, I had already scored around 85 points. That's when the observers decided to add some spice into this otherwise simple exam. A zero pinter suddenly appeared from a building. The destruction it caused was immense. I shuddered thinking about the fatalities it could have caused if this was a real-life situation, with all the rubble falling around. Everyone around me began running away as it did not give them any points. How very heroic. There were some hero aspirants near the building when the zero-pointer appeared, but no one batted an eye. I immediately ran forward and looked for anyone who needed help. I sensed someone fallen on the ground and quickly rushed towards them. A girl was trapped under a slab of concrete. Quickly, I grabbed the slab and yanked it away, freeing the girl's ankle. "Are you okay? Can you run on your own?" I asked urgently. The zero-pointer was closing in towards us. I tried to find anyone else trapped nearby with my will of observation, but I didn't find anyone else. The girl frantically shook her head. "I think my ankle is broken." I grunted and picked her up in my arms. Running as fast as I could, we managed to get out of the zero-pointer's range. That's when the proctor yelled time up. I saw Recovery Girl coming towards us as she distributed gummy bears to everyone. She asked me if I was injured anywhere, to which I said no. With my armament, I was able to crush the bots like paper. As she healed the girl who I had saved, I decided to leave and tell Mother about my test. It took 7 days for the result of my entrance test to arrive. The waiting was getting on my nerves. I knew that I did well in the test, but it was still unsettling. While sitting at the table, I ate listlessly. I didn't have the mood to be energetic. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and my mom came rushing towards me. Izuku. It's here." Feeling relieved, I, along with Mom, opened the letter only for a holographic device to drop from inside. When I activated it, I was startled to see my idol appearing, telling me the result for the exam. "Ha! Young Midoriya. You scored excellently in written exam. As for the practical exam, you scored 85 villain points, which is the highest score in practical exams. Congratulations, young Midoriya. Welcome to your hero academia." I hugged Mom as we cried, happy that I finally got accepted. I was one step closer to achieving my dream. I wore my new school uniform, excited about being one step closer to being a professional hero. Just as I was about to reach for the doorknob of my house, my mom called out for me. "Izuku, did you get your phone?" "Yes, Mom." "Handkerchief?" "Yes." "Water bottle?" "Yes." She smiled and looked at me, her eyes full of love for me. "I'm proud of you, Izu. You're really amazing. I was so lucky to have a mother like her. She had been there for me through thick or thin. She never let me feel the absence of my father, who had been working overseas so that his family could live a fulfilling life. Even though he rarely visited us, I was happy he was there for us. I grabbed Mom into a hug and pecked on her cheek. "You are the amazing one, Mom. Love you, bye." As I stood before Class 1A's door, I wondered how my classmates would be. In all that excitement, I forgot about something, or more precisely, someone, and I was reminded of him when I entered the classroom. Bakugo Katsuki, the bully of my school and the one person who I didn't want to see for the rest of my life. "Please remove your legs. It is disrespectful to your fellow students and to the people who made this table," said a tall blue-haired boy, almost yelling. Katsuki smirked. "And why would I do that? Who the heck are you anyway? What middle school are you from?" The boy adjusted his spectacles and replied primly, "My name is Ida Tenya. I'm from Somei High." Katsuki scoffed. "Somei Ha? You're a shitty elite then." The boy looked so scandalized that if I didn't know any better, I'd have thought of him being a second-rate actor. "You must not use such language." To much of my displeasure, the boy's attention was diverted towards me. "It's nice to meet you. My name is Dash." "I know, I heard you earlier." I stopped him as I was taken aback by the way he walked up to me. Maybe he had watched too many movies having robots. The dude was really uptight. "I must applaud you," he continued. "You were able to see the hidden purpose behind the test." That got me confused. There was a hidden purpose? What hidden purpose are you talking about? Before he could continue, he was cut off by a girl's voice. "Hey, it's you. The curly-haired guy." Turning around, I was able to recognize who the girl was. It seemed that she managed to get accepted, despite of getting injured badly at the end of the exam. "Pius, seems like you managed to make it through the exam too." How's your ankle? I knew it would have been healed already, but it was common courtesy to ask. She rubbed the back of her head as she joyously replied, "It's fine. Thank you for saving me back then." "Ah, there's no need to thank me. I did what any hero would do." The girl bobbed her head. "Yes. You were so awesome. You ran so fast and threw that slab away like nothing. You must be really strong. I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way. Nice to meet you." The girl, now introduced as Uraraka Ochako, was really an endless bundle of happiness. I could see her smile visibly getting wider as we talked. I sensed someone creeping out of something right outside the door. When I was about to inquire, the person entered the classroom and spoke. "If you are here to make friends, then go somewhere else." We quickly settled down as it was quite clear that our homeroom teacher had arrived. "It took you 8 seconds to settle down," he continued in a really unmotivated manner. "I want all of you to get dressed in your P uniforms and be ready for your quirk assessment test." Okay, that was strange. Wasn't there usually an orientation at the beginning of a school year? Perhaps many of my classmates shared that thought as Uraraka asked our teacher the same question, to which he answered dismissively, "You are here to become heroes, and heroes don't have time for formalities. Now get moving." Well, that sated our queries, somewhat. Shrugging, I got up from my seat and left the room with the rest of my classmates. It was time for quirk assessment, whatever he meant by that. Arriving at the school grounds, we made a group and waited for instructions. You kids have been doing these physical tests since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It is not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He then looked towards me. "Midoriya, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw?" Aizawa asked. 133 meters, I replied. Then, try doing it with your quirk," Aizawa said as he threw a softball towards me, which I caught with ease. "You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got." I walked to the circle as I began stretching to loosen up my muscles. I then covered almost the entirety of my body with armament, focusing on the muscle groups that would help me put maximum force into my throw. I could feel the wind blowing in rhythm with my armament as it rippled around my body. Stomping my left foot forward, I swung my right arm in an arc and released the ball at an angle that promised maximum distance the ball could cover. Breaking the sound barrier, the ball flew at blinding speed and kept going beyond what our eyes could see. "Know your own maximum first," Aizawa said as the device in his hand measured the distance. "That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero." He held up his phone as it read 5,396 meters. Class 1A gasped in shock. 5,400 meters? "Seriously?" said a blonde student with a black electric bolt mark in his hair. "What's this?" "It looks fun," said a pink-skinned girl with yellow horns and yellow eyes. "We can use our quirks as much as we want, as expected from the hero course." "It looks fun, huh?" Aizawa said ominously. "You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion." "Huh?" Most of the students of Class 1A shouted. "Punished with expulsion? If you get last place in all 8 tests." I thought as I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Then I understood what he was trying to do. As long as one wasn't last in all of the tests, they won't be expelled. So they just had to do better than 1 out of 20 to stay. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. "Welcome to UA's hero course," Aizawa said as he moved his hair out of the way, showing his freaky smirking face. Uraraka spoke up. "Last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school." "No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who must bear the responsibility of balancing that unfairness. If you plan to go talk with your friends at the local McDonald's after school, then you're sadly mistaken. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. Ida Tenya took out his water bottle and began to drink. This is too serious to be hazing. However, this is the best of the best. There is no choice but to do it. Oh, I can't wait to blast everything in my path. Bakugo thought. All right, demonstration is over. The real thing starts now. Test 1, 50-meter dash. The first test was the 50-meter dash. 2 students will line up and race each other at a time. A camera-like computer machine will read and measure each student's time, and the student that gets the fastest time will get the highest score. The first 2 students lined up ready to race are Ida and a green-haired girl with large eyes with features similar to that of a frog. On your mark. Then the machine made the sound of a gunshot signaling the beginning of the race. Ida blasted off and was the first one to finish the race. 3.04 seconds, the computer stated as soon as Ida passed the finish line. Shortly after, the frog-like girl was able to cross the finish line as well. For 50 meters, I can only go up to 3rd gear. Ida thought. Name, Ida Tenya. Quirk, engine. He has engines in his calves which allows him to move at super high speeds. Well, he's like a fish in water. He's certainly in his element. However, speed isn't the only attribute that is essential for a pro hero. It'll be worth seeing what others do. Ribbit. Name, Ashritsu. Quirk, frog. Well, the name speaks for itself. She can do whatever a frog can. Ajui's 50-meter dash time was recorded as 5.58 seconds, which is not too shabby. Lighten up my clothes and shoes. Name, Uraraka Ochako. Quirk, 0 gravity. Anything she touches will become weightless, and she will have absolute control over. However, her drawback is that as she overuses her Quirk, she will begin to become nauseous. The machine made the gunshot sound as Uraraka and a blonde student with a large tail began to race. The boy with the tail crossed the finish line in 5.49 seconds while Uraraka did so in 7.15 seconds. Alright, that's faster than I was in junior high. Everyone, you're not being creative enough. I'll show you what it's like to be allowed to use your quirk. Name, Aoyama Yuga. Quirk, naval laser. He can shoot a laser from his belly button. But he's limited by the amount of time he can shoot continuously. 5.51 seconds. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. What the heck? Thought the various students of Class 1A. Looking at the upper limit of your quirks and the room for growth in each result, it becomes clear what you can and can't do. Aizawa said as he looked at the last 2 students getting ready to race. They were none other than me and Katsuki. On your mark. I looked to my left and saw Katsuki glare at me, but he kept his mouth shut. Get set. What else could I have done other than use armament? Explosive speed. Katsuki shouted as he ignited his hands with explosives that allowed him to get a boost of speed. 2.06 seconds. Katsuki was shocked midway through the race as he saw that I had already passed the finish line before him. 4.13 seconds. He finished the race shortly after. Name, Bakugo Katsuki. Quirk, explosion. He can create explosions from the palms of his hands. When I use both hands, the force disperses. He looked towards me in annoyance. He's gotten better than before. It looks like I'm going to have to bring my A game or he'll leave in the dust. There are 7 more tests. Well, I can easily make it through them. But how should I improve my armament? I need to be faster and should work to get massive bursts of strength in shorter duration, was basically what I had in my mind. Activating my quirk took 2 to 3 seconds. In a real-life battle, a villain wouldn't give me a chance to, so that I knew, so I made up my mind to train to activate my quirk without needing to concentrate on it. To make is more instinctive. Test 2, grip strength. 630 kilograms. Whoa, you got a monster high score just like Shoji. What do you 2 guys eat? Siro said to me as he and Mineta looked a bit envious. I looked over to see a student who was also about 6 feet 2 inches with tentacle arms get a score of 540 kilograms. Test 3, standing long jump. Like Katsuki and Aoyama who went before me, I was able to completely jump over the sand and land on the other side. Test 4. Repeated side steps. Just like before, I used armament to perform side steps and got a decent score. The last person to go was Mineta, and he got the highest score since he used his purple ball to bounce himself back and forth with little to no effort. I sweat dropped at the display as I wasn't expecting that. Test 5. Ball throw. Since I already did this exercise, I wasn't required to do it again. Katsuki got a score of 705.2 meters. He grumbled and fumed for not scoring more. He might have wanted to say something to me but refrained. Years of confrontations and losses on his part and regular exposure to my conqueror's will might have influenced that. A tall girl with a ponytail created a cannon and was able to fire the softball about 767 meters. Quite an interesting quirk she had. My inner nerd was practically begging for me to ask her more about it, but I knew better than that. When it was Uraraka's turn, she used her zero-gravity quirk on the ball and threw it as it kept on floating and floating until it became a twinkle star in the sky as it went into space. Aizawa showed what his phone read, and everybody was aghast to see that it read a pink infinity symbol. Infinity? Class 1A shouted. That's amazing. She got infinity. Well, I guess she got me beat in this test. I said as I sweat dropped and chuckled. The rest of the tests were easy and really straightforward. 15 minutes later, we all gathered around to check our total score. Suffice to say, I scored the highest, followed by that creation girl whose name was Yaoyorozu Momo. Third was a boy named Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki, that reminded me of a very selfish and unpleasant hero. Was he Endeavor's son? But he used ice, not fire. The boy had half red hair while the other half was white. Perhaps he had a dual quirk? Katsuki was fourth and he looked downright sad. I hid a smirk as I knew his pride was hurt. He got shown up by 3 other people, one of them being me. The grape kid, Mineta Minoru, was last and he soon went down on his knees and began weeping. Anyway, there won't be any expulsions, it was just rational deception. What? Everyone shouted. Of course it was a lie, the girl with ponytail said. I'm surprised no one saw through it. Well, I had no mind of correcting her. Aizawa would have expelled someone if they were last in all tests. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Aizawa then walked away without sparing anyone a glance. Just as I was about to leave with everyone else, I sensed someone watching us, or more specifically me. I wanted to inquire but decided not to as I had to get ready for the next class. The next day at school was very normal. We had normal classes such as English and mathematics. Just as we're waiting for the next class, I felt All Might rushing towards our classroom. So it was time for his first class. I was excited to say the least. As he burst into the classroom, everyone began talking excitedly among each other. I mean, who wouldn't? It was All Might. As he stood in front of the class, while making an exaggerated pose, All Might began, Foundational Hero Studies. For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials. You'll get tons of credit for it. Let's jump right in with this. The battle trial. What? A battle? Right off the bat? I could see Katsuki shaking in front of me. Was he having a mini orgasm? And to go with your first battle, All Might continued, we've prepared the gear we had you send in requests for to match your quirks. The class was excited as they were getting to wear their hero gear so early in the session. Even I was excited. Why wouldn't I be? My costume was personally designed by I and my mother. It held sentimental value to it. I hugged the costume tightly close to my chest. Get changed and we'll be ready to go. Everyone gather at ground beta. The garb you bring into the battlefield is vitally important, boys and girls. And remember, from here on out, you're all officially heroes. Hero, I had officially entered the world I always wanted to be a part of. In the past 10 years, I had developed a personal hate for those who did evil. It all stemmed from that one incident. That incident which I could never forget. I was 9 when it happened. I had a very close friend who also wanted to be a hero, just like I. He had a powerful quirk too and his future was bright. I considered him to be my best friend after my falling out with Katsuki. We had a quarrel with Katsuki the previous day and my friend was in a really bad mood. So we went to our separate ways quite early. Even though I wanted to go with him to his home, he denied it, saying he wanted to be alone for some time. I should have gone with him. Because when I sensed his presence fading away not too far away from my location, it was too late for him. I found him in the alley, his body half gone with his other half partially decayed. When I looked into his eye, I could see what his last thoughts could have been. A plea for help, fear, shock and resignation. I still see him lying dead in that alley in my nightmares. A villain had killed my best friend and no one knew why. The investigation into his murder was a dead end. That incident pushed me to get stronger. I realized that even if I was there with him, I couldn't have done anything to prevent his death. Moreover, I could have died along with him. I was weak. I vowed that day to never let such a thing happen to anyone else if I could prevent it. I read many such incidents on the internet. The villains killed as they pleased for their own wicked schemes. Some got caught while some roamed free, spreading terror among those who couldn't defend themselves. Every time my mother went out to buy groceries, I used to get scared, thinking if she'd come back alive or not. My thinking may be flawed, but I wanted to create a society free of such twisted beings. They were animals who deserved to be caged in prison. I swore that day, the day I lost my friend, I'll be the bane of the wicked. I'll become the hero who would make those villains tremble in fear. Every murderer or thief would think twice before committing a crime. Their only safe haven would be the prison. I got up from my seat and followed my classmates to the changing room. My hero gear included a black spandex with white strips running down the sides of its arms and legs and a stylish and flexible gray-colored Kevlar vest worn over it. I had 2 white-colored gauntlets that covered my forearms and elbows. On my legs, I had shin guards and knee pads and red combat boots. I had a gas mask made of a special alloy that covered the lower part of my face. It had a grin etched over it that made me look a little intimidating. As I entered ground beta, I could see the variety of costumes my fellow students wore. From a full-body armor as that of a knight to a very revealing costume that left little to the imagination. Seriously, how was the girl able to keep a straight face among all those stares? Even Katsuki was taking glances at her. And here I used to think he was asexual. Well, I silently applauded her for her fortitude and nodded towards her which she saw, and by seeing her expression, I could guess she got what I was trying to convey. That was when a blushing Uraraka, that girl I saved in my entrance test, jumped right in front of me and said, Midoriya-kun. Cool costume. It looks really practical. What was the word for it? Nice. Yeah, it was nice to see her bubbly self around. Her personality was quite refreshing. So was her costume. I was not a pervert, but that didn't mean I didn't appreciate the beauty of the fairer section. Uraraka's costume was skin-tight and it highlighted her curves in a very good way. I looked at her and said while smiling, not at all in a creepy way, "Thanks, I came up with the design with my mom's help. Your costume is good too, and by the looks of it, you tried to emulate another hero's costume, right?" Her blush intensified and she replied while rubbing the back of her head. Seemed like she did that a lot when she was being complimented or felt embarrassed. I wish I'd drawn my request sketch a little better. It came out to be a little puffy. It's embarrassing. And yeah, I wanted to look like 13's costume. He's my favorite hero. I just nodded my head and kept my encouraging smile, not wanting to make her feel uncomfortable. A little midget wearing a diaper with ball growing on his head said something about heroics being the greatest, but I ignored him. He was a DMN pervert. There was no need to indulge him. An overly formal voice came from a student wearing a full body armor. "Sensei, regarding the performance ground we'll be using, is it the mock city from the entrance exam?" That was Ida Tenya. His costume looked like that of Ingenium. Perhaps he was related to the hero. Their quirks are almost similar too. You'll see, in fact take 2 steps forward and you'll be there. This will be an indoor battle trial. Villain cleanup is usually seen out in the open, but statistically, the better part of it is an indoor job. Most acts of villainy are committed indoors. Imprisonment, house arrest, black market. In this hero-saturated society. But any villain with intelligence is lurking in the shadows. For this test, you'll be separated into hero and villain groups. For a 2-on-2 team battle. A 2-on-2 battle, so we'll be paired with each other, randomly? Oh, somebody asked the same question. Well, All Might answered it and it made sense. Pairing up with someone random in hero business was quite common. He explained to us the rules from a small piece of paper and then we were asked to draw lots. I ultimately got paired up with Uraraka in Team A. Wow. We must be linked or something. Pleased to have you. I just decided to go with the flow. Yeah. It must be fated. And the first 2 pairs to do combat will be. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. It was I and Uraraka versus Katsuki and Ida. I glanced at Katsuki and found him glaring towards us with anticipation. I couldn't really put the fault with him. He had never won against me before whenever we got into squabble or even a fight. Katsuki was a very competitive person and he loathed even the thought of losing. As we went to the building, I looked at Uraraka and asked, "Okay, I want to know what your quirk does and we'll plan accordingly." Uraraka perked up and replied, "Well, my quirk is called Zero Gravity. Whenever I touch something with all my fingers, I can remove the effect of gravity on them." That was quite an interesting quirk. Wow, your quirk is really awesome. You could use it to save people during disasters like earthquakes or landslides. Is there any weight limit beyond which your quirk doesn't take effect? A little flustered at being complimented, she replied, "No, I haven't found a limit yet, but I haven't tested it on things heavier than a truck. Although, for a heavier object the time I can keep the effect of gravity away decreases." I looked at the building in front of me and immediately formulated a plan to win. It would be easy if Katsuki came after me, but if he went after Uraraka, I'd have to intercept him. Uraraka was not ready to face that explosive sheet brain. As I finished explaining my plan, we heard All Might's voice in our ears. "Trial of indoor battle, start." We trudged through the hall on the ground floor, silently moving towards the stairs. I could sense Katsuki coming down from the 5th floor. Nodding to Uraraka, I signaled her that Katsuki was approaching. We waited for him to turn around the corner when I ambushed him with a quick backhanded strike on his face. I sent him tumbling across the hallway while Uraraka took the chance to run up the stairs. "You haven't learned anything about my quirk, have you, Katsuki?" Spitting out a small amount of blood, Katsuki got up and grinned. "Yeah, I kinda forgot you could sense your surroundings. But it doesn't matter. I'll beat you this time and show you that I'm better than you. You hear me? Ever since you got your quirk you've been an obstacle in my way to become top hero. I'll show you that you're just a pebble for me to crush under my feet, Deku." Again with that flawed mentality. It didn't matter if you were the top hero or just some hero who no one knew about. That was not the point. What mattered was the principle behind what a hero truly was. But Katsuki never understood. "You'll never beat me. For such a selfish reason, you'll never be a good hero, Katsuki." But enough of him and charged towards him, my body entirely covered with armament. Katsuki, as always, began with a right swing. It was so obvious I didn't even need to use observation. I ducked under his attack and rammed my head into his abdomen, sending him skidding backwards as he coughed out some bile. He ignored his pain and with an angry shout, he charged at me and we entered into a high-paced brawl. He kept sending blasts with every swing of his palms at my vital points which I dodged flawlessly. Sometimes, I really thanked whatever got up there grainied me with this quirk. Katsuki would have turned me into charred meat by then. Soon we fell into a pattern. I knew he was getting frustrated as his attacks were getting more wild. Though I didn't want to admit it, but Katsuki had gotten much better than the last time we had a brawl. He was faster and had better control over his anger. His attacks were sharper, more precise, and were more powerful. I could feel the vibrations of the blasts as they grazed my vest. If Katsuki wasn't such a JRK, we could have been great friends and rivals. Then I saw my chance. One of his swings went wider than it was meant to, and I immediately responded with a spinning heel kick to his chest, sending rolling on the ground. I didn't want to hurt him a lot, and I could see that he was in immense pain. Even though I wasn't as strong as All Might, my punches and kicks packed quite a lot of power behind them. If I wanted to, I could break every bone in Katsuki's body without putting much effort. I ran towards his fallen form and quickly bound him with capture tape. Immediately, I heard All Might's voice from my earpiece, "Bakugu Katsuki, captured." Katsuki looked up at me from his down position with blazing anger. I knew he hated it. He hated it when I looked down at him. It always reminded him that there was someone out there who was better and stronger than him. For Katsuki, a hero was someone who always won. He was supposed to win every single time. So whenever he lost, he'd think he wasn't good enough to be a hero. But that didn't matter to me. For me, winning against him had worked wonders for his character. Even though he was still a bully and had a very bad temper, he had mellowed down from what he was a few years ago. Perhaps he would improve in the near future, but it wasn't happening right then. I considered it as a small victory. Perhaps he was beginning to understand that winning didn't matter and that winning was not what defined a true hero. I always tried to explain what being a hero meant to me. But he never listened. Perhaps, exchanging blows with him could do what words couldn't. As I walked away from him, Katsuki cursed under his breath and undid the tape while preparing to lunge at me. How stupid! He really never learned. Without looking back, I blasted him with an adequate amount of Conqueror's will, making him fall on his butt. I was done with him for that day. There would be many opportunities for us to fight it out, but he had to accept his loss. I made my way towards Uraraka, who had been hiding near the door of the room where the faux weapon was located. Ida was making exaggerated poses and oaths about doing his best at being the villain. It was quite funny and I tried hard not to laugh. But Uraraka didn't have that much control, and she giggled. Well, our location was exposed. There was no other choice but to attack. I and Uraraka rushed into the room, and while Uraraka ran straight to the faux weapon, I engaged Ida and prevented him from going after Uraraka. To be honest, Ida was good at close combat. His kicks were sharp and their speed was greatly enhanced by his quirk. But his technique was severely lacking. I was easily able to discern the flaws, and within a few seconds, I pinned him on the floor, and before he could free himself from my hold, I tied the capture tape around him. Meanwhile, Uraraka managed to touch the weapon by the time I subdued Ida. It was our complete victory. Team D captured. The hero team wins. We won, Midoriya-kun. I smiled and clapped my hand with hers. As Ida undid the capture tape, we tried to console him, though he wasn't too depressed. Both the teams were practically uninjured, with Katsuki suffering from minor bruises on his chest and face. In the observation room, everyone approached me and gave a pat on my shoulder. You were really manly. Midoriya. You were like a pro kung fu master. You were really scary. Isn't my cape shiny? When everyone calmed down, All Might addressed us. Well, I'd say the MVP of this battle trial is Midoriya. There was no disputing that conclusion. We had won, and I played a major role in our victory. As the battle trials continued, I kept a close eye on Katsuki as he observed how other teams won their battles. There were some good battles, some heavily one-sided and some downright waste. But as Katsuki watched, his ego took harsh blows. There were students other than I who could have defeated him. There were students who were better than him. That was good. It was a positive sign. It showed that he was maturing, though very slowly, but he was. With a quirk like his, Katsuki could become a very strong hero. If only he applied himself the right way. He looked towards where I stood and our eyes met. His eyes momentarily widened before he turned his head away and refocused to the screen. I didn't know what was going on in his brain. Only time would tell. Later that day, I confronted him at the school gates. Katsuki, I wanted to talk to you. He didn't reply, just turned around and looked at me. He had tears in his eyes. I was a little shocked. That was the first time I saw him vulnerable. I looked into his eyes and said, I hope you understood what you've been doing so far was wrong. I never wanted to show you up. To be honest, I used to admire you. I don't know what went wrong, how you turned out to be like this, but I want to see that same Katsuki I used to call my friend. If you'd allow me, I'd like to be your rival. Katsuki glared at me and replied, Rivals are those who are equals in power. Right now, you are stronger than me. But just you wait. I'll get stronger than you. And that half-and-half guy. Even that girl with ponytail. I'll show you all. I'll be a great hero. Better than you could ever be. Having said his piece, Katsuki turned around and stomped out of the school gate. I sighed in relief. Good, he wasn't broken by his defeat. And he didn't rant about becoming the top hero. He was aiming much higher than just the top. He was improving. Soon I was joined by Uraraka and Ida and we walked together to the subway station. From the corner of my eye, I could see All Might smiling. Young Midoriya, I was worried about young Bakugo being affected by today's events. But you took care of it, even though you have some form of enmity with him. Perhaps you are the one. My successor. The next symbol of peace. The next day when I arrived at the school, the gates were crowded by the media personnel. I could see they were stopping every student and asking them about All Might. Well, I had nothing to say about him, so I just walked through the crowd without giving any comment. The day started with Aizawa-sensei addressing us about the battle trial. His review was positive, though he did reprimand Katsuki for trying to attack me from behind. Now on to the homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today. Oh, I could feel the tension among the students when Aizawa-sensei deliberately took that pause. I bet he was having fun looking at our panic-stricken faces, the dry-eyed being. You pick a class president. Such a normal school-like thing. Well, what could one expect? In a class full of hero aspirants, everyone would want a leadership role. I want to be the president. Let me do it. The position was made for me. In my administration, girls will have to show 30 centimeters of thigh. If you pick me. In a school like UA, the position meant leading the group. A position befitting a top hero in making. Leading the many is a task of heavy responsibility. Oh, who wouldn't recognize that usual uptight and formal tone? Ida continued, but ambition does not equate to ability. This sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forward this motion that our true leader must be chosen by election. Class 1A shouted in unison, this is just a classroom. Not Congress. Few Azui objected to Ida. But Ida, we haven't known each other long enough to build any trust. And everyone will just vote for themselves. Ida cleared his throat and replied, that's precisely why anyone who manages to get multiple votes will be the best-suited individual for the job. Will you allow this, sensei? Aizawa-sensei squirmed in his sleeping bag and replied, however you do it, just make it quick. And so we casted the votes to choose our class president. I had a person in mind who I thought was a perfect blend of being responsible, cool and intelligent, fit for the job. In the end, I got 2 votes while Yoozumomo got 3. Ida got 0 votes, and it was quite surprising as he was the most vocal about it. Katsuki looked back at me and glared. I just raised an eyebrow and he turned away, grumbling under his breath. I was chosen as the vice president of the class. Later that day in the cafeteria, I and some of my classmates were having our lunch as Ida explained to us about his family history. Suddenly, the warning alarm sounded and an announcement was made. Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Everyone immediately started evacuating, only not in an orderly fashion. It was chaos and I feared the students might even start a stampede. Inside the corridor, I was trying not to get crushed between the students. I suddenly had an idea in my mind and looked around to find someone. I immediately spotted Yaoyorozu and yelled to her, "Can you make a megaphone for me?" She nodded and created one for me. I released a blast of Conqueror's Will, enough to pacify the panicked horde of students. When everyone was quiet, I yelled into the megaphone, "Calm the F down. Look outside the window, it's just the media. This is UA, not a bloody fish market, so behave like a proper UA student should. Get all the injured to Recovery Girl and start moving in an orderly fashion as was announced." Suffice to say they listened. I could hear some embarrassing whispers among the upperclassmen. Ida was trying to reprimand me for my language, but what could I say? You learn a thing or two when you're around Katsuki, so I chose to ignore him. Instead, my focus was diverted towards the gate that was destroyed. No, more like crumbled by some quirk user. It was highly suspicious as even the media wasn't crazy enough to go to such lengths just to get an interview. Was that some kind of attack? Was a villain trying to infiltrate to harm someone? I could only make assumptions. It was 1 in the afternoon on Wednesday. We had our basic hero training class and Aizawa-sensei was addressing us. Now for the basic hero training. This time, All Might, myself and one another hero will supervise. Preparing you for disaster relief, from fire to floods, it's rescue training. The class was excited. Rescue, huh? It'll be another rough day. Come on. This is what a hero's all about. I'm pumped. I'll be right at home in a flood. Ribbit. Annoyed at being ignored, Aizawa-sensei glared at us and said, I wasn't done yet. It's up to you whether or not you wear your hero costumes, as some of them are ill-suited for this sort of activity. The training site is a bit remote, so we'll be taking a bus. That's all. Get ready. A few minutes later, we boarded the bus and began talking among each other. I generally say what's on my mind, Midoriya. I looked at the person sitting beside me and asked, Oh? What is it, Azui? Call me Tsuyu. I wanted to ask what your quirk is. That got the attention of all my classmates. Shrugging helplessly, I said, my quirk is a little strange. Basically, I can use it to create armor around my body and increase my strength along with being able to sense my surroundings. There's another aspect of it which is kinda hard to explain. Kirishima joined in the conversation. Hey, that's kind of awesome. It's like a strength enhancement quirk. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. My quirk is hardening. Even though I'm good in a fight, it's a pretty lame quirk. That was not a nice attitude to have about his quirk. Every quirk was awesome in its own way. So I smiled and said, I think it's pretty neat though. Your quirk is more than enough if you want to go pro. After a small light-minded discussion about cool quirks and mocking Katsuki for his temper, we reached our destination. I marveled at the huge facility as we entered it. The size of it was enormous. Standing at the gate, we were greeted by the third hero who was supposed to supervise us. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built this facility myself. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It was the space hero, 13. Uraraka was especially excited to see her idol hero. It was kinda cute to see her jumping on her feet as she fangirled at the hero. Aizawa-sensei looked around and spoke to the space hero. 13, where's All Might? I thought he was meeting us here. About that, senpai. 13 whispered the rest to Aizawa-sensei. It was such a low whisper that I couldn't discern what he was saying. So be it. Let's get started. After 13 explained how his quirk was very dangerous but he used it to save lives, I was filled with a new sense of admiration for him. Suddenly, I felt a terrible presence in the middle of the facility. A black misty vortex appeared in the center of USJ and a large group of men and women walked out of it, led by a man covered all over my hands. Their aura was very sinister and bloodthirsty and I was pretty sure they weren't a part of our rescue training. I immediately turned to Aizawa-sensei and said, Sensei, villains? Aizawa-sensei nodded back. I continued, could this be related to that security breach made by the media a few days ago? That is most probable, Midoriya. They breached UA's gates and now they had appeared right in front of us in a secluded area, away from the main campus. As I spread my senses to the entire dome of USJ, I sensed villains present in each and every zone, perfectly comfortable in their environments. It looks like a pre-planned appearance, Sensei. I can sense villains in every zone and they seem to be enjoying their respective surroundings. His eyes hardened. Aizawa-sensei yelled to the class, huddle up and don't move. It's the villains. The man with hands covering his body spoke in a tone filled with controlled madness. Where is he? We've come all this way and with so many playmates. All Might, the symbol of peace. Is he here? I wonder if some dead kids will bring him here. What we faced in the field was evil unleashed. Aizawa-sensei ordered us to escape to the bus with 13 while he rushed forward into the horde of those animals to buy us time. One of the villains laughed and ordered, Ranger Squad. Let's move. Aizawa-sensei undid his capture cloth and charged at the villains. Our intel said it was just supposed to be 13 and All Might. So who the hell is this? A dead fool then? But when the villains tried to use their quirk, they failed. Aizawa-sensei wrapped his capture cloth around two of the closest villains and tugged the cloth with force, making the villains smash into one another. You dumb mess. He can cancel out your quirks just by looking at ya. He's Eraserhead. A large villain with some kind of dupli-arms quirk laughed. He cancels quirks? Let's see if that works against heteromorphic types. But before the villain could attack, he was struck by a fist in his jaw, making a painful crunch sound of his jaw snapping into pieces. A cloth wrapped around his ankle. Aizawa-sensei pulled the cloth and sent the villain flying into others. No, it doesn't, Aizawa-sensei replied as he ducked under a haymaker from behind. Yanking to his capture cloth, he wrapped it around the arm of the villain and slammed him into a pair of other villains. Only against operative or transformative types. However, as he ran through the group of villains, he wrapped them in his capture cloth and made them collide with each other while throwing some others away in one fluid motion. Even though he didn't have a quirk that gave him better physical abilities, Aizawa-sensei was able to hold his ground against dozens of villains using his special capture cloth, and by the looks of it, he had years of experience in using it as a weapon. Guys like you tend to shine in close quarters combat, which is why I've got countermeasures for you. That villain with hands scratched his neck impatiently and said, I hate pro heroes. Ordinary villains don't stand a chance against them. As we were making our way to the gate, a vortex similar to that which appeared in the center of USJ blocked our way. The villain materialized into a form of mist with yellow eyes. I won't allow you to escape. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today we've come here to UA High School, the bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. What? Kill All Might? I looked back towards the plaza where Aizawa-sensei was fighting. Next to the Hands villain, there stood a huge grotesque-looking man with an exposed brain and a beak. His skin was dark violet and was riddled with scars. But when I tried to test his will, I found nothing. The villain had no will of self. It felt like a mindless beast, ready to be released for whatever it was ordered. Its physique was that of a brawler and it rivaled that of All Might. Was this their weapon against him? I recalled what comment the Hands villain had made when he didn't see his target among us. He was ready to kill us to provoke All Might to make an appearance. The Mist villain blocking our way continued. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today, but it seems his schedule was revised? Well, no matter. My role remains unchanged. His role. There were villains scattered all over the USJ, in specific disaster zones that complemented the nature of their quirks. The villain in front of us had a warp quirk, and since all the villains had appeared at once in many different locations, he had the ability to warp multiple people to locations he wanted them to go to. They were willing to kill us. Villains in different locations. Warp quirk. Kill us. Kill All Might. As realization dawned upon me, before anyone could react, I yelled, Everyone get away from him. He wants to separate us. But Kirishima and Katsuki didn't listen. They decided to attack the Mist villain, only for their attacks to pass through the mist without causing any damage to the villain. 13 immediately spoke, No, get back. Both of you. I was a bit triggered when they ignored my warning. I might have been at fault for being overly angry, but the situation was dire. So I yelled with a bit of conqueror's will in my voice, Back the F down, you impulsive idiots. The villain yelled as he began spreading the mist towards us, Begone. Writhe in torment until you breathe your last. Torment. Breath our last. White-hot anger took over my senses and I let go of my control over my will. Like a huge wave, my will spread all over the facility. Everyone came to a sudden halt. Then, one by one, the villains began falling down, their eyes rolled back into their sockets as they fainted with my will conquering theirs. The Mist villain was pushed back as his mist retracted back to him. Back in the plaza, the Hands villain trembled with an emotion he hadn't felt for a long time. He felt fear making its way to his conscious mind. Katsuki looked back at me with eyes wide in surprise and a hint of fear. He had never seen me give in to my anger, Except for that one time when he had overstepped his boundaries with bullying. I could feel my classmates shudder when the next few words escaped my mouth, my tone heated, filled with determination. You villains follow your own twisted views and do as you please with killing innocents, justifying it with working for a greater cause. You infiltrate our school, threaten our lives, and have the gall to talk like you're in the right? Well, you aren't. And you won't succeed because, villain, I am here. And I won't let you have your way. So bring it. My classmates roared in unison and got ready to fight. 13 moved forward and patted my shoulder. Nice speech, Midoriya. Let me take care of this one. He opened the tip of his index finger and allowed his quirk to SCK in all the mist. But he made an error in his judgment. As he was absorbing the mist, a portal appeared behind him, making his quirk attack himself. 13's back was shredded as it got torn away and disseminated by his quirk, Black Hole. With my body covered with armament, I rushed forward to attack the villain. The mist laughed. I thought you were an intelligent one, but I guess I was wrong. Did you already forget physical attacks don't work against me? Ace, I was about to punch him. I smirked and replied in a frigid tone, you villains with these kind of quirks sure do get cocky. As long as my will is stronger than yours, I can beat your butt up all the way to Sunday. His eyes were wide in shock, and a sudden sense of panic invaded his being when my fist connected with his face and I sent him flying at the wall. Before he could get up, I was upon him and stomped my armament-covered leg on his torso. The villain gasped and screamed in pain. When I heard a sudden gasp from 13, my attacks faltered for just a moment. The villain took the chance to escape through a portal. I cursed under my breath. Looking back at my classmates, I saw their shocked faces. I didn't pay them any mind and went straight to 13, who was barely awake. After examining him for a moment, I looked at Ida and said, Ida, you are the fastest among us. I want you to run to the main campus and inform the teachers about these villains. It looked like he wanted to say something, but when we made eye contact, he just nodded and ran out of the facility. Back in the plaza, Aizawa-sensei had resumed fighting the villains who managed to stay awake after I blasted the whole facility with my will. The Hands villain regained his senses, and even though he was more than a little shocked at that sudden wave that invaded his mind, he ignored it and aimed at attacking Aizawa-sensei. 23 seconds. So you're the boss? The Hands villain grabbed the capture cloth thrown at him and continued running forward. 22 seconds. 21 seconds. As Aizawa-sensei got closer, he yanked at the cloth, and as the villain was pulled towards him, he elbowed the villain's abdomen in a quick and forceful motion. The Hands villain grumbled and said, It's hard to tell when you're scamping around, but there are moments when your hair falls in front of your eyes every time you finish a move. And your max duration gets shorter and shorter. Sensei's elbow was grabbed by the villain and he used his quirk on it. The sleeve crumbled away. The skin over Sensei's arm too began crumbling and decaying. But don't overdo it now, Eraserhead. Aizawa-sensei spun around and clocked the Hands villain's face and freed his elbow. The other villains soon resumed attacking him and he retaliated in kind. The Hands villain continued, Your quirk, it's not good in long group battles, huh? This is different from your usual work, huh? You specialize in quick, sneak attacks. Yet you jumped right into this fight hoping to make the kids feel safe? So cool. So cool. By the way, hero, I'm not the boss here. The huge-beaked villain rammed into Aizawa-sensei and overpowered him with sheer strength. It slammed Sensei on the floor of the plaza and snapped his injured arm, after which he slammed Sensei's head into the floor. Meet the anti-symbol of peace. The bioengineered Nomu. My brain stopped thinking when I saw Aizawa-sensei bleed, his face buried into the floor as the huge villain called Nomu held him down. Sensei's arm was bent in the wrong direction, the skin around the elbow missing while the rest was flaky and falling apart. I looked at my classmates and saw similar expressions on their faces. Todoroki stepped forward and began making his way to the plaza without sparing a glance to any of us. When he was at the bottom of the stairs, he looked directly at me and spoke, Are you coming or not? With a determined look on my face, I nodded and said to my classmates, Anyone who is combat ready and can inflict physical damage can come. I immediately covered my entire body in armament and pushed the ground below me with all the strength I could muster. Within a blink, I had my feet planted on the huge villain's chest. But he didn't even budge. I immediately flipped away from him and readied myself as the hand's villain ordered it to kill us. Nomu was fast and his attacks were stronger than any I've ever faced. But that wasn't the problem. He was a mindless being, which meant his attacks were completely random and thoughtless. It nullified my observation. All I could do was counter his attacks with mine as I wasn't fast enough to dodge. But I could feel the strain in my arms and legs. Even though I was fully covered with armament, I was taking damage from his hits. As I tried to kick the side of his head, he grabbed my foot and slammed me onto the floor. He jumped high into the air in an attempt to crush me with a stomp. I barely managed to get away but was thrown a few feet farther by the shockwaves. The villain roared and slammed the floor with his fists as he made his way towards me. I could barely feel my body and I gave my all to get up on my feet. But before Nomu could do more damage to me, a large pillar of ice appeared between him and I as a hand grabbed my wrist and pulled me away, just in time for Nomu to break through the ice pillar. I coughed and spat blood to make my breathing a little easier. I looked up at Todoroki and the rest and said, "Took you guys long enough. The entrance is not that far away." Katsuki clicked his tongue and replied, "You were way too fast for us to come to your aid, you dumbass." I coughed again as I shakily got up with Kirishima supporting me. Todoroki used his ice to freeze Noma's legs to buy me some time. As the villain thrashed around, the mist villain appeared beside his boss. "I see you failed to separate them, Kurogiri," the hands villain said, a bit irritated and annoyed as his plans hadn't worked accordingly. "That kid fighting Nomu interfered, Shigaraki Tamura. He was able to touch me and hit me physically. It wasn't something I was expecting." Shigaraki spoke while impatiently scratching his neck. "Then hope Nomu kills him because he's a counter they can use against you." My eye twitched for a moment as I thought how stupid those two were. They talked so loudly I was able to hear each and every word of their conversation. And who addresses someone by their full name? Unless it's mom trying to scold me for leaving the toilet seat up. We managed to secure Aizawa-sensei. That was when I asked him about his arm. "Sensei, I saw that Nomu break your arm, but why is the skin over it gone while the rest of it is flaky?" He looked towards me and replied in a tired and shaky voice, "Dat boss he." He grabbed my elbow and used his quirk. The sleeve disintegrated and as his hand touched my arm, the skin over it too began disintegrating. No, it seemed to have decayed. It was like a sudden impulse. That memory flashed in my mind. My friend lying dead in that alley. Half of his body gone without a trace. The other half seemed to have decayed. A villain with decay quirk. Shigaraki Tamura. My friend's murderer. Tetsuo, he was a kind-hearted kid. I still remember that conversation we had before he made that promise. "Hey Zuku? Do you think All Might ever get scared when he's fighting scary villains?" After thinking for a moment I replied, "Yes, I think he does get scared. But he smiles to make sure the common civilians don't. So he's a great hero. He reassures us that as long as he's there we have nothing to fear." Tetsuo's eyes sparkled as he jumped up from his seat and he exclaimed, "I promise to become a hero that smiles in the face of villains. I'll be the best hero ever. Even better than All Might." "Hey, All Might is the best. And I'll be the best hero. You can be the second best." There was no fearless smile on his dead body that day. No, he was scared, afraid for his life. He had a bright future. But Shigaraki killed him. He killed my best friend. An emotion flared up from the depth of my being. One that I had buried deep inside my mind, never to be allowed to surface. But upon learning the name of my friend's killer and seeing him standing right in front of me, revenge burned like a raging fire in my chest. I was so consumed by rage that I didn't register All Might's arrival, nor did I notice when he gave a pat on shoulder and thanked me for saving Aizawa-sensei. I walked forward to Shigaraki as All Might engaged Nomu in an intense fight. Armament rippled all over my body with a new vigor. With a stomp on the floor, I dashed towards Shigaraki with revenge clouding my mind. I completely ignored my classmates calling for me to stop. Shigaraki was caught off guard as my knee buried itself into his abdomen, sending him tumbling on the ground. The hands that covered his body detached from him, and I could see the madness burning in his eyes. He was a murderer, a psychopathic killer. There was no mercy for him in my mind. In a burst of speed, I grabbed his face in my palm and jumped high into the air. I completely ignored the stinging pain on my arms when he used his quirk on them, or his muffled shouts and screams as I deck-ended towards the floor and slammed him on his back. I could hear multiple cracks in his body, and I showered his face with punches, turning his face into a bloody mess of flea-shy pulp. A portal of black mist appeared beneath us and SED Shigaraki in. Before it could take me with him, I jumped away. Meanwhile, All Might managed to defeat Nomu by sending him flying into the sky. As I was walking back to the entrance, I passed by Katsuki, who was standing with a shocked expression on his face. "What happened to you?" he whispered. "Tetsuo," I answered. Katsuki's eyes widened as his head snapped towards me. I just nodded in response. Soon, the police arrived at USJ and questioned every one of us. Aizawa-sensei and 13 were taken in an ambulance. I only suffered superficial injuries. Shigaraki's quirk hadn't done much damage to my arms. The armament had considerably decreased its effect. As we were traveling back to UA main campus, I clenched my fists in frustration. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't strong enough. I could do nothing against Nomu, and I let Shigaraki get away. I was still too weak. If I had paid more attention to my surroundings, I would have seen the concerned glances of some of the students and teachers directed towards me. Was the chapter good enough? I think so. Hope so. Please share your views and comments. Try to ignore the spelling errors, please. A vortex appeared in an abandoned bar and an unconscious Shigaraki fell on the floor. He wasn't moving, his breathing was labored, and his face looked like it was hit by a sledgehammer over and over and over again. Kurogyari materialized into his humanoid form, and looking at the monitor he said urgently, "Sensei, he needs medical attention." "Bring him here," the voice from the monitor said. Wasting no time, Kurogyari warped Shigaraki to their sensei. Shigaraki was taken away on a stretcher by a couple of doctors while Kurogyari stood in front of Sensei, ready to answer the unasked question. Sensei waited for the room's door to close and said, "Tell me everything." Kurogyari began. "Nomu wasn't strong enough. All Might defeated him and sent him flying. We got crushed. Only 2 of us managed to escape. All Might was in perfect health. Even those kids were strong." Sensei immediately replied, "We merely got ahead of ourselves. We underestimated him. Good thing the League of Villains came cheap. Anyway, what happened to Tamura? Our creation, Nomu? Did you retrieve him?" Kurogyari shook his head and replied, "Unless we ascertain his precise coordinates, no amount of warping can find him. I just couldn't spare the time back there. Shigaraki, he was beaten by a kid." "A kid?" "Yes, he had a strange quirk that allowed him to hurt me physically. His quirk is like a black armor that appears around his entire body. He was fast, almost as fast as All Might. He was the one who did this to Shigaraki. Without him, we might have had a much better chance in killing All Might." Sensei breathed out and spoke, "No use crying over spilt milk. This endeavor was not a complete loss. Don't worry about Tamura, he'll be healed back to perfect health. Find more troops. Take all the time you need. We can't move freely." Sensei looked over to the room where Shigaraki was being tended to by the doctors. "That is why we need a symbol like him. Shigaraki Tamura. Next time the world will know the terror you represent." We were given a day off after the USJ attack. None of my classmates suffered from any injuries. But that couldn't be said for the 2 heroes who protected us with their lives on the line. Aizawa-sensei's arms were smashed to splinters. His face was also fractured. Even though he didn't suffer any brain damage, his eye sockets were smashed. We were told he might suffer from long-term loss of vision. 13 had lacerations along his back and upper arms, but his life was not in danger. Nomu was found and captured. Being mindless and not having any decision-making power, he didn't even resist his arrest. The day after, everyone was quiet as they waited for a teacher to come as a substitute for Aizawa-sensei. I could feel that many were still affected by the events of USJ attack. Almost everyone had joined the battle, fighting and subduing the villains all over the facility while I confronted Nomu. It was our first fight against villains, and we prevailed. Soon, a mummified Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom and said casually, "Morning. You're back already?" We shouted. Ida decided to address him and said, "Glad to see you're doing well." Doing well? If being entirely covered in bandages meant doing well then. Aizawa-sensei wobbled to the teacher's podium and shakily began speaking, "My welfare isn't important, because your fight is not over." We tensed up. The memory of the villain attack was still fresh in our mind, and if there were more villains attacking. UA Sports Festival is fast approaching. This a-hole. Bing. In the conference room in UA main campus, a meeting was being held about the recent villain attack. Every staff member was seated as Detective Tsukachi addressed them. The one called Shigaraki, his quirk allows him to disintegrate anything he touches. We've been through the list of men in their 20s and 30s in the quirk registry, with no luck. Nothing turned up on the Warp Gate quirk user, Kurogiri, either. Neither is registered and both are using aliases. Their quirks aren't on record, making them members of the underworld. Snipe contemplated. "So, you're saying we know next to nothing? I reckon we oughta learn fast, or the leader of those vermins, Shigaraki, his wounds will heal and he'll come back." "Leader," All Might thought out loud. "What is it, All Might?" All Might looked Nizu and spoke, "It's just that nothing about this feels normal. It was a very daring attack and not just the meticulous planning." He started going on about some ridiculous ideology. And although he didn't say anything about his own quirk, he was shooting his mouth off, bragging about Nomu's quirk, how he was the anti-symbol of peace. And when things didn't go his way, he started throwing a tantrum. That was when young Midoriya attacked Shigaraki and diverted the attention of Kurogiri from me, allowing me to defeat Nomu. But I guess the whole thing with the quirks was meant to provoke me. Nizu immediately replied, "Even so, it seems incredibly foolish in a battle against heroes to reveal one's quirks and waste the element of surprise." All Might pointed out, spouting out a plausible yet deluded ideology, bragging about the toy he brought along and simple-mindedly thinking everything will go his way. If we think about how the attack was carried out, it seems clear that this Shigaraki character couldn't quite hide his childish nature. He does whatever he wants. He's a man-child. A kid with so much power. Tsukachi shuffled through his notes and began, "We apprehended a total of 72 villains at USJ the other day. They were all back alley thugs, but the question is why so many of them would follow this man-child. Nowadays the society is saturated with heroes. So maybe small-time villains like them who always get kicked around are drawn in by that sort of pure evil." There was pin-drop silence in the room. Someone capable of mobilizing so many villains to attack the most prestigious school in Japan, the thought was troubling. Tsukachi continued, "Anyway, thanks to you heroes, we can focus on our investigation. We'll expand our search and devote more effort to apprehend the predators." UA Sports Festival, an yearly festival for students to show off their quirks and get chosen by hero agencies. It was a testament of their potential to be a strong hero. But given the recent villain attack, I wasn't sure if this was a good idea. Yeah, the school wanted to show that the attack hadn't affected them, and to some extent, I agreed with it. But the festival also meant that everyone all over Japan would be watching us use our quirks. I for one didn't want to show too much about my powers. There was a reason why many heroes chose to stay in the shadows. The lesser the villains knew about their quirks, the better they could perform their duties in apprehending them. Heroes like All Might were the face of the hero society in Japan. They were the public symbols that instilled a sense of safety in the hearts of people. But what kind of hero did I want to be? Someone like All Might? Someone who filled people with hope? Or someone who resolved crime from the shadows, dealing with villains by using fear as a tool? Making the villains afraid of the empty streets where they once terrorized the civilians. Later that day, as we were about to return to our homes, our classroom door was crowded by other first-year students. As I walked towards the door, I heard Mineta speak. "There's no way out. What are they here for?" Katsuki casually replied as he walked towards the door, "Scoping our competition, duh, Small fry. 'Cause we are the kids who survived the villain attack. Makes sense they'd want to look before sports festival. No point though. Move aside, cannon fodder. Ida shot his hand forward like a robot and exclaimed, "Can we not address people we do not know as cannon fodder?" Right then, a bored and tired voice of a boy echoed from the crowd, "It's true, we came to get a look, but you sure are modest. Are all the kids in hero course like this one?" "Huh?" Katsuki exclaimed in a challenging way. The boy continued, "Gotta say, I'm disappointed if this is what you're offering." Disappointed? Was he trying to provoke us? Those of us who didn't make it in the hero course are stuck in general studies and other fields. There's quite a few of us, did you know that? Depending on the results of this sports festival, they might consider us transferring to the hero course. I understand the reverse is also true for you guys. Scoping out the competition? For a general studies kid like me, this will be the perfect chance for me to knock you off the pedestal. Consider this a declaration of war. Well, if he was there to provoke us, he had succeeded. Before he could walk away, I began, and as usual, I used my will to make everyone listen. Hey wise, but if you want to be in the hero course, you just have to show you're capable enough in the sports festival. Coming over here and mouthing us off like that, your words hold no meaning if you have no ability to back them up. Let your performance do the talking. Your disdain for us is totally uncalled for. Adding some more conqueror's will to my voice, I continued, and the declaration of war? You're taking that word way too lightly. I understand this is very important to you, but still, it's just a sports festival. Stop being so bratty. Now I'd like to ask all of you to move aside. You're blocking our way. There was palpable silence among the crowd as the boy walked away without sparing us a glance. It seemed like he really did have some issues with us. Even though their competitive nature was admirable, that didn't mean I'd just take their sheet. I released some more conqueror's will and forced them to make way for us to leave. Being determined to give it our all, each of us trained in our own way. The 2 weeks flew right by. I trained at the then cleaned up Dagoba Beach. It used to be a garbage dump before a community service group began a cleanliness drive, for which I too had volunteered. I ran for hours at the beach, trying to improve my stamina and endurance. I was fast, but only in short bursts, unlike Ida who could run for longer distances at higher speeds. I did shadow boxing against the waves as I tried to find ways to further improve my quirk. It was a particularly stormy day while I was doing shadow boxing in the waves. It was foolish of me to do so in such weather, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity of facing more violent waves. Unlike usual, my attacks were unable to cut through them. I needed more force to not be overwhelmed by the fury of the sea. Then, something happened. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. But as I kept hitting the waves, I could see them getting cut through with every attack from my fists. My armament-covered fists were glowing and growing bigger. But I didn't feel any extra weight in them. As I kept attacking the waves, I observed the greenish glow getting brighter and my fists getting translucent. I could see the faint outline of my forearms and hands under the glow. The realization finally dawned upon me. It wasn't that my fists were getting bigger. No, my armament was showing itself outside my body. Unlike an armor, it was now acting like a barrier. I tested it by attaching some more waves and was ecstatic with the results. The force behind my attacks had increased exponentially as they were cutting through multiple waves at once. With an enthusiastic yell, I punched the waves with all of my strength. The waves were obliterated as my attacks split the sea apart, at least the few feet of the surface of the sea. My abilities were growing. With a newly invigorated resolve, I trained to perfect my new ability. I was ready to face anything during the sports festival. I'll be expanding Midoriya's new ability as I release more chapters. Though what do you guys think it'll eventually be? And yeah, I finally introduced the legendary Dagoba Beach. It's been used in every fandom, so why not here too? I'll make this whole training session at the beach more significant in later chapters. Thanks for reading. The day of the sports festival, UA gates were being flooded by media personnel and heroes from all over Japan. In our preparation room, I was taking deep breaths while the rest of my classmates were chatting with each other. I could feel it. Some were excited, some were nervous, and some were able to maintain their calm. Todoroki suddenly got up from his seat and approached me. I was curious as to what he wanted to say. Midoriya, objectively speaking, I am better than you and my quirk is more versatile. I raised an eyebrow, thinking where he was going with it. But somehow, I've seen All Might taking interest in you. I've seen him paying more attention to you. I won't pry upon it, but I will beat you. I stared at him, trying to process what he meant by All Might paying more attention to me. Did he remember me from when I stopped that sludge villain? I decided to think about it later. You'll beat me? All Might pays more attention to me? I don't know what you're trying to achieve with this declaration of sorts, but I don't care about this competition. To me, this is just a show for people to see the up-and-coming heroes and know that they will be safe in the future. This whole competition thing? It's a distraction. Why does it even matter if you're the top hero? Being a hero, you have to save people. Your rank or fame doesn't affect that, does it? And about beating me? Dream on. I won't lose to someone who won't use half of his quirk. You never used your fire even during the villain attack. You think too highly of yourself if that's how you plan to win this stupid competition. I was really sad at that half-and-half idiot. Yeah, I may sound like Katsuki, but Todoroki really set me off with his attitude. What if because of him not using his fire quirk, someone had died during the attack? Moreover, how could he even be so arrogant to think that he could win just by using 50% of his powers? Did he really think that everyone was so weak he won't have to put any effort into winning? As everyone stared at us in awe and not a little amount of shock, President Mike made an announcement for the first-year students to come out into the stadium. It's UA Sports Festival, the time of each year when our fledgling heroes compete in a ruthless grand battle. First up, you know who I'm talking about. The miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. The first years of the hero course. The crowd cheered loudly. I looked back to see Todoroki glaring daggers at me. Perhaps my words struck a nerve. I turned around and waited patiently as the rest of the first years made their way into the stadium. The R-rated hero, Midnight, was our organizer. As we were being addressed, my eyes wandered around and found themselves glued to her body and her costume. Some really nice thoughts made their presence known in my mind. I shook my head and concentrated on what was being said. And now, for the student's oath. Your representative is, from Class 1A, Midoriya Izuku. I ignored whatever my fellow batchmates were saying as I made my way to the stage. Standing in front of the mic, I simply said, "The oath? Let's show the world what we UA students are capable of. Let's go plus ultra." I admit it was simple, but it got the job done. Everyone was pumped up to do their best as the spectators cheered for us. The first qualifier was an obstacle course race. Every year it was something new. But I didn't care. Whatever the challenge UA would throw at me, I was ready to plow through them. As President Mike announced the start of the race, I activated armament and jumped over the crowd of students in front of me as they tried to exit the narrow passage. Todoroki was using his ice to slide ahead of others. I dashed ahead in a sprint. The first obstacle was the faux villains from the entrance test. Even the zero-pointer robots were part of the obstacle. I heard Present Mike giving commentary, every obstacle course needs obstacles. The first obstacle is Robot Inferno. I just swatted the 2 pointers away as I activated my barrier ability on my arms. My fists got covered with a greenish glow as a translucent barrier engulfed them. Jumping straight to the zero-pointer's head, I roared and punched it. My new ability granted an exponential increase in speed and strength. Needless to say, the zero-pointer was lifted off the ground as the force behind my punch obliterated its head. Present Mike squawked at my display of strength as the students on the ground gaped with their mouths wide open. I could feel the cold behind my back, so I didn't need to look back to see Todoroki taking care of rest of the faux villains. I dashed forward without hesitation just as I heard Katsuki using his quirk to maneuver himself in the air, throwing profanities from his sheet of a mouth. Really, could he not act unhinged all the time? The next obstacle was a canyon with two ends connected by numerous ropes. I increased my speed as I approached it and jumped, crossing the entire canyon in one single leap. Present Mike yelled into the microphone, "Midoriya Izuku is the first one to cross the second obstacle." "Aizawa, what do you teach your students?" "They are plowing through this race." Aizawa-sensei replied, "Midoriya is one of the most hard-working students in my class. The results of his hard work are evident in this race." I smirked as I heard sensei compliment me. The next obstacle was a mine zone. I could easily see where the mines were if I looked carefully. I activated barriers around my feet. For an obstacle course race, it was surprisingly very easy to cross each and every obstacle. I just made a dash to the mine zone's exit. I even tripped some mines, but I was just too fast for them to affect me. The training at the beach really did wonders to my abilities. Midoriya Izuku is the first one to cross the third obstacle. The rest of the students are still crossing the second. It seems we'll have our winner very soon. The others are surprisingly very slow. I thought as I jogged towards the finish line. Even being far away from the rest, I could still hear Katsuki's swearing as he madly used his quirk to reach the finish line. Seconds later, I was back in the stadium as the spectators cheered loudly for me. "Yeah! We have a winner! Midoriya Izuku, of Class 1A, has managed to finish the race in record time." "Too loud," Aizawa-sensei mumbled. I smiled as I was being cheered for. It felt nice. Though the moment was ruined when Todoroki entered the stadium, closely followed by Katsuki and his unhinged swearing. Standing idly, I wondered what his hero moniker would be. The swearing hero, Short Fuse? Perhaps. I could suggest that to him. Nah, I didn't want to listen to his migraine-inducing voice any more than I already had to. Coming in the first place in the obstacle course race turned out to be the worst for me, had I been a wimpy mess. 10 million, the headband given to me was worth that many points. Everyone was eyeing me as if I was the only piece of candy left in the world. But I didn't let that deter me. The second task was the cavalry battle. We were given 15 minutes to choose our teammates. Quite unsurprisingly, no one approached me. I then found Uraraka looking around, trying to find someone to team up with. Her quirk was really versatile and I had a plan for the task for which she was needed. As I got closer to her, she looked at me and understood why I was approaching her. She immediately raised her hands in defeat and said, "Sorry, Midoriya-kun, you are the strongest I've seen in this tournament and I want to prove myself against you." I looked at her for a moment and sensed the sincerity in her voice. I sighed and went away without a word. Anyone who I approached had a similar excuse to not team up with me. I was getting frustrated. Yeah, being on my team would have been a disadvantage, but it was getting ridiculous. Finally, I managed to convince Tokoyami to be my teammate. A girl from Class 1B took pity on me, and despite all the protests from her classmates, she decided to join my team. Kendo Itsuka, the class representative of 1B, was my hero for the second task. Despite the fact that I had a team, the damage was done. I was downright sad. My classmates wanted to show that they were capable by defeating me. I decided to give them something to look up to. I'm very strong? They want to defeat me? All right then. Tokoyami, Kendo-san, do you want to display your quirks in this round? Or do you want to win as quickly as possible? Both were surprised by my question. Kendo asked, Midoriya-san, what do you mean by win as quickly as possible? Tokoyami nodded, also wanting to know what I had meant. I looked at him and replied as a cold smirk graced its presence on my face. Remember when I lost my temper at the gates of USJ? Tokoyami's eyes widened momentarily before he relaxed and said, All right, Midoriya. Show them the power of your will. I was a little surprised. I never told them the actual nature of my quirk. How does he know I can weaponize my willpower? It's his nature to say things in a dramatic way. Kendo looked at us and asked, Do you mean the villain attack? What exactly happened during the attack? No one really told us anything about it. All my class could do was make assumptions. I sighed and began to explain, as briefly as I could. The villains appeared in the center of USJ through a portal during our rescue training. They were there for All Might. We were lucky to not have been seriously injured, though it couldn't be said for Aizawa-sensei and 13. In the end, All Might and the rest of the teachers saved us. Yes, we did fight the villains, but it was a battle for our lives. Any one of us could have been fatally wounded. Just as she was about to ask more about the attack, Midnight announced, "Your 15 minutes are up. Time to get started." I could hear many students around us, ridiculing my class for showing them up because of the villain attack, whispering about defeating me and showing me who's better. These petty and jealous idiots were the future heroes? The more I listened, the angrier I got. Present Mike resumed his commentary, and now, all 12 teams are lined up and ready to move. Let's get a battle cry. Here comes the starting signal. Blood begets blood in this grand battle. Kendo was riding on my shoulders as Tokoyami and his dark shadow guarded the left and right. Although none of them might have intended to, they pushed all the right buttons and had triggered me. As the signal was given for us to start, all the teams began approaching us as quickly as they could. I could hear some of the monologue about taking all the points from us. Just as everyone was within the range of maximum effect, I released all kinds of control over my willpower, letting it pulse out like a huge wave. As my will conquered theirs, one by one, all the students began to fall, their eyes rolled back in their sockets as they fainted, unable to bear the brunt of my conqueror's will. As my attack ended, only our team was the one left standing. Everyone in the stadium was shocked, perhaps except Aizawa-sensei. He was aware of my abilities. Present Mike stuttered as he yelled into the microphone, "What just happened?" Every rider has been dismounted except Kendo Itsuka from Team Kendo. Aizawa-sensei spoke. There was a hint of emotion in his voice, but I couldn't get what it was. It's Midoriya Izuku's ability. He made everyone faint, thus eliminating them from this event. Present Mike continued, "What an upset. Midnight, what is your decision?" Midnight looked towards us and asked, "I'll ask you three, what do you think should be done?" Without any hesitation, I stepped forward and replied, "Let there be a battle royale for those who were eliminated as a qualifier for next task." I didn't need to look at my teammates to get their confirmation. They were too shocked to give a reply after seeing how easily I defeated everyone else. Midnight stared at me and then grinned. Crackling her whip, she gave me a thumbs-up sign and said, "I like it. There will be a battle royale for all those who were eliminated in the cavalry battle to qualify for the final task." I looked back at Tokoyami and Kendo as the crowd roared with excitement. They were still too shocked at the ease with which I won that battle for us. "How strong is he?" was thought that kept repeating in their minds. Kendo, Tokoyami and I were sitting in the area assigned for participants while we looked on as 39 students fought in a battle royale. When everyone had woken up after I defeated them, many of my classmates were angry. The students from other classes were absolutely livid. I was certainly amused when many of them acted like a mild version Katsuki, if that was ever possible. When Ida asked me why I had done so, I only had one reply: "Don't blame me, you all wanted to defeat me and show how capable you all were. I just showed you what exactly you are up against." As I walked out of the preparation room, I looked at Todoroki and asked, "That wasn't even my full strength, just a gist of it. Do you still think you could defeat me with half of your powers?" I looked at everyone as they leveled their glares upon me and said, "This annual event is meant for us to show our country that we are capable of being its protectors. All you have to do is show them the full extent of your abilities. If any of you hold back while fighting me, I promise to defeat you in a humiliating way, without using my quirk at all." As the battle royale commenced, Kendo turned towards me and asked, "Why did you do it?" I raised an eyebrow in question. She blushed and elaborated, "I mean, if you hadn't defeated them all at once, then so many of the first years wouldn't have been this hostile towards you. I heard many of them cursing you. I had to try my best to pacify my classmates from making a scene." I turned back to the battle, and just as 5 participants were eliminated by Katsuki's relentless blasts, I sighed and began, "I wasn't planning to do it. Their attitude just triggered my anger. Take your class for example. They've been mouthing off everyone from my class just because of our encounter with villains. I won't say all of your classmates, but some have been very vocal about it. We survived a villain attack. Instead of being relieved that no one died, they are being jealous that we gained publicity. I took a deep breath as I saw Todoroki use his ice to push students out of the ring. Some had banded together to try and eliminate the stronger opponents, but Katsuki and Todoroki weren't fazed by any of it. I continued, the general edition students think that we are arrogant pieces of sheets, while they are just salty that they didn't make it into the hero course. Instead of being such assholes, they should be focusing on showing the school that they have what it takes to be a hero. Only 23 students were remaining, but then there are my own classmates. None of them wanted to be on my team, saying they wanted to defeat me as I appeared to be the strongest and wanted to prove that they were better. Why does it even matter if a hero is stronger or more popular than the other? It doesn't affect their job in any way. Their attitude rubbed on me the wrong way and I just let go of my control over my quirk. We sat in silence as we watched the last few remaining students duke it out in the ring. Only 4 more were left to be eliminated. Kendo was about to ask some more questions but was interrupted by the signal that marked the end of Battle Royale. A student from 1B had blasted Aoyama out of the ring. Did he have a similar quirk as Katsuki? I looked at Katsuki and saw him throwing a tantrum, cursing at the said student from 1B. I was curious about the boy's quirk but refrained from asking Kendo about it. Present Mike began, "Did you see that eraser? That was an epic battle royale. Let's give it to all the winners." The crowd cheered on as Present Mike continued, "We'll proceed to the afternoon portion of this festival after a 1-hour lunch break. See you then." As I stood up and stretched my joints till they made popping sounds, I looked at Kendo and asked, "Tokoyami and I are going to the dining hall, wanna join us?" She blushed again and shook her head while saying, "I'll join my friends for lunch. They might need some cheering up after losing in the battle royal. And I have to keep Monoma in check." Although she muttered the last part, I still heard it. Monoma? Perhaps he was the boy who had been the most vocal from 1B. I just smiled and nodded in response. My eyes lingered on her back as she walked away. She was a caring person and she'd make a good hero, or heroine in her case that is. I sat with my classmates for lunch and even though some of them were miffed by my recent actions, most of them were behaving normally. Though Katsuki's glares were more intense than usual and Todoroki's eyes were colder than usual. As the 1-hour break ended, Present Mike began, "Before we get the final event, I've got good news for all those out of the running. Since this is a sports festival, we've prepared a recreational activity for all the participants. We even shipped in cheerleaders from America to get you pumped up." Before he could continue, interesting sight beheld itself in front of us. All the girls from my class were dressed in cheerleading uniforms, looking quite embarrassed. They wore mini skirts and short, sleeveless blouses that showed their toned abdomens and legs. It was certainly a sight to behold. Although I didn't let it show on my face, I was enjoying the recreational activity quite a bit. Present Mike was a little shocked. "What's this? Class 1A? Why?" Aizawa-sensei murmured into the microphone. "What are they doing?" Rozu raised her arm and waved it angrily. "My Netta! Kaminari! You tricked us!" I looked at the culprits as they gave each other a thumbs up. I silently agreed, it was a job well done. Although I did sympathize with the girls. The guys shouldn't have tricked them like that. It was certainly a very embarrassing situation for them. As they were being indignant and brooding, Hagakure decided to accept it and join the celebrations. Soon the rest of the girls were dragged into it. Present Mike continued, "Hope everyone enjoys this recreational competition. Once that's over, we're on to the final event. Between the 16 finalists, we'll have a formal tournament. A series of one-on-one battles. The final event, I looked around and saw that everyone was focused. I smirked, I'm gonna enjoy this event. I hope they put up a good fight." The matchups were decided by drawing lots. As every finalist drew a number, I took note of everyone who had managed to make it to the last round. Excluding myself, there was Katsuki whose quirk allowed him to create explosions. His only weakness was that he was quick to anger. Todoroki, his quirk was ice and fire. But he could only create ice or fire from their respective sides of his body. He hadn't used his fire in any situation to date, a fact which I could exploit. Next was Tokoyami, who had a sentient dark shadow residing in his body. Since it was a shadow, light was the only possible weakness I could think of. Looking to my left, I saw Kendo as she waved to me. I nodded and smiled in response. Her quirk was Big Fist. So, a close combat type fighter. Ida with his quirk engine, using it for too long he could overheat the exhausts. So a battle of attrition was a probable choice. Uraraka had the quirk Zero Gravity. Maintain distance and do not let her touch me. Ashido, her quirk was Acid. A potentially dangerous quirk. She was among the more physically fit in my class. But I could defeat her with speed. Kaminari, just make him short-circuit himself or defeat him by overpowering his will. Although, I didn't want to use that aspect of my quirk too many times. It was a kind of a trump card of mine. Yaoyorozu, I have been observing her throughout the sports festival. One thing I had noticed was that she was a little insecure and doubted herself a lot. Quick action and not to let her think was the way to defeat her. Kirishima, I could only duke it out with him and tire him to defeat. Then there were the other students from Class 1B. I was pretty set off at two of them, both boys who I wanted to face and beat the sheet out of. The girl with thorny vines as hair seemed way too pure to show any kind of resentment. Another girl had goggles resting on her head. She was a support student. Last but not least was the dude who made his so-called declaration of war a week ago. I couldn't discern what his quirk was. It had to be something effective if he made it to the third event. As I drew my lot, I was paired up with the student from General Ed. The way he looked at me put me on the edge. What was the guy's problem? My classmates wished me luck as I made my way to the fighting stage, and Present Mike introduced us. After his signature, the first match. Dominating the sports festival with his speed and his overpowering abilities, it's Midoriya Izuku from Hero Course. Versus. Sorry, but this guy hasn't done anything to stand out yet. But he survived the battle royale, so he must be good. It's Shinso Hitoshi, from General Course. The rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent out of the ring, immobilizing them or getting them to say, I give up. Bring the pain. We've got good old recovery girl on standby. I don't know if I was hallucinating, but I definitely heard a who's old. Old your mother. Present Mike just ignored it and continued, and fight dirty if you must. Ethics have no meaning here. Well, of course, going for the kill is a no-no, you'll be disqualified. Because a true hero's fists fly only when facing villains. Now let's get this thing started. Start. Shinso began just as Present Mike ended explaining the rules. I give up, huh? Get it, Midoriya Izuku? This battle's going to test the strength of your will. If you've got any kind of vision for your future, there's no sense in worrying about how you got there. Like that gorilla hands wench who took advantage of you to win the cavalry battle without even trying. I don't know what happened inside my brain, but something snapped as I lashed out, what the F, did you say? In the very next moment, I sensed someone invading my mind and trying to overpower my will. I stood frozen in my place. I couldn't believe it. My win, Shinso said. As Present Mike was praising Shinso and Aizawa-sensei explained the irrationality of the entrance exam, Shinso continued, it must be nice to have everything handed to you, Midoriya Izuku. Now turn around and walk out of the ring. I did as I was told, only to stop right at the edge of the ring. With a mighty roar, I released my will and shattered the concrete below me. I was way too shocked to even get angry at Shinso. His will was pathetically weak. How could someone have such a weak will? I took pity on him and decided to play along. His quirk was strong and could really be a boon during perilous situations. He deserved a chance, even though I disliked him for his bratty attitude. Using some of my conqueror's will, I spoke loudly for the whole stadium to hear, your quirk is strong. What the heck are you doing in General Course? I get it. The entrance exam was really irrational for people like you whose quirks don't offer physical enhancement. But you could have trained your body to perform better. My friend Hagakure Turu's quirk is invisibility. She still managed to get into Hero Course. Perhaps after this sports festival, you would learn what you are lacking. Saying so, I even helped Hagakure get some recognition. The girl deserved it as her quirk makes her pretty unnoticeable. In the very next moment, I dashed towards him and before he could even react, I smacked his face hard. So hard that he was sent spinning into the air and out of the ring. The sound of the slap echoed throughout the stadium. I hoped I broke some of his teeth. Even though I did want to help him, it didn't mean I couldn't take some of my frustration out. Yeah, I was petty that way, still am. He looked at me in shock as Present Mike announced my win. I walked towards him and spoke in an intimidating voice. Testing the strength of my will? My will is pretty strong. But yours is weak, pathetically so. Train hard, Shinso. You have it in you to be a hero. You have an amazing quirk. Perhaps you should also work on your attitude. I'm not sorry for breaking some of your teeth. Your attitude needed some adjustment. You resent everyone who has a powerful quirk because you couldn't make it in the hero course. You don't need to be in but to show your conviction. Hope I'll see you in one of the hero training sessions. After that, I walked away as the crowd cheered for my win. Sports festival was just a show. I'll give them a show to remember. I sat among my classmates as the rest of the fights followed. The next battle was between Todoroki and Tokoyami. Both were strong fighters with very strong quirks. I leaned forward in anticipation. As the battle began, both sent their attacks towards each other. It was over before anyone could think. Dark Shadow tried to maneuver around the ice but was quickly frozen, along with Tokoyami. Todoroki had created a massive mountain of ice that went beyond the top of the stadium itself. How did I know that? Because it was inches away from my face. I was quite surprised. I hadn't even thought of such an outcome. Todoroki was frighteningly fast with his quirk. With Tokoyami being completely immobilized, Todoroki was declared the winner. Among all the cheering, I saw Todoroki defrost his own ice with his left hand and free Tokoyami. I didn't know why, but something about him was really sad. My next opponent was decided. But I was adamant on doing what I had promised. If he held back, if he didn't use his fire quirk, I would beat him without using my quirk in a very humiliating way. The next battle was between Ashido and the rude boy from Class 1B, Minoma Nito. I really wanted to face him in battle and put him in his place, but I didn't want Ashido to lose. Each and every classmate of mine was capable in their own way. Plus, the girl was so bubbly and cute. Ever seen a cute girl sad, or worse, cry? Trust me when I say it's impossible to ignore. You have to be a FING psycho if that doesn't melt your heart. I really wanted to know what quirk Minoma had. Luckily for me, Kendo was passing by with an energy drink in her hand and was looking in my direction. I waved to her and asked, "Hey, Kendo-san, could you tell me what Minoma's quirk is?" She was a little startled when I suddenly asked the question. But she immediately recovered, her face lit up and she smiled as she sat in the empty seat beside me, previously occupied by Ashido. Minoma's quirk? It's called Mimic. He can copy anyone's quirk with a simple touch, although it only lasts for a few minutes. I nodded thoughtfully as Present Mike introduced Ashido and Minoma. Turning towards Kendo, I asked, "Any idea whose quirk he has mimicked?" She slowly shook her head as she replied while looking below as the signal was given for the battle to begin. He had something planned already. He's very clever, and since I was in your team for cavalry battle, he avoided sharing his strategy with anyone. I raised an eyebrow as I said, "He seems very petty and resentful." Kendo giggled and nodded. "It's more because of what Tetsu told him after your class was crowded by other first years a week ago. Tetsu told us that you all were very arrogant and felt that you were superior to others. A boy even called them extras. So Minoma made it his goal to show your class that 1B isn't any less." I sighed as I said in an annoyed tone, "Must have been Katsuki. He has a very explosive personality, much like his quirk. Also, he has a little superiority complex." Katsuki heard me talking about him and snarled from his seat, "What did you say, you effing sheet?" I looked back at him and said to Kendo, "Look at him. His face is almost always twisted into a scowl. Only a mother could love that face." Kendo spat out her drink as she laughed while holding her abdomen. Katsuki snarled again as he shat profanities from his mouth. Everyone around us just ignored him and laughed. Down in the ring, The battle had begun. Ashido secreted an acidic fluid from her specially designed shoes and slid towards Monoma at a very fast pace. Monoma just stood at his place and smirked. Right when Ashido was a few feet away, Monoma expelled searing fire from his body and attacked Ashido with it. Many of my classmates gasped in worry. My eyes immediately snapped towards Todoroki. His fists were clenched tight and his knuckles were completely white. His face had contorted into a fierce scowl, and I could see that he was doing everything he could to control the anger that burnt in his chest like a raging fire. So there's a history with his fire quirk. That's why he refuses to use it. Does it have something to do with Endeavor? The man has a shitty attitude, much like Katsuki. Did he abuse you, Todoroki? I turned around to see Ashido being flung out of the ring by fire. Her uniform was slightly charred at places, though it wasn't too much to make her feel exposed. Her skin had second-degree burns. She whimpered and limped away to Recovery Girl's office, sniffing and crying, unable to bear the pain. Present Mike, Aizawa-sensei, and many other people in the spectators weren't too pleased. I turned towards Kendo and saw her gritting her teeth as the energy drink bottle in her hand was being crushed in her fist. With my eyes hardened, I spoke in an icy tone, "I won't be holding back if I face him. Could you tell him that for me? I want him to know that he'll suffer." He went too far. Kendo nodded and spoke in a neutral tone, "I'll be going back to my classmates. All the best for your next battle, Midoriya-san." All of us decided to visit Ashido, except Katsuki, Todoroki, and Ida. Well, the next battle was of Ida, so he had to prepare. The other two just sat quietly, but I could tell they were seething inside. Their eyes couldn't hide their anger even if their faces somehow did. As we comforted Ashido and worried about her welfare, Ida was being toyed by the support course girl, Hatsume. She had somehow tricked him to use support gear created by her and was using her to show her talent to various support gear companies in the spectators. It was funny in a way. Hatsume walked out of the ring when she was done with her demonstration. Ida's expression was certainly something to be captured in a camera. He looked like he was nauseous, constipated, and was kicked in the ball very hard. Next battle was between Kendo and Yaoyorozu. By that time, Ashido had been cured of her burns and had changed into a new uniform. After wishing luck to Yaoyorozu, I made sure to do the same to Kendo. Both girls were strong and Kendo was leaving no room for Yaoyorozu to think of a plan with her relentless attacks. Kendo's quirk was made for close combat and she was not letting Yaoyorozu create distance between them. With a fierce double-handed palm strike, Kendo forced Yaoyorozu out of the ring even though the latter had created a large sheet of steel to soften the blow. Kendo offered her a hand and helped her up. From the look of it, she encouraged Yaoyorozu as the girl's face had lit up with a genuine smile. The next battle ended very quickly when Shizuki Ibara, the girl from 1B, immobilized Kaminari with her vines after the dude short-circuited his brain. Kirishima's and Tetsutetsu's battle was a battle of attrition, an all-out brawl between men. In the end, it was settled by arm wrestling. The last battle between Katsuki and Uraraka was difficult to watch. Katsuki used everything to keep Uraraka away from him. He had acknowledged her as he didn't use weird names to address her. In that seemingly one-sided fight, everyone had ignored what was actually happening. When the smoke and dust settled, Uraraka released her quirk's effect on debris that had been accumulating and floating above Katsuki. But Katsuki was a tenacious prick. He blasted every last piece of debris apart. Uraraka was too exhausted to continue after her plan had failed, and she fainted. Katsuki was completely on guard till he was declared winner. The first round of knockout battle was over. There was a short break before the next round began. The first battle was me against Todoroki. I don't care what he's suffered from being in the same house as Endeavor. I have to make him see the error in his ways. Without using his fire at all, he'd never become a good hero. Are you thinking why was I so adamant on helping him? Because what kind of a hero would I be if I couldn't even save a fellow classmate from himself? Hope you enjoyed the chapter. I wanted to end all the fights from the first round at once, so I hope it wasn't too much. Please comment how you felt about the chapter and let me know if I am going in the right direction with the plot. As I made my way to the ring, A certain douchebag decided to grace his presence and try to ruin my mood. Endeavor walked towards me in an imposing way and said, "Hey, there you are." I tried, trust me, I really tried, but I couldn't hide my disgust from the JRK. "What did you want?" His eye twitched at my sudden hostility, but he didn't let it affect him. "I saw what you did out there. You have an amazing quirk. Defeating all 39 of your opponents with a mental attack and creating enough force to shatter the concrete just by releasing force from your body. In terms of strength, yours is comparable to All Might." I forcefully exhaled and asked, "What are you getting at?" "My boy Shoto, he has a duty to surpass All Might. His match against will prove a valuable test. So give it your all. Put up a good fight against him. That's all I have to say. Sorry for my bluntness." I stood there with my feet frozen in place. Just as Endeavor was about to turn away in the corridor, I asked, my voice frigid from restrained anger, "What did you do to your son for him to deny half of his quirk? What did you do to him for him to be so messed up that he despises the fact that he inherited your fire quirk?" Endeavor looked back at me as a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. I had released a small amount of Conqueror's will, subconsciously, but it was enough to make an impact. He cleared his throat and replied, "He's just in a rebellious phase." I immediately said, "I'm not All Might, Endeavor, and Todoroki Shoto isn't you. Do you know why you could never surpass All Might? Let me tell you why. You're an but of a man with a very toxic personality. I don't know what you did to your son, but you better correct it before it's too late for him. With the way he's denying his quirk, he'll get himself and some innocent civilian killed by a villain." I walked away without giving the a-hole a chance to say anything. I entered the ring as present mic began. Both of these competitors have performed incredibly in the sports festivals so far. But there's only room for one of these greats in the ring. Midoriya versus Todoroki. Start. As expected, Todoroki used his ice quirk to do a ranged attack and try to freeze me. I quickly dodged sideways and ran towards him. "Are you still not going to use your fire quirk?" I got annoyed when I didn't get an answer. He was so stubborn. Dodging another ranged attack, I closed in towards his side in a burst of speed. Knowing he wasn't going to use fire, I ped my fist back and swung it to the left side of his face. He created ice to freeze my arm, but it wasn't durable enough to stop my fist from connecting with his jaw in such a way that it rattled his brain. I did not hold back when I punched him, thus sending him spinning in the air and to the other side of the ring. I didn't give him a chance to recover and showered him with punches and kicks so quick that he couldn't even react. Every hit was target to his left side, the side from which he could produce fire. After a few seconds of beatdown, I moved away just in time to evade a fierce attack by Todoroki's ice. He was panting heavily, his face was bloody and riddled with cuts and bruises. His left arm and leg were trembling from being constantly hit by my elbows and knees, and I could see heavy bruising all along his forearm. He was in a pretty bad state. I smirked mockingly and said, "What's the matter, Todoroki? Weren't you going to defeat me? You haven't been able to put a scratch on me while your own condition right now is pretty terrible. All that when I wasn't even using my quirk. Why don't you try using the other half of your quirk? Because right now, I'm pretty bored." His voice trembled as he winced in pain. "I will never use his quirk. I'll become the top hero only with my mother's quirk. That way I would have denied him completely. He married my mother because wanted a tool who could surpass All Might. He drove my mother to madness." He touched the scar on his left eye as he continued. "My mother spilt boiling hot water on my face, saying she couldn't bear to look at my left side. No, I refuse to use his quirk. I will deny him of everything." I glared at him and began, "I can understand the reasoning for you to despise him. But what would you do when you're stuck in a situation in which you just have to use your fire quirk? Are you willing to let someone die because of it?" Todoroki yelled, "I will not use his quirk, ever." I yelled back, "Your power is your own. Don't you want to be a hero? If you don't give your all in becoming number one, then I don't think you are serious enough to deny him everything. Use both of your quirks to become a better hero than your shitty father could ever be. Become the kind of hero your mother would have wanted you to be and could be proud of." Something flickered in his eyes when I mentioned his mother. I patiently waited for him to decide the outcome of his internal battle with his emotions. Finally, I saw a sliver of a smile appear on his face as his left side lit up, fire blazing from his face and arm. He finally used it. He finally accepted his quirk. I smiled back as I could finally use my quirk and beat him while he was doing his best. I thought you wanted to win? So why are you trying to inspire me? Which one of us isn't taking this seriously now? I want to be a hero too. Todoroki said with a wide grin. All of a sudden, Endeavor yelled from the stands, Shoto. So you finally accepted it. Excellent. It all starts now for you. With my blood pumping through your veins, you will surpass me. You will fulfill my ambitions. Stupid ass face ruined the moment. I yelled for everyone in the stadium to hear, stop shouting you idiot. And stop having an orgasm from your son you sick freak. I ignored his, what did you say? And turned to Todoroki who was looking a little pale. Don't ever say that again. I stifled a laugh as he went paler by the second. Annoyed at what I said, Todoroki shook his head and began, I'm too wounded to fight you for a longer time. Let's end this with our strongest moves. He only received a wolfish grin from me as armament rippled around my body. My legs and fists got engulfed with bright green-colored aura as I planted my left foot on the ground and prepared to hit Todoroki with the strongest attack I could perform. Todoroki froze the entire ring as ice rushed towards me at blinding speed. With a burst of power, I jumped over the ice and towards Todoroki while pulling my fist back to prepare my attack. Todoroki immediately brought his left hand up and melted the ice within seconds. I could faintly hear the heroes yelling. Midnight. Cementos. They'll destroy the entire stadium. Do something. On it. Large walls of concrete erupted from the ring between us while the entire ring was being enclosed in thick walls to prevent our attacks from reaching the spectators. The sudden heating up of cold air and water vapor created a massive explosion from Todoroki's side as I punched forward to send a concentrated beam of pure force of my willpower at him. For a better picture, imagine Jiren's beam attack he does with his fist in the Tournament of Power, but instead or red, it is green in color and much less devastating and lethal. The concrete walls were utterly decimated and my attack pierced through them to hit Todoroki directly in the abdomen, flinging him out of the ring and embedded him into the walls enclosing us. When the dust settled, I stood victorious in the ring as I saw the then fainted Todoroki fall from the indentation in the wall. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya moves to the third round. The battle in the anime was so DMN epic. I just hope this was even 1/8 as exciting at the canon battle. I blame my poor writing skills and little knowledge of literary devices that could make it much more exciting to read. Me and the rest of my classmates immediately made our way to Recovery Girl's office to check on Todoroki's condition. I just hoped I hadn't done any lasting damage to him. But to my relief, he didn't have any severe injuries and none of his organs were damaged. Although he was still unconscious. As I made my way to the stands, I recalled the talk I had with Endeavor when he confronted me after the battle. You defeated him, he growled. I looked directly into his eyes and said, your son is traumatized. If I had the authority, then you would be serving a long-term sentence in prison. You drove your wife to madness, temporarily I guess. She must be very relieved that she's away from you now. But you took your children's mother away from them. In your greed for power and fame, you forgot your duties as a husband and a parent. Scum like you don't deserve to be a hero. I could see the burning fury in his eyes. The fire around him was blazing fiercely and its temperature was at an all-time high. Before he could retaliate, I continued, what will you do now? You raised your son to be a tool to surpass all might and treated your wife like a breeding machine. For what? Because your ego couldn't accept the fact that you're second best? You ruined your family for it. If you want to save whatever's left of your family, I'd recommend letting go of your ego and apologizing to everyone you have wronged, including your wife and your children, for all the shit you put them through. Because believe me or not, it'll all come back to bite you in the butt and destroy you. I walked past him without waiting for his response. As I was about to turn around the corner, I stopped and said, "You could try and ruin my career as a hero. But I don't give a DMN. I don't care if I'm a no-name hero for the rest of my life. I'd still be better than you." Just as I was out of his sight, I heard a scream of fury as he burnt the entire pathway behind me. I knew that I was too harsh when I said all of that to him, but I didn't regret any of it. My battle with Todoroki had completely destroyed the ring. It took some time for the next battles to start. It was Ida and that Deech Monoma's battle next. Just as the battle began, Ida used his quirk and dashed towards Monoma. I didn't know whose quirk the a-hole had copied, so Ida's direct attack was somewhat foolish. When Ida was within a few feet of Monoma, he changed his direction and began circling around Monoma. I guess he was testing the waters. Monoma bent down and placed his hands on the ring. The ground rippled all around him, and Ida began sinking into the floor. In a desperate attempt to escape, Ida overcharged his legs and jumped out of the swamped ring. But he couldn't evade the wall of ice that rushed towards him and froze him within itself. To say the least, we were all appalled by it. He used Todoroki's quirk while he's unconscious in the infirmary? How dare he do this? Let me get my hands on him. That was very rude of him, Karo. Izuku. I heard Katsuki's gruff voice from behind me. He'd never used my name to address me in 11 years. A little surprised, I turned around to look at him as he continued, "If you don't kill that scumbag in your next match, I'll kill you, do you hear me?" I raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you do care about your classmates, huh? Even though you're the most unpleasant person I've ever encountered. I won't kill him, obviously, but that doesn't mean I can't brutalize him without crippling him." Uraraka shakily said, "Midoriya-kun, you don't sound like yourself." "I don't, huh?" I could tell the difference. Conqueror, what was leaking out of me uncontrollably. Monoma, in his attempt to show us up, had gone too far for any kind of redemption. "Midoriya is scary," said Mineta with a trembling voice, but he immediately received a slap on his face from Tsuyu's tongue. "I need to calm myself down," I said as I got up and walked out of the stands. Every step I took made cracks to appear under my feet and the surrounding walls. On my way out, I saw Kendo looking at me with a concerned expression on her face. Just as I assumed, soon she followed me to the preparation room assigned to 1A. I was still leaking out a lot of Conqueror's will, so when Kendo entered the room, she flinched and took a step back as a shudder went through her body. I sighed and consciously tried to control my quirk. Took some effort, but I was able to do it. Kendo placed a hand on her chest and took a deep breath. She walked towards me and took a seat on the chair beside me. Monoma told us what he had planned for his battle with Ida-san. Many of us tried to stop him, I included, but he was too stubborn about it. I even threatened him with what you had told me when he defeated Ishido-san, but he scoffed and walked away after asking Hanazuki for his quirk. I took a few moments to absorb what Kendo had said and to further calm myself. I didn't want to sound rude to her. "Thank you for telling me this, Kendo-san. I hope you won't ask me to go easy on him. He's already beyond forgiveness." Kendo shook her head and said earnestly, "I told my classmates about the talk I had with you on the villain attack. Most of them were ashamed for assuming too much. Even Tetsu was embarrassed by his behavior. They hold no animosity or jealous feelings against you and your classmates. But Monoma was too adamant about his opinion. I'm not here to ask you to spare him. I just hope you could correct him. Monoma is very serious about being a hero. He's just too stubborn once he's made an opinion about someone." I nodded and said, "I can say for my entire class that none of us holds anything against 1B. But they won't bat an eye if I put Monoma in his place." We sat in silence as we heard faint sounds of violent explosions coming from the stadium. It seems Katsuki's and Kirishima's match has started. Kendo nodded and looked at me without blinking. There was a strange emotion flickering in her eyes that I couldn't discern. With a concerned expression, she asked, "Are you all right?" With a hollow chuckle, I replied, "Yeah. I lost control of my quirk back in the stands and scared my classmates. I need to apologize to them. And I'm sorry for scaring you when you stepped into the room." She shook her head vigorously and said, "There's no need to apologize to me. I can understand you. I wasn't offended or hurt in any way. I chuckled and shook my head. The sounds of explosions had stopped and Present Mike announced Katsuki winning the match. I exhaled out, got up and said, "Well, next is your battle. All the best for it. I know you'll do great." Kendo blushed a bit as she perked up and flashed me a bright smile. "Thanks, Midoriya-san. Best of luck for your match with Monoma." I replied with a small smile, "No need to address me with an honorific. Just call me Midoriya." "Then you have to call me just Kendo." "Sure." I walked out of the room and went back to the stands. I had to apologize to my classmates for scaring them, while in Mineta's case, making him sheet his pants. I watched as Kendo and her classmate, Shiozaki Ibara, fought in the ring. Kendo was very well trained in close combat as she was effortlessly dodging Shiozaki's vines. But Shiozaki wasn't a pushover either. No matter how much Kendo tried, she wasn't able to get closer to hit Shiozaki. After a long stalemate, Shiozaki finally managed to get a hold of Kendo, only for her to use her quirk to tear away Shiozaki's vines and free herself. Although, her hands were hurt because of the thorns on the vines. Ignoring the pain, Kendo ran towards Shiozaki while using her quirk to tear the vines that came at her. Finally, she managed to push Shiozaki out of the ring with a double-handed palm move. Shiozaki is out of the ring. Kendo moves to the third round. It was a good fight. Both had strong quirks and knew how to use them to their advantage. It could have ended in Shiozaki's favor, had she not hesitated when Kendo's palms were about to strike her. Anyway, I got up from my seat and began to make my way to the preparation room. The words of motivation I received from my classmates were quite colorful. It was like listening to motivating words from 19 different Katsuki at the same time. Oh, the shudders. Let's move right on to the next round. Both of these competitors have proven to be formidable, not receiving any damage in all of their battles. Midoriya Izuku versus Monoma Nito. Start. I didn't make any move and waited for the piece of sheet to begin. We kept staring at each other for a minute or two when he opened his stinking mouth. I had to really think hard on whose quirk should I use against you. Looking at your performance so far, you are deceptively strong for having a lean physique. Your quirk must be very strong. I wonder, what would you when you don't have a quirk to use? I looked at him with a blank expression as his irises turned red and began glowing. His hair rose up in the air and I felt myself losing the ability to manifest willpower into existence. Present Mike yelled into the microphone, "What? Eraser? He's using your quirk." Izawa-sensei grumbled, "I couldn't do anything as I am bandaged from head to toe. He just asked if he could use my quirk and without waiting for my response, he touched me and copied it. You're suddenly very chatty. I blame the painkillers." Down in the ring, Monoma ran towards me and swung his fist to connect a haymaker on my jaw. It was a clever plan, had I been a sissy who was only dependent on his quirk. I immediately deflected his punch and in a very swift attack, I struck the sides of his trachea, thus impairing his ability to talk temporarily. I'm bullshitting here. There are no nerves on the sides of trachea that provide innervation for speech-related muscles in the throat. They are all behind the trachea. So, in my fanfiction, people have different anatomy. I looked into his wide glowing eyes and spoke in a menacing voice. "I quit, that's what you have to say to forfeit the match. Now you can't even speak. I have enough time to punish you for being a scumbag today. I'll make this match very memorable for you." The panic and fear in his eyes was euphoric. He had realized he made a big mistake by underestimating me and using Izawa-sensei's quirk. He immediately pushed me away, but I was too quick for him. I sped forward, bent my torso and drilled my fist into his abdomen like a sledgehammer. The force was enough to lift him off his feet. I could hear a collective intake of breath by the spectators as they winced because of my punch. Without letting his body to fall on the floor, I smashed his face with my knee and sent him flipping into the air. Without waiting for another moment, I grabbed his bleeding face in my palm and with an angry roar, I slammed him on the floor. Even though the son of a beach was such a hateful boy, I had to admire his tenacity. He still had the quirk activated that he had copied. With my palm still on his face, I bent down to the level of his ear and whispered, "You F'd up today, do you know that? You took things too far." I picked him up by his collar and threw him towards the edge of the ring. Running faster than my throw, I grabbed him by his leg and threw him back towards the center. Monoma came to a tumbling stop in the center of the ring. He struggled to get up on his feet and kept trying to speak, but all that came out of his mouth was air. I raised my fist and covered it with armament. "I can use my quirk now. So, if you don't want me to beat you up with fists as hard as a sledgehammer, you better use the quirk that you so arrogantly and disrespectfully copied from my sensei." Monoma snarled and activated the quirk once again. I continued, "You had the gall to use our own quirks against us." I ran forward and flipped into the air to deliver a kick over his head, making him fall on his face. "You dared to copy Todoroki's quirk when he was incapacitated." I grabbed him by his hair and headbutted on his forehead, repeatedly, making cuts appear over his eyes. "You used that scumbag Endeavor's quirk and burnt Ishido's uniform. She was very lucky that she wasn't too exposed and the uniform was just singed at very few areas. The embarrassment it could have caused, being seen naked in front of so many spectators, you have no idea about it. She could have suffered from severe burns with how recklessly you used his quirk." I once again slammed him on the floor and pounded on his face mercilessly. "We were attacked by villains in USJ, and instead of being concerned, you ridiculed us on every chance you got for getting famous in the media. We decimated the villains that day. And right now, I don't see a hero getting his butt beaten by me. All I see is a villain." I stopped beating him when I finished. Monoma's eyes widened with shock, fear, panic, and realization. How could I be so blinded by jealousy? I wanted to be a hero and prove to everyone that my quirk is not villainous. But today, I behaved like a villain. I soothed his nerves around his throat so that he could speak again. He began crying uncontrollably and mumbled, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I nodded and moved away from him. With his body trembling from pain and fatigue, he sat up and wiped his tears away while saying, "Midnight Sensei, I forfeit this match." Her expression was somber and a bit relieved. I guess she heard whatever I had said while I was brutalizing Monoma. Perhaps that was the reason she hadn't stopped the match midway to prevent me from doing some permanent damage to him. He was taken away on a stretcher as Midnight announced, "Monoma forfeits the battle. Midoriya advances to the final round." I went back to the stands and said with a smile, "Ishido, Todoroki, Monoma apologizes for his conduct today. I hope you will forgive him." Todoroki smiled and nodded slightly while Ishido immediately jumped up from her seat and gave me a tight hug. "Thank you, Midori." I patted her head and laughed along with my friends as they excitedly talked about how I beat Monoma's butt. In the stands of 1B, I noticed Kendo mouthing a "thank you" towards me. I grinned and nodded. Suddenly, I noticed someone missing from my classmates. "Where's Ida?" Uraraka replied uncertainly, He received a phone call from his family. His brother is hurt in a villain attack, so Ida-kun took off to visit him." Oh. I wasn't too concerned as Ingenium was a strong hero. And anyway, heroes get hurt while doing their duty, it wasn't something rare. But how could I have known? A killer was on the loose targeting heroes in various prefectures. And Ingenium was his latest victim. Watching Kendo's and Katsuki's battle was making me anxious. Katsuki was doing everything he could to blast Kendo away as she desperately evaded his attacks. The battle was intense. Kendo was a trained fighter while Katsuki mostly relied on his masterful control over his quirk and his battle instinct. Using her big fist quirk, Kendo swung her palm towards Katsuki's side and managed to hit him. But Katsuki managed to soften the blow by creating an explosion against her palm. Kendo stumbled away as she winced in pain. Meanwhile, Katsuki managed to prevent himself from being eliminated by a ring out as he used his quirk to stop himself from going over the boundary. In a desperate attempt to win, Kendo ran towards Katsuki and attempted to hit him with a powerful palm strike. But Katsuki's instincts took over and he jumped over her head. Kendo immediately realized that she made a grave error in her judgment. She tried to turn around but was sent flying outside the ring by an explosion against her back. Kendo has been eliminated by ring out. Bakugo advances to the finals. The spectators cheered for both of them. After an enthusiastic present mic rallied the spectators, looks like the final is set. It's Midoriya Izuku versus Bakugo Katsuki. There was a 15-minute break before the final round began. I met Kendo as she was making her way to Recovery Girl. Her eyes were a little puffy and watery, means she had been crying. Of course she was crying. She had lost in semifinals just a few minutes ago. I exhaled and said, "Come on." She just wordlessly followed me as we made our way to Recovery Girl. Once there, Recovery Girl healed her, gave her a few gummy bears and went away to check on Aizawa-sensei, who had not visited for his checkup. Kendo was sitting on the bed and I was standing right in front of her. "Want to talk about it?" Kendo looked up at me and took a deep breath before replying, "I really wanted to win and face you in the finals. I don't think you remember me, but we used to go to the same dojo in our childhood." I smiled and replied while ruffling her messy hair, "How could I ever forget my tomboyish sparring partner? You were the only one who could give me a challenge. Training at the dojo was really boring after you and your family moved away." Itsuka pouted and looked away as a blush crept on her cheeks. "I resent that. I could never defeat you. And stop ruffling my hair. They are already very messy, stupid Zuzu. I was so formal with you because I thought you forgot about me. I bet you were having a lot of fun seeing me act like that." I smirked as she grew indignant and huffed. "It was funny seeing you struggle so much while talking to me. You were so uptight I had to try my best not to start laughing." Itsuka growled as the blush on her cheeks grew brighter. I placed my hand on her head and gently rested my forehead against hers. Smiling and ignoring the steam coming off her face, I said, "I missed you, Kenchon. You fought brilliantly today. No matter what anyone says, I'm proud of you. From that tomboy who I believed was literally a boy for many weeks, you've grown up to be a very responsible and a wonderful girl." As I moved away, I heard her murmur meekly, "I missed you too, Zuzu." Before we could talk more, her classmates barged into the room and were about to say something when they all went quiet upon seeing me standing near Itsuka. Being a more simple-minded person, Tetsu walked out of the crowd and jabbed his finger towards me. "You. What are you doing here?" I simply shrugged and replied, "She was in my team for cavalry battle. I just came here to ask if she was all right as I was on my way to preparation room." Turning towards Itsuka, I smirked mischievously and said, "Well, I'll be on my way, Kendo-san. Won't you wish me luck?" Her eye twitched a few times as she struggled to not punch me with her quirk. "Best of luck, Midoriya." With my shoulders trembling as I struggled to control my laughter and quickly left for the preparation room. I sat down on a chair and began concentrating on the match. It would be the first time Katsuki and I would be going all out against each other. For the past 10 years, we had been at each other's necks. That final battle was the deciding fight to see who was better among us. I know, it wasn't very heroic, but settling a 10-year-old rivalry, I was really looking forward to the fight. I walked out of the room and made my way to the ring. On the other side, I could see Katsuki already standing in the ring with an ugly smirk on his face. It made him look downright hideous. Seriously, dude, at least try to look a little less like a villain. Yeah. I think there's no need to tell who that was. At last, we've arrived. The best of the best among UA will be decided. It's the final match, Midoriya versus Bakugo. Now, start. None of us waited for the other to make the first move. Katsuki propelled himself in my direction with his explosions as I covered my entire body with armament. As always, Katsuki began with the right swing. Stepping sideways, I effortlessly dodged it and spun around and delivered a spinning kick on his face. Even though my kick had hurt him, Katsuki immediately got up and rained explosions at me. Again, I dodged them all as I knew exactly where he was going to attack, thanks to my will of observation. Frustrated that he couldn't land any hits on me, Katsuki jumped back and brought his palms together to create an area-wide explosion, similar to the one he used to destroy Uraraka's final attack. It was too close for me to dodge and the attack threw me several feet away. Despite the smoke coming off my body, I wasn't hurt very bad. The heat was more annoying than painful. Letting go of the thought of prolonging the battle and tiring Katsuki, I decided to duke it out with him. With my fists and feet covered with bright green barriers, I countered every explosion from his palms with punches and kicks. No matter how much Katsuki tried, he couldn't surpass my speed. I was able to hit him quite a few times despite Katsuki trying his best to stop the blows with explosions. With a roar, I kicked him under his jaw and sent him flying in the air. Without wasting any time, I jumped after him and kicked him in the abdomen to send him crashing down on the ring. Katsuki was hurt very badly. It took him a few seconds to get back on his feet as he coughed blood. There wasn't much left he could try to defeat me. He created some distance between us and propelled himself up in the air. Using his quirk, he began spinning himself rapidly as he descended towards me like a blazing tornado. Not fazed by what looked like an ultimate move, I ran towards him, fully intending to end the battle. With his palm a few inches away from my face, he yelled, "Howitzer impact!" It really was a devastating attack. But I had already anticipated it. Right when he was about to create an explosion from his palm, I spun around my body axis in the direction of the blow and watched as his attack missed my nose by a hair's breadth. It felt like time itself had slowed down as my intensely glowing fist was about to connect with his abdomen. I could see Katsuki's eyes growing impossibly wide when I said, "It's over." A beam of piercing green aura struck Katsuki's abdomen that sent him tumbling and skidding all across the ring. Only when his body collided with the barricade outside the ring did it come to a stop. There was a moment of silence in the stadium. I stomped my foot on the ground and roared on the top of my lungs as the crowd showered me with thunderous applause and cheers. Bakugo is out of bounds, Midoriya is the winner. And that concludes our contest. The first-year winner of UA's sports festival is Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Bing. AN. I hope that was an exciting battle. Yeah, Midoriya pulled a Jiren. Warida. Now we move on to the awards ceremony. I was in a very joyful mood, or would have been if not for Mr. Second Place and his unhinged maniacal protest of not wanting to accept the fact that he was second. I tried my best to stay indifferent. This idiot. The whole country is watching this event. Then I looked at him. Bound by chains to a wall of cement with his hands tied by an apparatus and his mouth covered so that he couldn't give a new meaning to profanity, he looked like an escaped patient from an insane asylum. I don't know this crazy guy. Focus on Midnight. So many happy thoughts. Stop judging me. I was a perfectly healthy teenager. Anyway, Midnight, making a CC pose, began, "In third place, we have both Monoma and Kendo." The stadium cheered for the two of them. I glanced at Itsuka and saw her cheeks flaring up and she stood completely rigid. I stifled a giggle. She was never good with accepting praise. Hee, I have more material to tease her with. Yeah, we had already exchanged our phone numbers. As Midnight introduced Katsuki and me as second and first place, Katsuki's struggle became more violent, although they were for naught. Now for the medals. Presenting them this year is, you know who. A very pathetic and ugly snake face randomly smiled in another universe just before a very humiliating letter materialized and slammed into his chest. Little did the fucktard know, he was in for a very shitty experience. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself and made a reference of HP, Ruts. Meanwhile, a booming voice was heard throughout the stadium, I am. But Midnight continued, he's everyone's hero. All Might. Her introduction overlapped All Might's booming voice as he jumped all the way to the center of the stadium. Here with the medals. Midnight nervously apologized, I cut you off. Sorry. After that little moment, All Might began awarding us the medals. Young Monoma. Congratulations. As he awarded the bronze medal, he talked to Monoma. In your match against young Midoriya, he was quite heavy-handed. While I do not condone his methods, you must realize his reason. Monoma replied quietly, Midoriya forced me to realize that my jealousy was unfounded. I was intentionally harsh in my match against Ashido, and I should have asked before using Todoroki's and Aizawa-sensei's quirks. They are not my enemies. But I will prove that my class is better than 1A. All Might gave him a hug and whispered something into his ear which I couldn't hear as Monoma was standing farther away from me. Next, All Might gave the medal to Itsuka. Congratulations, young Kendo. Your performance was exceptional and by no means less than any of these finalists. You should be proud. Even though she mumbled her response, I could easily hear her. I wanted to prove myself to someone that I am strong by winning, or at least being one of the finalists. I wanted to tell them that I am strong enough to stand beside them. But I lost. All Might hugged her and said, "Do not put yourself down, young Kendo. Whoever you wanted to prove yourself to, I am very sure that they have acknowledged you and are proud of you. Here's a little advice. You are too careful when you fight and think too much before you take action. It delays you and decreases your speed. Learn to work along with your instincts. Have confidence in your skill and you'll become a great heroine." Then he moved towards Katsuki. Placing a hand over his mouth, he stopped himself from laughing when he looked at the way Katsuki was bound. This is too much. Right when All Might removed the piece of cloth covering Katsuki's mouth, the explosive teen began shouting, "All Might. This doesn't mean squat. Doesn't matter what anyone says, if I don't recognize it, that medal is garbage." All Might cleared his throat and said, "In a world that's constantly graded on a curve, there aren't many who can always be on the top. So accept this. As a wound even. So that you won't forget. I told you I don't want that piece of junk." Poor All Might had to force the medal in Katsuki's mouth. Next, he moved towards me and said, "Young Midoriya, congratulations. You are the winner of this event. And you certainly lived up to your pledge. Accept this medal with pride." After giving me the medal. "By the way, how did you manage to get out of young Shinso's control?" Chuckling mischievously, I replied in a whisper, "I was never in the control of his quirk. I was too strong for him to overpower. But his quirk is very useful as a hero if he trains right. So I decided to help him a bit by yelling to everyone about how wonderful his quirk is, even though I didn't like his attitude and he was very mean to me. He may be able to get accepted in the hero course." All Might was very surprised. "I can't believe this. He deceived the entire country and helped someone who was not on good terms with him. Young Midoriya." Turning around, he addressed everyone, "Well, these are your winners. But hold on everyone. Each and every student here has the potential to stand where these four are. The sprouts of today will grow into the heroes of tomorrow. Competition, encouragement, pushing each other higher and higher. In that spirit, let's have one final cheer." He went above and beyond to help someone even when not asked for. Everyone say it with me. 1, 2 and... That is what makes a hero great. Thanks for the hard work. Plus ultra. All Might. Weren't we supposed to say, plus ultra? The essence of a true hero is to save not because it's their job, but because it's in their very nature to care. Alright, it's just that they really did work so hard and... Since I have found my successor. We were given 2 days off in light of the sports festival. I was fairly excited to celebrate my win with my mother. We partied hard. Till 9:30 p.m. Then it was curfew time. She made katsudon for me. By winning the sports festival, I had taken a huge leap towards becoming a hero and I wanted Mom to be a part of it. I owed it to her. Since Dad wasn't there most of the time to make an impact, Mom was the only one responsible for my upbringing. Everything she taught me, the values and the life lessons she gave me, made me the person I had become. But first, I had to deal with something that had blown my mind away. Standing in front of a skinny and weak All Might, looking at what looked like a fatal wound, shocked me to the very core at the kind of dedication and the sense of duty All Might had for continuing his hero career. Earlier that day, I was called to the teacher's lounge by All Might himself. Before I could ask why I was asked to see him, his bulky and muscular form regressed into that of a lanky and skinny man who looked almost malnourished. So shocked by his sudden and unexpected transformation, I nearly punched him through the wall. What's going on? Who are you? You're not All Might. He sighed and replied patiently, Young Midoriya, I am All Might. This is my true form. Be but All Might. It's like those people in swimming pools who SCK in all the air they can to look more buff than they actually are. That's completely different. I stared at him incredulously. Who was he trying to fool? But the skinny man continued, oh well. He removed his coat and lifted up his shirt. There, on the side of his abdomen, I saw a wound so severe, I wondered how the man was even alive. As I stared at the wound, horrified by the sight of it, All Might began, I got this wound nearly 6 years ago in my battle against a villain. I cut him off. You mean Toxic Chainsaw? But that guy was nothing in front of you. He laughed. You are well informed. But no, any information of that battle was closed off for public. I defeated the villain, but I was severely injured. They had to remove my stomach and parts of my intestines. I can barely perform as a hero for 2 hours a day. I just stared at him with my eyes widened with shock, awe, and a hint of unease. Why was he telling me all of this? When I asked him, he replied, that is a way of me building trust within you. He looked straight into my eyes with an intensity that showed why he was the best of all heroes. Young Midoriya, even though you were a little harsh towards some, you selflessly helped them overcome their insecurities, even to the point of fooling the whole country just so that young Shinso could be recognized. You could have easily won your matches against young Shinso, Todoroki, and Monoma, but you helped them. Could you tell me why? With a soft smile, I looked into his eyes and immediately replied, because it was the right thing to do. What kind of a hero would I be if I couldn't save someone right in front of me from themselves? All Might's eyes widened momentarily as he took a deep breath. Helping someone when not asked for is the essence of a true hero. Young Midoriya, I have deemed you worthy of inheriting my quirk. Inherit his quirk? All Might continued. For years the tabloids have debated about what my quirk could be. Many of them have deemed it to be some form of superstrength quirk. I've always evaded the topic in interviews. It won't do well if the almighty, symbol of peace, were not a natural-born hero. My quirk is not unlike the sacred torch from the legends that's passed from one bearer to next. It's a quirk that can be passed over to someone deemed worthy by the bearer. It's called One for All. Quirk that could be inherited? So awed and shocked, I was unable to utter a single word. The bearer of the quirk cultivates power and passes it on to the next bearer, and again it is cultivated to be passed down to the next one. Young Midoriya, I have been searching for a successor for ages, and now I have finally found one who I deem is worthy. Would you accept One for All? I willed myself snap back to reality. All Might had offered to pass on his quirk to me. He had deemed me worthy of inheriting it. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, I replied, All Might, if you really think that I am worthy, then I accept to be the next bearer of One for All. All Might laughed boisterously and said, an immediate response. I like it. You are already strong enough to not get crippled by the power of One for All. If you were a weak little thing, your body would have exploded. I shuddered at the mental image of my appendages and my head blasting off of my body. Meanwhile, All Might transformed into his muscle form and plucked a hair from his head and offered it to me. Eat this. If the situation wasn't so bizarre, I would have laughed at the face he was making at that moment. You want me to eat your hair? How else do you think will I transfer this quirk to you? You need to digest my DNA for the transfer to be successful. I was about to suggest that drinking a small amount of blood would be easier, but All Might's form reverted back to his skinny self as he comically spat blood from his mouth. Suddenly, eating his hair seemed a lot less disgusting. Reluctantly, I accepted the hair and gulped it down. Now what? All Might smiled and said, now, you should go home and celebrate with your mother. Tomorrow meet me at Dagoba Beach at 5 in the morning. I will start your training to help you get used to One for All. I nodded and thanked him before running to my home. Later that night, when I was sleeping in my room, I was jolted awake when my conqueror's will began leaking out of me uncontrollably. I fought for control, but my will was beginning to overpower me. Quickly, Opening the window of my room, I jumped out in order to get away from Mom as I didn't want her to get hurt. I wasn't thinking much when I jumped out of the window. I didn't know how much force I had applied in my jump, but it didn't seem like I was descending down towards the ground at all. My will had gotten strong enough to conquer the Earth's gravity. I'm flying. Was it because of One for All? I could only make a guess. I sped towards the sea as Conqueror's will was raging like wildfire inside me, fighting back and wanting to be released. Just when the beach was out of sight, I relaxed my control over my will. The effects were mind-boggling. Conqueror's will was manifesting itself in the form of violent arcs of green lightning that were striking the ocean below me as the water was being hydrolyzed wherever the lightning struck. A gigantic whirlpool came to life as the sea itself was being conquered by my will. With a mighty roar, I released all forms of control and let go of my power. The next day I told All Might what had happened. When he asked me to use my quirk, to say he was shocked at the results was an understatement. He trained me to integrate One for All with my quirk. Despite how strong I was, my base strength or the strength with armament wasn't enough for my body to handle the complete power of One for All. My maximum limit was 65%. So he gave me a training plan for me to be able to use 100% of OFA as soon as possible. The 2 days quickly sped by and I was back in school. The ride on the subway was interesting. Everyone recognized me immediately and congratulated me for winning the sports festival. Some kids even asked for autographs. I won't deny it, I was feeling a little overwhelmed. I guess the same happened with many of classmates as they were talking amongst each other about being recognized by people over the 2 days. Finally, the bell rang and Aizawa-sensei entered the classroom, this time without his bandages. Recovery Girl really did a wonderful job in healing him. The old lady's treatment was excessive. But never mind that, today you have Hero Informatics class. A special one at that. The sheet was added again, creating tension among us. If he wasn't my teacher and wasn't recovering, I would have pounded his stupid face. Today you'll be coming up with your hero aliases. As everyone quietened down after a brief moment of excitement, Aizawa-sensei continued, but first, concerning the pro draft picks I mentioned the other day. It's based on who the pros think is ready to join the hero workforce after another 2 or 3 years of experience. So you could say it's a way for them to show interest in your futures. The draft pick results were: I only had around 300 picks while Todoroki and Katsuki had more than 3,000. Then realization dawned upon me. Endeavor pulled some sheet, huh? It doesn't matter though. Any hero intimidated by that guy won't be of much help. Mineta, who was sitting behind me, said, "See? You were too scary that day. You scared the heroes off. More like Endeavor did." Right when Aizawa-sensei was about to finish explaining about the drafts, a woman entered our classroom whose appearance muddled my young teenage mind. Midnight, the woman of my midnight dreams. I couldn't help it. After all, she was my childhood crush. We were given placards to write our aliases on. As my classmates began announcing the names they had chosen, I focused on choosing my own alias after thinking about some very pleasing and happy thoughts about a certain heroine. Midoriya, let's see what alias you have chosen. Nodding, I willed a certain part of mine to relax and walked up to the class podium to display my placard. I activated armament and allowed it to cover my entire body. With the addition of One for All, even the color of my armament had changed. Armored Hero, Emerald Knight. On All Might's recommendation, I decided to choose Gran Torino for my internship. But what had me worried was the fact that I knew next to nothing about him. Also, from All Might's reaction, Gran Torino was a scary individual. I mean, someone whose name could make the number 1 hero tremble in fear was bound to be scary, right? There was something else that was also bothering me. Since our first day in UA, I, Uraraka, and Ida had been leaving the school together. So we were pretty close friends. When we were about to board the bullet train to reach our various destinations, Uraraka and I approached Ida as there was something off about him. "Ida, if it gets too much and you need to talk, you can call us. We'll be there for you." Sure. Even though I wanted to help him in some way, I couldn't find words to soothe him. The look on his face, it was something I was familiar with. How could I not be? I had seen the same look on my face in the mirror when Tetsuo was killed. Ida wanted revenge for his brother. But given the number of lives the hero killer had claimed, Ida's chances of succeeding in his pursuit to avenge his brother were bleak. Before I could say anything else to him, Ida had already left. 40 minutes later, I reached my destination. I walked towards the address on the slip in my hands and opened the door of the dilapidated house, only to see an old man lying in a pool of blood. Eh? He's dead. The dead man looked up at me and said, "I'm alive." He's alive. Stop laughing at me. What kind of reaction would you expect from someone in that situation? Anyway, the old man continued, to slip and fall while carrying ketchup-covered sausage links? How clumsy of me. And who are you? Startled by his sudden question, I fumbled and replied, I am Midoriya Izuku from you. He tried to get up by using his walking stick but dropped down with a plop. I want to eat lunch. Lunch? Who are you? He's All Might's teacher? I knew he'll be old, but this is too much. The old bag of flesh and bones perked up as he fiddled with the suitcase that had my costume in it and exclaimed, Tasha Nori. That's not my name. It's Midoriya Izuku. Right when I was about to leave and talk to All Might about it, the old man spoke in a tone which felt different than how he was behaving a few seconds earlier. Fire off an attack. Show me your one for all. I'd like to know to what degree you can control it. It was so sudden that it took me off guard. Huh? Nice costume. Put her on and come at me. Who are you again? Gah. With a frustrated sigh, I said, I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have time to deal with someone who can't even remember something as simple as my name, much less teach me to improve my control over one for all. As I was about to leave, I heard a sound of feet crashing everywhere around the room with high-speed gusts of wind blowing all over the place. I immediately used observation and was shocked to see the same old man standing in front of me with feet planted on the wall. Gran Torino did not look like a clueless old bag of bones anymore. With a challenging and unnerving snark, he said, Then I'll tell you once again. Come at me, You recently received one for all from that justice-obsessed musclehead. He can't watch over you properly, so I'll have to do it in his place. So put on your costume. The same phrasing, same way of playing dumb, he's definitely All Might's teacher. As I observed him more, I found out that he was a great deal stronger than he looked. All right. For 2 days he trained me as I worked on expanding my use of armament. One for all had improved my armament to such an extent that it would have taken me decades to achieve the same kind of results. Even my observation had improved by leaps and bounds. I was able to spread it all over a city. On the 3rd day of my internship, Gran Torino decided to take me with him to apprehend villains. Our destination was Shibuya as the population density there was high. We'll be passing through Hosu City, the place where Ingenium was attacked by hero killer Stain. Ida will be there too. I just hope he doesn't go seeking out Stain. Who am I kidding? He sure will. We took a taxi to the train station and boarded the bullet train to Shibuya. While I was sitting idle, I randomly decided to exercise observation. And that was one hell of a decision. Just on the outskirts of Hosu, I sensed a huge figure throw someone towards the train I was riding in. Upon observing further, I was shocked to find out that the huge figure's will was just like that of Nomo from the USJ villain attack. The Nomis have a will, but it's not theirs. Smart ones will be able to figure out. Immediately getting up from my seat, I ran towards the seats that would be hit and threw the panicking passengers towards Gran Torino, who was yelling at me for going crazy. But I ignored him and prepared myself. A hero came flying through the side of the train, but I grabbed him and put him aside. Then it entered through the hole in the train, a Nomo. Which meant only one thing: Shigaraki was in Hosu and had attacked the city. Without wasting any time, I activated armament and rammed my knee in the Noma's face, throwing him out. I quickly flew after it. Gran Torino was pretty set off and yelled as he followed me, Kid! Stay inside the train. No. That's a Nomu, similar to the one captured during the USJ attack. That means the League of Villains is attacking the city. I am strong enough to handle these things. Please, let me come with you. Gran Torino hesitated, and after a lot of persuasion, I was able to convince him. Spreading my will of observation all over the city, I looked for any villains that were attacking alongside the Nomus. But what I found froze me in the middle of my flight. Ida was being attacked by none other than Stain. Somewhere on a tall skyscraper, Shigaraki was observing the city along with Kurogiri. Two Nomus were attacking civilians but were confronted by heroes. At another corner of the city, a little girl was struggling to get away from a crazed man who had the worst intentions in his mind. A family was about to be massacred by a group of goons, and a kid was being kidnapped by some foreigners. So many crimes happening all at once, I was overwhelmed by them. It was simply too much to sense so much negativity all at once. Caught in a struggle to make a decision on who to save first, I lost control over my will. Powered with one for all, my will blasted out of my body as Conqueror's will bent the space around me. Within the next moment, I had the Arpesti's head in my palm and I flew away with him, leaving the panicked but relieved girl behind. As the Arpesti struggled to free himself from my vice grip, I growled, "You're going to jail, you scum!" I threw him towards the police station before I jumped through space to my next destination. The bullets from the machine guns never reached the family as the goons lay dead miles away in a warehouse. The kid sat alone in the van as his kidnappers suddenly vanished, only to be found dead, their torn bodies floating in the sea. I landed in front of Stain as he was about to strike Ida with his katana. Before the villain could react, he found himself flying across the alley as a sharp pain erupted from his core. He gurgled blood from his mouth as the force of my punch tore a hole in the back of his costume. Shocked at my sudden appearance, Ida exclaimed, "Midoriya." He flinched as I turned towards him and looked into his eyes. I couldn't put the blame on him. If I looked at myself in the mirror, I too would have reacted in the same way. I had gone berserk. I did my best to control the anger burning through my veins and dig my feet into the pavement as I asked Stain, "Do you know why Shigaraki Tamura is causing havoc in this city?" Stain grunted and spat blood before getting up on his trembling legs. Crouching towards me, he asked, "Who are you?" I looked back towards Ida, who flinched again. "I'll be having words with you once this guy is apprehended." Mustering enough courage, Ida snarled, "Why do you care? This is my fight." I scowled and replied with a growl, "You can't even move, how do you expect to defeat this maniac? And I'm your friend, stupid Ida. It's my duty to stop you from doing something you may regret. Resent me if you want to, but I'll do everything, even if I have to beat the shit out of you, to knock some sense in your mind that's clouded by revenge." Ida gritted his teeth in frustration and anger as I continued, "Take care of your fellow victim once you're able to move." Before I could turn around towards Stain, he threw a knife at the back of my head which, surprisingly for him, was easily caught by me. "What, you expected me to drop my guard against a piece of shit known for killing heroes? Tisk, so eager to kill. Is that all you can think of with your deranged mind? Answer my question and I may apprehend you in a less painful way." Stain snarled, "Get out of my way, kid. From your talk with your friend, I could tell you are serious about being a hero. But him? He wants revenge. He doesn't deserve to be a hero." Already angry and frustrated at the attack on the city, I didn't wait any further and grabbed his face in my palm to slam him against a wall. I was so fast that he couldn't even see me move. Conqueror's will was pulsating out of my body with every heartbeat and its effects were very clear. The night sky itself was beginning to yield to my will as its color took a tinge of green. Far away on a sky-high tower, I felt Shigaraki stumble back into a portal. Growling and panting after barely recovering from going berserk, I asked, "One more time, why is Shigaraki here? Why are you targeting heroes? What's your motive behind this? Did someone put you up for this?" Stain laughed raspily and replied, "He wanted me to join his league, but our goals were different so I declined. He just came here to drop me off." I slammed him back into the wall and punched him in the abdomen. As he was coughing and gasping for air, I said, "That hand FH Manic is causing havoc in the city. Because of you, the scum of this society is taking advantage of this attack to have their way with the civilians. I just stopped a RPST before coming here. Why are you killing heroes? Give me one good reason, I may go easy on you. Stain snarled. Because those heroes are fake. All they want is money and fame. They don't care enough to save people. They don't deserve to be called heroes. I'll kill all the fakes if I have to for cleaning this country off their filth. An idealistic villain. I snarled back. And who gave you the right to decide whether they deserve to be heroes or not? Who gave you the right to be the judge? Stain finally managed to push me away and free himself. Grabbing his katana, he slashed at my abdomen, but I easily evaded it. My purge is for the sake of a better society. This sham-filled society. And the criminals who wield their power in the name of petty mischief. I'll end it all. Stain tried to maneuver around me and go after Ida, who had begun to move again. But I was way faster and stronger than him. I grabbed his katana and shattered it like glass. Still, he managed to throw a knife at Ida, which was thankfully stopped by Todoroki's ice. Midoriya, I'll be here to provide support if you need it. I nodded to Todoroki and turned back to Stain. If you hate those so-called fake heroes, you could have tried to become a hero and clean the hero society from inside. Slamming him on the pavement, I bombarded his chest with my fists. And I bet you did try, but you failed to become a hero. You gave up when you tried to spread awareness about the corruption among heroes, but no one listened. I stopped when I started hearing cracking sounds from his chest. Stain's breathing was ragged and he was trying with all of his might to stay awake. You gave up. If you were devoted enough to your cause, you should have kept trying. There are many ways to become a hero. But you chose the easy way out. You decided to kill all the heroes you saw were unworthy. Instead of choosing to do things the right way, you chose a coward's path and became a murderer. Am I right? Your will is weak. In the end, you're nothing but a coward. My words provoked him to try and attack me, and by his reaction, I knew I was right. I could see the madness in his eyes. I knew that no matter how much I tried, I couldn't help him in any way. I rammed my fist into his face and sent him flying into the wall. Stain was defeated. I looked back to find Todoroki and Ida helping the hero, Native, who was originally being targeted by Stain. As we came out of the alley with Stain tied by ropes, the other heroes had arrived, along with Gran Torino. Midoriya, you brat. What happened here? I looked toward Stain and replied, we caught the hero killer. He was about to kill Ida and the pro-hero, Native, when I stopped him and fought to subdue him. You can see it took a lot of effort. Right when the other pro-heroes were interrogating Ida and me, I sensed a Nomu closing in towards me. I immediately dodged when it tried to grab me and activated armament to attack back. But before I could, Stain freed himself and liked the blood of the Nomu that had spilt on a pro-hero's cheek. He swiftly ran and jumped towards the Nomu to stab it in the brain, thus killing it. Right at that moment, Endeavor arrived at the scene. When Stain laid his eyes on the number 2 hero, he was blinded by madness. Endeavor. Hero killer. If I don't fix it, if someone isn't stained with blood, come, just try me, you fakes. The only one to kill me is All Might, a true hero. At that moment, everyone around me was intimidated by Stain. The conviction in his voice, he was ready to stand against all of us for his beliefs. But all I saw was a broken man holding on to whatever was left of his ambition. Before anyone could take action, Stain was out cold. Later that night, Todoroki and I were in Ida's room in the Hosa hospital. Ida bowed to me and said, I'm sorry. I was blinded by revenge. I shouldn't have tried to seek him out. I bonked on his head and scoffed, yes. You shouldn't have done that, you idiot. You would have been dead if I was even a second late. I told you, didn't I? You could have called me or Uraraka if it was getting too much for you. But I think I wasn't persuasive enough. Todoroki looked at me and asked, but how did you find him in that alley? Before I could answer, the door of the room was opened and Gran Torino entered, followed by a man with the face of a dog. Ah, you guys are all here. Pointing towards the dogman, he continued, this is Mr. Tsuragami Kenji, Hosu's chief of police. As I was about to get up and greet him, the man said, please remain seated, woof. A mutation-type quirk. And similar to Tsuyu, He has a verbal tick for it. He looked directly at me and said, "So you're the one who put a stop to the hero killer, woof. Stain is currently recovering from a number of broken bones and other serious injuries, woof." When quirks first appeared, the police prioritized to maintain the status quo and refrained from using quirks. But that void was filled by heroes. Even though it was a heavily criticized decision at first, it garnered public support. All because your predecessors acted morally and complied with the laws, woof. His glare intensified. "Young boy, you used your quirk without the explicit permission of the police or other authorities responsible. Even if it was to stop someone like the hero killer, such action represents the stunning breach of the law, woof. Even if your two friends didn't play any role in stopping Stain, evidence shows that they too used their quirks." He looked at the three of us and said, "You three, as well as your hero mentors. The six of you must be dealt with strictly and impartially." Todoroki wanted to say something, but I stopped him as the chief cleared his throat and continued, "All of that is what I'm obligated to tell you as the police. But the real question is whether or not to deal with this problem publicly, woof. If we let this out, you'll be lauded by the public but won't escape legal action. Fortunately, the number of eyewitnesses was small that night, so we can hush up the whole matter before it causes problems. But in that case, your decisive action and achievements will be hidden from the public." The police chief wanted to name Endeavor for capturing Stain and save us from being punished. Relieved, we bowed towards him and thanked him. Among all that tension, I had forgotten something I did the previous night. I had taken the lives of those criminals, even though I had not wanted to. Though no one found out that I was the one responsible for the chaos at hospitals due to random people having fainting fits, the guilt was eating me up from inside. My powers, they were growing way faster than I could control them. I don't know why some people like Stain. I did not agree with his views at all. I was very tense for the next few days. I knew that I had killed dozens of people the night Stain was apprehended, and the feeling of guilt, the feeling of being weak never went away. I was weak as I couldn't control my powers. I was weak as I couldn't control my emotions. I vowed to never let my emotions get the better of me. Heroes were not the law enforcement. Heroes weren't supposed to kill. The whole incident with Stain overshadowed the murders of those gang members, and it was just considered to be a massacre between two gangs. Stain, there was a presence around him that scared all the heroes who were present that night. The overwhelming pressure of his fierce ideals, the sense of duty. Like All Might. Stain was charismatic. But what made the situation worse was that a video of him facing us was released. A video of him standing up to the heroes. It spread like wildfire. On the internet, on news, and on magazines, his words reached out to the world. The media was already making the connection between Stain and the League of Villains. The League soon began attracting villains to it. From a gang that attacked UA, it was becoming an organization with something to say. From the looks of it, Shigaraki wasn't of sound mind. Thus, there was someone else pulling the strings, someone whom Shigaraki answered to. With the League becoming popular, it acted like a magnet and attracted thugs from all over the country. If that was their plan from the beginning, something far more sinister was rising from the shadows. I was hit with a sudden sense of urgency to gain total control over my quirk, to master it. Soon, I forgot about the killings, but I remembered the lesson I learnt. Fortunately, Gran Torino's teaching license was not revoked, and he continued to help me with One for All and its inclusive use with willpower. Along with that, I also learned to project will of armament into objects that were in direct contact with my body. So, I picked up weapon training alongside training with my quirk. Since I couldn't use lethal force against villains, I began training in using a variety of blunt weapons. Although the time I had was too less to get any form of mastery in them. As my time training with Gran Torino came to an end, I departed from his house and went back to Mizudafu. But before I could leave, he made sure to reprimand me for going after Stain all on my own. That's all I have to say. Now get out of here. As I was leaving, he called, "Kid." I turned around as he continued, "Who are you again?" The F dash. I don't think I need to tell you what my name is. That's not what I asked. Oh. It's Armored Hero, Emerald Knight. Too long. I think just EM night is also fine. Classes resumed 2 days after I returned from my internship. Everyone was excited to share their experiences. Strangely enough, Itsuka had chosen Iwabami for her internship, along with Yayorozu. Well, I enjoyed teasing her about it and asked for some pictures of her modeling and posing in front of the camera. Suffice to say, she was both angry and embarrassed. Ken-chan was so easy to rile up, even during our childhood. Although she was all fierce when kids made fun of her and called her too boyish. Beating them black and blue used to be her favorite pastime. But even better than teasing Itsuka was Katsuki's hair. Before he ruffled his hair back to their usual state, I made sure to click a picture of him. We still make fun of him from time to time when his ego starts acting up. It's very humbling for him. Uraraka had chosen gunhead and learnt close combat at his agency. When I asked her about the internship, she replied while performing katas, "Midoriya-kun, it was very instructive. Ochakos had some kind of awakening, Karo. Such a transformation in 1 week." Mineta replied to Kaminari while looking paranoid. "Transformation is wrong, Kaminari. All women hide their demonic nature deep within them. What the f happened to him with MT lady?" But soon, everyone's attention turned to us as Kaminari said, "Now if you want to talk about the most transformative experience." He looked at me, Todoroki and Ida and continued. "That'd be the one you three had." "Yeah. The one with the hero killer." I was so worried. "I'm just glad you're all still alive. But Endeavor came and saved you, right? That's our number 2 hero for you." "Yeah. The number 2 hero saved us." I was kinda surprised he didn't use the chance to ruin my career. But I guess since his son was involved. Ojiro began, "So I saw on the news that they think hero killers connected to the League of Villains? I hate to think how things could have turned out if a scary guy like him had shown up during USJ attack. That's the problem. He's not affiliated with those scumbags. The police knows that. FING Media is doing free advertisement for the League." Kaminari continued after him, "Hold on, sure, he's scary. But did you watch that video, Ojiro? You can see his tenacity, his one-track mind. Kinda cool, don't you think?" Before anyone could say anything, the classroom was flooded by my will. "Cool? Do you think that murdering psychopath is cool? He killed 17 heroes, Kaminari. There's nothing cool about it. And before you say things like this, learn to look around and see who all can hear you," I said as I nodded towards Ida. Suffice to say, Kaminari was sufficiently cowed. But Ida was not at all deterred. "It's fine, Midoriya. Stain is a man of conviction. So if some people think he's cool, I get that. But his convictions have led him to conclude that society needs a purge. And no matter what one's motives are, that's just wrong." With a sharp and comical action of moving his forearm like a robot, he continued, "So that no one else emerges and suffer my fate, I will correct my way and forge a path to become a true hero. Class is about to start. Get to your seats. Midoriya. He's taking over your job of class rep." I just smiled as I sat into my seat. Seems like I wasn't the only one who learned something from that night. I am here. And the reason for that is your basic hero training. It's been a while, young boys and girls. How's everyone?" We were certainly not impressed. Not much of an entrance. I'd expect more after a break. Maybe he ran out of shticks? I had a hard time controlling my laughter when I looked at All Might's face that clearly was saying, "Run out? Never. My supply of shticks is inexhaustible." Clearing his throat, All Might said, "As an immediate follow-up to your internships, today's activity is a playful one. A rescue training race." After he explained the rules, I was chosen to go first along with Shiro, Ashido, Ojiro, and Ida. "All right, Group 1, on your marks. Start." It took me 2 seconds to reach the finish line with my new ability to fly. For Ida and Shiro, it was a humbling experience. All Might laughed and said, "While Midoriya has taken the first place, you've all figured out new and better ways to use your quirks since starting school. Keep up the good work as you prepare for your final exams." As he walked by me, he whispered, Incredible, young Midoriya. Come see me after class. The time has come for an important discussion. About me and about One for All. I was thinking about what All Might wanted to talk about. The way he said it, the discussion would be a serious one. At that moment, I was changing into my school uniform in the boys' locker room. After being away for so long, I really worked up a sweat. Man, I need to work on my mobility. We'll fall behind at this place. I'm really jealous of Midoriya and Zero. Suddenly, Mineta frantically waved at me and exclaimed, "Hey Midoriya! Come over here. I just made a discovery of the century." Pointing towards a small hole in the wall, he continued, "Look at this hole. Just like in Shawshank, our predecessors must have worked really hard to make it. And the next door is, you know what, right? The girls' locker room. The stupid horny midget." There was no need to shout. I saw Ida moving towards Mineta to stop him, but I stepped in before he could do so and said, "Mineta, you know the girls can hear you, right? Yaoyorozu and I will talk to Cementos and he'll plug the hole. You just ruined the efforts of our predecessors. They'll be very disappointed in you." I dramatically shook my head to show my disappointment. Then, with a gloomy expression, I loudly whispered, loud enough for the girls on the other side of the wall to hear, "Now that the girls know what your intentions were, they will start wearing baggy clothes just so that you can't oogle them. They might even start dressing like 13. You took the glamour away from our class, Mineta. This is the biggest crime against us boys. What do you have to say for yourself?" The midget got so terrified at the thought of it that he began foaming from his mouth. My mouth twitched as I could hear muffled laughter from the boys in the locker room. "Midoriya, I think you broke him." I looked back at Kaminari and replied with a smirk, "Well, intimidation may work every time, but playing with someone's weakness is always very amusing. It's like the saying goes, you reap what you sow." Sure enough, the girls understood what I wanted them to do and came out of their locker room wearing costumes just like 13s. Mineta couldn't handle it and fainted from shock and horror. Bing. I entered the teacher's lounge and saw All Might in his skinny form sitting on the couch. There no jovial air around him, it was tense and very serious. Without looking at me, he said, "Take a seat, Midoriya. You've been through a lot lately, and I'm sorry I wasn't there to help." With the way he was talking, I was a little unnerved. "There's no need to apologize. All Might, I am more curious about what you wanted to tell me." All Might sighed and began, "One for All is a unique quirk. In that sense, it has a unique origin story. Because it was derived from a completely different quirk." As I listened closely, he continued, "All for One, a quirk that lets the bearer steal quirks from others as well as grant quirks to people." I frowned. "All for One means everything was for the bearer to take?" All Might breathed out and said, "This was at the advent of the exceptional. A time when society still hadn't managed to adapt to the changes. Back then, the norms of what it means to be human collapsed. And with that, the law became meaningless and societal progress halted. It was catastrophic. In that age of confusion and disorder, One took the initiative and brought people together. You may have heard about this. He stole quirks from people, and with his overwhelming power, he spread the influence of his organization. He was responsible for manipulating so many to commit wicked acts, which was his intent. Before long, he took over Japan as a supreme overlord of evil. It was difficult to digest and think that such a man existed. Yes, All Might, I've seen speculations about it on the internet. But I thought that was all made up. There's nothing in the textbooks about it." All Might replied with a hollow chuckle, "The books also don't tell you what the Yakuza are up to, do they? When a person has power, they instinctively think of ways to use it." I understood what All Might was saying, but how is that related to One for All? I mentioned that All for One could grant quirks too. With that ability, he could gain the trust of others, or force them into SBMSN. However, the load was too much to bear for those who received those quirks. Many would end becoming puppets, unable to even speak. Just like those Nomu. My eyes grew wide with shock and sudden realization. Wait, do you mean that after all these years, All for One is alive? Or someone that has his quirk, his descendant? All Might looked at me with a hint of surprise and said, "I will get back to you on that. Let me finish telling you about One for All." As I said, All for One forced quirks on people to make them submit. But there was one such case, where his granting of a quirk caused a mutation. All for One had a quirkless younger brother who opposed his ideals. So the elder brother gave his younger brother a power stockpiling quirk by force. But the younger brother actually did have a quirk, though it was useless as it was. The quirk allowed him to pass it on to others. I looked at All Might in surprise as he nodded. Yes, the original quirk of the younger brother and the power stockpiling quirk blended together. That's how One for All came to be. I took a few moments to digest all of it. Before All Might could continue, I concluded, so All for One was opposed by his younger brother, but the younger brother couldn't defeat All for One. To continue opposing All for One, the younger brother passed One for All to the next person so that they could continue fighting against evil. And since All for One could steal quirks, he could have stolen some regeneration quirk that allowed him to never grow old. All Might nodded. That is right, young Midoriya. It was my generation that finally brought that evil man down. Or so we thought. He survived and now he's the brains behind the League of Villains. The sole purpose of passing down One for All was to oppose and finally defeat All for One. Which means that someday you will have to fight him. I finally understood. The will that I had felt in all the Nomus belonged to the mastermind who was pulling the strings of the League. Shigaraki was a puppet of All for One and was being used as the face of the League to draw in villains. All for One was making his move. Slowly biding his time. The USJ attack, it was just a test. He knew All Might was losing his power. It was only a matter of time before All for One made an appearance once again to fight All Might. With determination burning in my eyes, I said, "I'll do my best, All Might. I'll master One for All and I'll be ready when the time comes. As long as you are there to guide me, I'll be ready for anything." It looked like All Might wanted to say something but refrained from doing so. In the end, he just said, "Thanks." How naive I was to believe that. I should have known better. The semester exams went like a whirlwind. Well, the written exams were certainly easy. It was the practical exam that showed me the difference between the strength of the strongest and my own. A few days before the practical exams, Itsuka had told us what we were supposed to do to pass the exams while she was dragging away Monoma after he was trying to antagonize us. Really, I thought after that beating I gave him he would improve. But he was lacking the jealousy he used to have, and it had been replaced by competitiveness, which was a good thing. Anyway, the exam was supposed to be like the entrance test. Beat the robots to earn points. It was really simple. But the teachers changed it. We had to fight a staff member while being paired with each other. I was excited about the challenge. Facing a hero would have been a great experience. I was secretly hoping for it to be midnight. But then I was told that I had to face All Might. My dream was crushed. It was bad enough that I was going to face All Might, but I was also paired with Katsuki of all students. It was the worst kind of feeling to be paired with him. The only thing even worse would be to be paired with Endeavor. When I learnt Mineta and Zero would be facing Midnight, I wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury them alive. But those murderous thoughts went away as soon as they appeared. The first exam was of Todoroki and Yaoyorozu versus Aizawa-sensei. I was right in my assessment of Yaoyorozu back during the sports festival. She had confidence issues and trusted Todoroki's plan in the beginning. But when the boy realized that they were losing time, he asked Yaoyorozu about her opinion. And boy, was it the right decision. As the other students fought against the teachers, I and Katsuki were walking through a maze of streets and trying to find All Might. When the exam started, my first thought was to just fly to the exit and take Katsuki along with me. Turning to face him, I said, "Katsuki, I think we should fly to the exit as fast as we can before All Might catches up to us. My speed is fairly good when I'm flying. I think we can manage to end this without a confrontation with him." Katsuki scoffed, "Like I would run away like a coward. Deku, if you want to go with your tail tucked between your legs, then be my guest. I will face All Might and defeat him today. I don't need your help anyway." My eye twitched in irritation. He wanted to fight against All Might all on his own and expected to win? Finally, I found the perfect name for him. You've been calling me Deku since we were 4 years old. I resent the name and believe it's laughable that you were defeated by this Deku during the sports festival. You really are an idiot if you think you can defeat a pro hero of the caliber of All Might, Bakasuki. The idiot whirled around towards me, his face contorting to the ultimate ugliness as he snarled, "What did you call me?" Unfazed, I retorted, "I called you an idiot. You are a self-obsessed idiot who thinks that the world is inferior to him. But I can't put all the blame on you. No, partly, it's the fault of our peers and those teachers who inflated your ego and turned a blind eye to your bullying. There's something wrong in your head if you believe you can defeat All Might all on your own." Bakasuki shouted, "I will blow your head up, you effing Deku." "There you go again. Why don't you actually try and do it and show the world the kind of villain you are?" Because only a villain would threaten his peers to blow them up just because he couldn't handle the truth. With a dangerous smirk on my face, I continued, "How about a wager? We both will fight All Might. The one who is defeated by him will agree to any request the other one makes. If both of us are defeated, then the first to fall will be the loser of this bet." As expected, the short fuse took the bait. Hook, line, and sinker. We walked around and searched for All Might. I was just having fun watching Bakasuki try and fail to find him. If he thought for a bit, he would have realized that I could easily find where that musclehead of a hero was. 2 minutes later, we were out in the open and just a few hundred meters away from the exit. All Might chose to make an appearance right at that moment. As usual, his entrance was not normal. Creating a violent gust of wind with his punch, he decimated a portion of the mock city and exclaimed, "Now, get ready to have a really bad time. I'm a villain, heroes. Give me your best shot." The air around him was completely different than what it usually was. It was tough to fight against the feeling of intimidation that was coursing through my body. The only thing that kept me level-headed was Conqueror's will. Katsuki immediately reacted and shot towards All Might. You want me to explain the butt-kicking he got? Well, All Might was very serious when he was facing us and used brute force to endure Katsuki's explosions. Completely unfazed, he swatted Katsuki away like a fly. Not giving him a moment to recover, All Might grabbed the idiot by his head and slammed him face-first into the road. Then Katsuki was thrashed around like a ragdoll till he fainted from being brutalized. Katsuki was captured before he could even begin to fight properly. I guess it was partly my fault. He was too provoked and angry to think properly of a strategy. Although, I was not expecting him to be captured that easily. I wanted to make Katsuki realize that working together as a team is much better than trying to work solo. I wanted to make him realize the value of teamwork. All Might looked towards me while he stomped Katsuki's back and asked, "Young Midoriya, are you gonna leave your teammate and make a break for it?" My plan was ruined. I wasted no time and flew towards All Might to confront him. With my body covered by armament, I threw a punch at All Might's jaw in an attempt to make him free Katsuki, who was lying under All Might's foot. All Might tried to grab my punch, but I easily anticipated it by using observation. I maneuvered in the air and avoided the hold. With my fist glowing with intense aura, I clocked his jaw with all of my strength. To my shock, it wasn't enough to throw him through the buildings and only pushed him a few feet away. All Might rubbed his jaw and said, "That was a good punch, young Midoriya, but it's not enough to defeat me." I smirked and replied while picking Katsuki up, "Who said anything about defeating you? Not an idiot to think I can achieve such a feat as I am now." Wasting no further time, I flew as fast as I could with Katsuki hanging on my shoulder like a sack of potatoes and made a beeline towards the exit, knowing fully well that All Might was closing in towards me. Just as All Might was about to hit me on my back with a New Hampshire smash, I once again dodged it by spinning away and came face to face with All Might. With a menacing smile appearing on my face in response to his surprised look, I said, "You can never catch me off guard, All Might. Now face my indomitable will." I pulled back my arm as the glowing aura intensified and expanded around it to form a gigantic fist. "I call it judgment, sucker." With a mighty roar, I brought down the fist of judgment on All Might and sent him crashing into the road. With All Might temporarily taken care of, I flew towards the exit and managed to get past it just in time for All Might to come out of the crater that was formed due to the force of his impact with the road. This is an announcement. The first team to pass is Midoriya and Bakugo. I immediately threw Katsuki off my shoulder and began dragging him along to see Recovery Girl. As he stirred awake, I smiled down at him innocently and said, "I won the wager, Bakasuki. Now, as per the rules, you have to do what I tell you to and you can't argue against it. You won't go back on your word, would you? Because that won't be very heroic of you." I bet he was seeing 2 horns on my head and a tail swishing behind my back. He lost a bet with the devil. As Recovery Girl treated Katsuki, I decided to tell him what he had to do, being the loser of the bet. I waited for Recovery Girl to leave and asked Katsuki, "Do you remember a boy named Yoroi Kaneda? He used to be a student in our class back in primary school." Katsuki looked at me questioningly. I sighed and elaborated. "He had a quirk that made his skin burn in sunlight. You bullied him a lot because of that. I want you to come with me to see him and his family. Although, that's only part of what I want you to do." Katsuki scowled but didn't utter a word. His eyes held a hint of sadness and guilt. "Good, you should feel guilty. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'm not sorry for it. It's all part of your redemption, Katsuki." I left the room for Katsuki to recover and joined Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, who were with Recovery Girl and observing the rest of the tests. I suddenly noticed something as I was watching the screens. I know they're calling it a test, but each matchup almost seems like a specialized assignment, right? Recovery Girl responded, "That's right." I continued, "The teams and the matchups with the teachers is obvious to understand." I pointed towards a screen and said, "Take Ectoplasm versus Tokoyami and Tsuyu. Tokoyami has a very strong quirk and his Dark Shadow has only one weakness. It's perfect for defense and long-ranged attacks. But if someone gets closer to him, Tokoyami will be in trouble as his physical constitution is weak. Someone like Ectoplasm who has numbers with him along with his expertise in close combat." I watched as Tsuyu managed to save Tokoyami right when Ectoplasm was about to hit him. Then there's Tsuyu. She can easily provide support and cover up. Also, she's level-headed in the most difficult situations and that makes her great for emotional support. Tsuyu and Tokoyami fought together and managed to evade Ectoplasm's attacks as they made their way to the exit. But Ectoplasm overwhelmed them with a gigantic clone and managed to trap them. Finally, Tsuyu decided to regurgitate the HNDCFFS she had swallowed to keep them away from Ectoplasm and gave them to Tokoyami for Dark Shadow to use them and capture Ectoplasm. On the other screen, Kaminari and Ashido were struggling against Principal Nizu, who was tactically closing off all the exits while drinking tea and laughing maniacally like a supervillain. It was kinda scary to watch. Nizu was the worst matchup for straightforward people like Kaminari and Ashido. Koda and Jiro were backed into a corner as Present Mike was constantly sending sonic attacks towards them while casually standing in front of the exit gate. I remembered that Koda had a quirk that allowed him to talk to animals and somewhat influence them. But he was a very shy person and didn't talk at all. When they could do nothing and it looked like Jiro was in a lot of pain from being constantly assaulted by Present Mix attacks, Koda manned up and talked to insects, conquering his fear of the little animals. The way Present Mike was attacked by the insects, it made my skin crawl as I shivered. Suffice to say the voice hero was soundly defeated. But what I saw on the next screen made me want to abandon my dream to be a hero and kill someone. Specifically, Zero, who was sleeping in Midnight's lap as she caressed his hair with her soft and delicate hands while Mineta was running away, crying tears of blood as he watched Zero in her lap. Oh, it was tough to control myself. As Midnight followed Mineta and cornered him, her words and the look in her eyes turned my brain into mud as I entered a trance. I had the material for the night, and so many nights following that. I had to use my quirk and will my tiger to stay down. Anyway, Mineta managed to outsmart Midnight and walked out of the exit gate with Zero, who was still sleeping soundly. I quietly left the room and returned a few minutes later as I had some business to take care of. The rest of the students managed to pass their respective exams, except Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Sato. Katsuki was bedridden for a few hours and so was Zero from injuries that he somehow received. No one knew how since he didn't engage in any fight during the exam. Who are you looking at? Anyway, the exam was a bittersweet ending for us. Some managed to grow while some failed to surpass their limits. Back in our classroom, the 4 who had failed were on the verge of crying, or in case of Kirishima, manly sweat from his eyes. Izawa-sensei slammed the door open and ordered us to take our seats. That's the bell. Back to your seats. Standing in front of the class, he said, "Morning. About your exam, sadly we had some failures, so you all will be going to the summer camp." The entire class exclaimed, "W." The school played us. It was rational deception. Rational deception, my butt. You all passed the written exam, but Ashido, Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, and Siro failed the practical. Siro, who was sitting beside me, sighed. Perhaps he estimated the outcome as he did nothing during the practical. Failure is still failure, rational deception or not. You 5 will receive additional supplement lessons. And to be honest, they'll be far worse than summer school. I felt pity for the 5. Who am I kidding? I was enjoying the looks on their faces. Izawa-sensei was a SDST. After the class, Hagakure asked, "Since we are free tomorrow, how about we go to the mall shopping for anything we need for the summer camp?" Most of the students agreed. When they asked me, I simply replied, "I'm sorry. As much as I want to come with you guys, I have to visit an old friend and so does Katsuki." Well, they bought it and we left for our homes. The next day, I met Katsuki outside his house and we rode the subway to our destination. We walked all the way to our destination. No one uttered a word. Even though Katsuki wanted to ask, he didn't, seeing that at that time, I had a very serious look on my face. When we reached where Kaneda was residing, Katsuki looked around in confusion. I stopped, turned around and said, "We're here." "Here." I nodded to my side, and as he looked, his eyes grew impossibly wide as despair and panic filled his countenance. His breath got erratic and I could feel his ego breaking. Of course it would, for in front him was the grave of Yoroi Kaneda, who died at the age of 10. Kaneda died because he removed his protective clothes under the sun and burnt to death. They tried everything but nothing worked, not even fire extinguishers. Within minutes, Kaneda was reduced to ashes. There's nothing buried in this grave because there was nothing left to bury. Katsuki just stood in his place, his eyes fixated on the gravestone as I continued. There was a note found under his pillow by his mother. I found about it and asked Mr. and Mrs. Yoroi to take action, but they refused. I still have that note with me. Wanna read it? I handed him the note as he wordlessly grabbed it and began reading. "I don't want to live anymore. This quirk I have is a curse. I'm sorry, Mama, Papa, I'm not a strong boy. I was born cursed. Bakugo is right, maybe I should die and pray for a better quirk in my next life. I just hope that I get parents like you if I am reborn. I love you, Mama, Papa, and I know that you love me. I'm sorry that I'm going to do this. But this is my choice. Kaneda." The letter dropped from his hands as he fell on his knees, his eyes still fixated on the gravestone. "Look at the graves on either side of Kaneda's. I told you that you'll be meeting him and his parents. His parents couldn't bear the loss of their only child and killed themselves. Mrs. Yoroi was found dead as she bled out from cuts on her wrists, and Mr. Yoroi hung himself to the ceiling fan." I felt no pity for Katsuki at that moment as he trembled and cried his eyes out. With a look of extreme hatred, I continued, "You killed them, Katsuki. You destroyed their family. You drove them to commit suicide because you couldn't live with the fact that he was getting better marks than you in school. I could have informed the police and destroyed your future. But Mrs. Yoroi stopped me. She made me promise her to help you to become a good hero because she feared the kind of villain you could become. I thought you would improve as you age, but no, you've gotten worse. I hope this is the last time I have to tell you to let go of your overinflated ego, because if you don't, there will be many such families you're gonna ruin in the future." Katsuki stayed seated on the ground and kept crying and repeatedly apologizing, but it was way too late for the Yoroi family. At the very least, Katsuki had a better chance of improving after learning about his biggest mistake. While we were returning to our homes, I spoke. "As I said yesterday, That was only half of your punishment. He looked at me in panic as I continued. For the whole summer camp, you won't be referring to anyone by the word extra, and will use their proper names to address them. You won't swear at all and will wholeheartedly cooperate with your fellow students without being rude to them at all. If you don't, I'll personally inform your mother about all of your pornographic collection, all the magazines and the videos you have hidden away. Good day. With that, I walked away as Katsuki sputtered in panic. His mom knowing about his collection was the worst thing that could happen to him, even worse than not becoming a hero. Well, it was bad. I had my way with him and showed him the truth of the consequences of his actions. It all depended on how he interpreted it in the future. Man, that was a heavy chapter. Sorry if you expected something fun, but I had to do this. Hope you liked it. The location of our summer camp was changed because of security reasons. With the USJ attack and the League of Villains attack in Hosu City, there was a high chance that they'd try and attack us during the summer camp. The day finally arrived when we were going to leave for the camp. Katsuki had been very subdued since the day I took him to see Kanita's grave. He was still sorting his mind while coming to terms with the fact that his actions had such consequences. I was chatting and joking around with the guys when Class 1B arrived. My eyes immediately drifted towards Itsuka. She was beautiful as ever. She looked at me and smiled. Felt brighter than the smiles she'd give to her friends from her class. I looked around and noticed that something had changed. The world seemed to be more colorful than before. The chirping of the birds was louder and more pleasant. The morning summer breeze was more refreshing. I looked at her again and she waved at me with a faint blush flaring up on her pale cheeks. Was she always this enchanting? The answer instantaneously came to me. Yes, she was always beautiful. Unlike those dumbass beta main characters from shonen mangas who were too stupid to comprehend the certain spectrum of emotions, I was certain of what I was feeling. Those budding emotions that gave birth to a new kind of warmth in my chest were enough to tell me. Midnight may have been my first crush, but what I was feeling for Itsuka was different. It was certainly much purer than the simple physical attraction I had towards Midnight. Teenage was a very interesting time in one's life. I had done extensive research on the internet about it. I couldn't help it. My hormones were acting up. Way to go, Izuku. You fell for your childhood friend. I don't know what happened, but my sadistic mind suddenly gave me a mental picture of Katsuki. I need a psychiatrist. That was too traumatic. We boarded the bus, drove to the location of our summer camp. I was happy that we were going to share the same camping grounds with Class 1B. I wanted to spend a lot of time with Itsuka and explore the spectrum of emotions that was fairly new to me. An hour later, we stopped by a cliff to take a break from traveling. But it didn't look like a resting stop. Even Class B's bus wasn't there. Aizawa-sensei spoke up to clear our confusion. Of course we stopped here for a reason. From around the corner, we heard someone say, "Hey, Eraser. Sorry, haven't seen you in a while. Rock on with those sparkling gazes. Stingingly cute and cat-like. We're the wild. Pee-pee cats." Two fully grown, well-endowed and athletic women wearing mini-skirts and short, sleeveless tank tops that revealed their toned yet creamy soft abdomens? Yeah, I agreed with Mineta's comment that he made during our first battle trial. Hero course was awesome. Did I have a thing for older women? I blamed the internet. Aizawa-sensei quickly interjected when he saw our confused faces. These are the pro heroes who'll be helping us this time. The Pussycats. My nerd self immediately flared up to life. A 4-member hero team that worked under the same hero agency. They're a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescue operations. They've been in it for 12 years now. My stupid nerd persona was a character flaw that would sometimes emerge from the pits of my mind when I used to get too excited upon seeing heroes. It was very embarrassing. Itsuka would always tease me for it. The blonde heroine, Pixie Bob, heard me and quickly said, "But still 18 at heart." She was about to shove her gloved hand over my mouth, but I instinctively dodged. Mandalay started. "This whole area is our territory," she said while pointing towards the valley below us, all the while ignoring Pixie Bob comically fussing and trying to grab my face as I effortlessly dodged her hand with an expressionless face. Mandalay continued. Your lodging is at the foot of the hill over there. We looked at the hill she was pointing at. It was quite far away. I suddenly got a bad feeling. Yue was known to give surprise exercises and knowing that sadistic Aizawa. In a cold voice, Mandalay said, It's 9:30 a.m. now. I'm thinking. Around noon should be fine. Crud. No way. Kiddies who don't make it there by 12:30 p.m. won't get any lunch. While the rest of my classmates began running away, I could feel the ground rising from below and I flew up into the air to avoid any kind of eruption. Sorry kids, the training's already begun. True to my instincts, Pixie Bob used her quirk to throw everyone off the mountain and into the valley. I landed in the valley and helped Uraraka up who had taken a pretty bad fall. Ignoring the sudden intense blush on her face, I heard Mandalay shouting down at us, This is our private territory. You're free to use your quirks. You've got 3 hours to reach our territory on foot. I used Will of Observation and spread it all over the valley. I could feel Pixie Bob's will all over the place, even below the ground. A monstrous being made of earth emerged from the trees. Koda tried to talk to it but he failed, which meant that it was Pixie Bob's quirk at work. Without wasting any time, Will of Armament rippled around my body as One for All turned its color to emerald green. I jumped at the earth monster and punched it in the face, making it crumble and break apart. As we were facing the beasts that were ambushing us from all directions, I shouted to everyone, Guys! These beasts are everywhere in the forest. We won't make it in time if we face them individually. Let's team up in groups of 4. They all agreed to my suggestion, even Katsuki, and we made 5 teams of 4 according to the compatibility of our quirks and skills. Fighting those earth monsters was a challenge, and I didn't hold back while facing them. Extending my will out of my hands, I created constructs of green aura and struck multiple beasts all at once. I even got a chance to extend my arsenal of moves. The training exercise was proving to be very fruitful. As we got closer to the campsite, the number of the beasts attacking us increased. I still had an ace up my sleeve. The beasts were controlled by Pixie Bob's will. It was easy to think of a way to defeat them all at once. With only a few minutes left in our time limit, I felt that enough was enough and shot out a pulse of Conqueror's Will in all directions. The beasts stopped momentarily and began crumbling all at once. Seeing out chance, we ran straight to the campsite and made it just in time for the clock to read 12. Pixie Bob looked at us in fascination. I thought you'll take a lot more time to complete the exercise. Huh. Seems like we greatly underestimated you. Izawa-sensei stared at me for a moment and turned around while saying, I told you that 3 hours was too easy for them. You should have listened to me. I was happy. We were getting stronger. Even though I took care of the beasts at the end, I could see that everyone was improving from the way they worked together. The future of heroes was bright. As Pixie Bob was trying to grab my head again after I tried to guess her age, I noticed a little kid glaring at us. Curious, I asked, Whose kid is that? Mandalay looked at the kid and replied, Oh, he's my nephew. She waved at him and said, Koda, come over and say hello. You'll be spending a week with these guys after all. I approached him with a smile and offered a handshake. Hi. I'm Midoriya Izuku from UA High School's hero course. Kita looked at me and then he suddenly stepped forward to punch me in the ball. Rude kid. Little did the prick expect it. Koda pulled his fist back with tears in his eyes as he held his injured hand. I smirked and said, Nice try, kid. Unluckily for you, I have Ball of Steel. But Ida would have none of it. He immediately shouted, Hey, nephew. Why did you punch Midoriya in the junk? Then his head snapped towards me and said, Stop showing off by using your quirk to harden your junk. Everyone. I did not mean it in that way. Get your minds out of the gutter. After that little comic show, we were led to the dining hall and chowed down all the food available. Once again, it was like watching a comic show from the boys' side as they devoured all the food like a bunch of hooligans. Except for Ida. Everything he did was in a proper way. So, there he was eating like a proper hooligan. It was quite a sight to see. Later in the evening, we went to a hot spring to get a bath. Soon, Mineta started acting very strange. He had his ear against the wooden wall that surrounded the bath area. When I asked him why he was acting that way, he replied, "To be honest, the food was all right. But that's not what I was really after. Should be right around here." From the other side of the wooden wall, I could faintly hear, "I've never felt this good. Can you believe there's a hot spring here? This is the best." Mineta continued, "Yes. They're really there. Guess they don't have girls and boys baths at different times nowadays. An accident, we might have a little accident today." We all tensed up and I could hear some of the boys gulp a nervous blob of saliva. Ida immediately jumped out of the spring and shouted at the drooling Mineta, "Stop right there, Mineta. What you're suggesting will bring shame to both us and our female classmates." "So strict," Mineta said. Then, Mineta detached two of his ball from his head and sped up the wooden wall like his but was on fire. Drool and sweat overflowing from his face, he looked like a psycho pervert. I was ready to fly up and punt him on his head, not bothering if I caused some brain damage to his mind, but I sensed someone on the wall and knew that I wasn't needed. Right when Mineta was about to reach the top, Kota, Mandalay's nephew, said as he pushed Mineta down, "A hero, really? Learn to be a good person first." Mineta fell down cursing the kid. His towel came undone and so, his naked but was aimed directly at Ida's gaping face. I would have laughed if not for the kid to turn around and faint from his brain being overflooded with blood causing him to fall. Wasting no time, I flew up to catch him, preventing his fall to even begin. I lifted my head up in relief, only for my eyes to bug out as they settled on something I would never forget. I saw brown hair cut into a bob. Eyes widened in shock. A frighteningly red face caused from realization that I was looking at the said person. Two pale, soft and wet mounds being pushed together by tense and pale forearms. The pink tips on those mounds from which water droplets trickled down, slowly, teasing and tickling the curves that met with a flat abdomen. It was so heavenly. My eyes rolled back into their sockets as I fell down with Kota still in my hold. For the first time, someone had managed to knock me out. But I had no regrets. I woke up in the infirmary, still in my towel. Looking at my side, I saw Mandalay sitting beside the still unconscious Kota. She perked up as she noticed that I was awake and said, "Oh, you're awake." She looked at Kota and continued, "He must have fainted from the fear of falling. Thanks for saving him." "Not really, the little sheet saw heaven and couldn't handle its beauty. Much like me," she continued. "We put him up there on guard because Eraser told us that one of you is the embodiment of lust. Girls sure grow up fast, huh? How did you faint, by the way?" I nervously rubbed the back of my head and replied, Must have been the sudden change in temperature. Anyway, I'm just glad that no one is hurt." I had noticed his hateful glares earlier and heard his comments of heroes, so I asked, "Kota seems to be pretty opposed to heroes." "Huh." I elaborated, "Well, all my life, I've been surrounded by people who want to be heroes. Even I aim to be one, and so I joined UA. Isn't it unusual for a kid his age to be like this?" Mandalay looked a bit solemn and changed the wet cloth on Kota's forehead while saying, "Right. Naturally, there are quite a few people in our society who don't think much of heroes. He'd probably look up to heroes too if he was raised normally." "Normally?" I asked. Pixie Bob, who most probably heard our conversation, entered the room and answered instead of Mandalay. Mandalay's cousins were Kota's parents. They were heroes who died in the line of duty. 2 years ago, they died protecting civilians from a villain. There's no better way for heroes to die in the line of duty, an honorable death. Oh, but a child his age who just started learning about the world couldn't understand that because his parents were his entire world. To him, it was like they'd left him all alone. But society kept praising them, saying that what they did was brave and noble. Mandalay lovingly stroked Kota's hair as she patted the wet cloth on his forehead while Pixie Bob continued, "I don't think Kota likes us too much either. But with no other relatives to rely on, he cooperates. To him, heroes are stupid people he can't understand." Then Pixie Bob looked at me and momentarily stared. She turned her head away and coughed in her hand while saying, "Why don't you go and put some clothes on?" I just nodded and left. I kept hearing different perspectives on what others thought about heroes. But I had nothing to say in reply. We were woken up at 5:30 in the morning to begin our training. Well, I was a morning person, so I didn't have any problem with it. But most of my classmates, their stupid faces with half-asleep eyes was a funny sight to see. "Morning, kids." Aizawa-sensei began. "Today, the real training camp begins. Ideally, you all will emerge stronger, strong enough to get your provisional licenses. More specifically, there's a growing hostile force out there. Through this, you'll be prepared to face it. So stay sharp and work hard." He tossed a ball at me and said, "To start with, Midoriya, throw this. Last time, right after school started, your record was 5,396 meters. How much have you grown since then?" I raised an eyebrow and looked at him questioningly. Seeing him nod, I just shrugged and covered my entire body with armament along with activating 70% of One for All. I had improved a lot since the day I started studying in the hero course. My armament was strong enough to work with 70% power of One for All. But if I pushed it to the absolute limits, I was sure that I could manage around 77%. Going into the clearing, I looked at everyone and spoke, "Get far away from here. I don't want to hurt anyone." Looking at Aizawa-sensei, I continued, "You too, sensei." As they immediately complied, sensing the tone of my voice, I raised my left leg and stomped it hard against the ground. The wind was sent outward like a shock wave as I decimated the ground under my feet. Winding my arm back, I swung it in an arc and threw the ball with all of my strength, not holding back at all. The shock waves released were strong enough to change the very landscape. The trees swayed violently due to the high-speed winds, even managing to uproot some nearby trees. My classmates struggled very hard to not be blown away. The ball easily broke the sound barrier, traveling at more than 6 times the speed of sound, and disappeared at the horizon with no signs of decrease in its ascent. The device in Aizawa-sensei's hand beeped rapidly while my classmates looked at me with awe. With eyes wide and eyebrows raised in no less amount of amazement, Aizawa-sensei said, "Well, you have grown way too much. 40,648 meters. Class 1A. I simply walked back to them and my eyes accidentally moved towards Uraraka. When she noticed I was looking at her, her entire face turned bright red and, was that steam coming out from the top of her head? Was the even possible? Anyway, I was partially at blame for that, as it was her that I had laid my eyes on when I was catching Kota the other night. I could feel my face heat up when that heavenly scene replayed in my mind. I walked closer to her and coughed before whispering, "I'm extremely sorry for what happened last night. It was totally unintentional." But I smirked with a sudden bout of mischievousness and continued, "I did like what I saw. You're beautiful, Othothin." If it was possible, her face got even redder and she began lightly swaying on her feet, dizzy from what I had just said. I coughed again and looked around. Good, no one had heard what I said to Uraraka as they were too dazed by my display of strength. Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to notice what happened and continued after he gathered himself, "Bakugo, you throw another ball. Your record was 705.2 meters. How much have you improved?" I looked at Katsuki curiously. He was acting very mellow and so out of character. He took a deep breath and focused hard. With a swift swing of his arm, he blasted the ball away, only this time, there were no angry sayings or death threats said to the poor ball. Once again, Aizawa-sensei and the rest of my classmates were surprised. Looking at the device in his hand, Sensei said, 730.7 meters. There is an improvement but not by much. He smirked menacingly and said, "Yes, you have been through a lot in these past 3 months. Undoubtedly, you've all grown. But it's only your techniques and minds that have matured. Well, and your bodies, a bit. But as you've seen, other than Midoriya, your quirks haven't kept up with the pace. Starting today, you'll improve on your quirks. This will be so harsh you'll wish you were dead. So do your best to stay alive." Bing. And thus began the hellish training session. Unlike my classmates who were using their quirks continuously to improve them, I was doing my own training after the teachers and PP cats came to the conclusion that my quirk was at a good enough level. I already had an arsenal of moves and my strength was nothing to scoff at. What I needed was training without the use of my quirk. Continuous usage of willpower and one for all had done something amazing to my body. My natural strength had reached beyond what a human without strength-enhancing quirk could ever achieve. I was doing my katas, mainly using my legs while fighting an imaginary opponent. So focused in my training, I barely noticed Class 1B joining us for training. While they were being overwhelmed by the bizarre member of PP Cats, Tiger, who was the only man in the group of female heroes, I was trying to improve my kicks. My attacks were powerful, no doubt about it. But there was something lacking. As I continued kicking, I felt my legs burn from fatigue. But I persevered and forced myself to continue. Faster. I picked up the pace of my kicking. From a second person's perspective, all anyone could see were blurs of my legs. Sharper. The air around me began moving with the flow of my kicks. Harder. Faster. Sharper. With fatigue and breathlessness clouding me, I could barely feel the air being whipped away by my kicks. Right when I was about to stop, I saw that on a tree in front of me, numerous but small gashes had appeared from the sharp air currents generated by my kicks. Panting heavily as my legs gave away from fatigue, I looked at the gashes and thought, well, I can work with this. Dinner time at night was amazing. We had to prepare our own food and we all worked together for it. The food wasn't all that great, but given the situation, it was like some 5-star gourmet grub. Even Yaoyorozu was eating with passion. Yaomomo, you're relentless. Quite elegantly, she spoke while blowing at her spoon filled with curry rice. My quirk allows me to break fat at an atomic level and create many kinds of things. The more I eat, the more I create. Then, like a kid, Siro bluntly said, kinda like poop. Well, that ruined the girls' dinner. Jiro made sure thrash Siro for it. In the boisterous atmosphere, I heard a faint voice saying, quirks, what a waste of time. My head snapped towards the source. It was Koda. He immediately left the scene. Knowing he hadn't had dinner, I grabbed a plate of curry rice and followed him. Soon, I walked up a cliff and found him sitting at its edge, brooding. I brought food for you. Feel free to dig in. Koda shot up on his feet and shouted menacingly, you! How did you know I was here? I spoke with a neutral tone. I followed you here. You just didn't notice. I figured you would be starving since you didn't have dinner. He calmed down a bit, but the hostility remained in his voice. I'm fine. I don't need any. What part of, I'm not hanging around with you scrubs did you not understand? This is my secret base. You're not welcome here. I raised an eyebrow at his language. Quite a dirty mouth you've got there, kid. Koda continued, getting all excited over improving your quirks. It's pathetic, really. You really want to go that far to show off your corny but powers? I narrowed my eyes at him and tilted my head while asking, your parents, they were the water-type quirk users, water hose, right? As if getting ready to attack, Koda took a stance and shouted, Mandalay opened her big mouth, huh? I scratched my cheek and replied, no. I'm a bit of a nerd. So I know a lot about heroes. I know the story about how your parents saved so many civilians from that villain. With utter hate, Koda said, screw you. Calling yourselves heroes and villains, killing each other, like idiots. Bragging about your quirks, that's why you end up like that, FING idiots. My heart went cold. How could the kid diss on his parents' sacrifice like that? They died doing what they had wanted to do. No one forced them to be heroes. It was their choice to go down fighting. A noble way to go. But the kid, he was spitting on it. I had a friend who wanted to be a hero, but he was killed by someone when I was 9 years old. I vowed that day to bring every scumbag villain to justice. When quirks appeared, people resorted to crime and violence. With the police vowing against using quirks in their line of work, how do you expect anyone to keep people safe? Heroes are necessary for our society. With you rejecting quirks so harshly, you're not only hurting yourself, but are also spitting on your parents' sacrifice and their legacy. It seemed like the kid couldn't handle the truth and lashed out, F off. Get your butt out of here before I make you. I sighed and said before walking away, I'll leave the curry here. Next time you swear, I'll punt you hard, not caring at all that you are Mandalay's nephew. Stupid kid. Far away on an abandoned cliff. I can't take this anymore, let's hurry up and go. It's not the time yet. Also, didn't I tell you? We don't have to overdo it. Yeah. Quit trying to act like the boss. We're only here to send a warning. These heroes, riddled with holes, will fall to the earth. All for the sake of a better future. Evil was making its way towards us. If I upload my Got X Naruto fanfic and HPX Naruto fanfic, will anyone read them? On our third day of the training camp, Aizawa-sensei was busy ripping into the 5 who had failed their practical tests while the rest of us continued our training. As he finished reprimanding Uraraka and Aoyama for barely passing, Pixie Bob excitedly said, Naya, allow me to change the topic. Let's talk about tonight's plans. We're doing an inter-class test of courage. After training so hard, you get to play hard. See? Carrot and stick. We all had various reactions. Great. More terrifying activities. A bacchanal in the darkness. Really? I'm rather interested in the inter-class aspect of this. Aizawa-sensei jolted us out. With that said, train your hearts out. Yes, sir. Later that night, after we ate our self-cooked dinner, all the remedial bunch were dragged away kicking and screaming by Aizawa-sensei. Everyone from 1B was already in position. Pixie Bob began explaining the rules. So, there we have it. 1B will be first up at scaring people. Students from 1A will leave in pairs of 2 every 3 minutes. In the middle of the route, there'll be a card with your name written on it. Bring it back with you as proof. There was no visible reaction from us. I sure did hear, a bacchanal in the darkness, from my beaked classmate who had a flair of dramatics. Pixie Bob continued, the scaring group is not allowed to directly touch anyone. But scaring tactics using any and all available quirks is permitted. The winner will be the class that not only makes the most of their creativity but also makes the most people pisses their pants with fright. Aren't they a charming bunch? And so, we drew lots to decide who paired with whom. Since we were 15, one of us was bound to stay behind. Coincidentally, it was me. As everyone from 1A, except me, took their turns to go for the seemingly simple game, a sudden sense of foreboding invaded my mind. Gulping down an uneasy blob of saliva, I decided to will of observation, just to ease myself and confirm that nothing was wrong. I felt everyone's presence in the entire valley. Nothing was amiss. Just when I was about to deactivate it, I felt 9 presences unfamiliar to me. No, there were 8, the 9th one had a will not of its own. Someone with no will of its own. No. I was about to alert the PP cats when 2 of them jumped out of the forest and ambushed Pixie Bob. I wasted no time and tackled her away from a blow to her head. My action alerted the rest who were still there and hadn't left for the scaring game. The one with a big clothed weapon spoke. Tisk, Dmed Brat. You all are an eyesore. As everyone registered what was happening, Mineta began shaking in his boots and exclaimed, Why? I thought all the necessary precautions were taken. So why? Why is the enemy here? Mandalay wasted no time and informed everyone about the villains through her telepathy. As Pixie Bob, Mandalay, and Tiger instinctively moved in front of us, guarding us against the villains, the green lizard-like villain exclaimed dramatically, Greetings UA Academy. We are the League of Villains First Strike Team. The one with big lips and the huge weapon continued after him. It would have been wonderful to see little Miss Kitty's head bashed in. Tiger retorted, Over my dead body, you sheet. The lizard stepped forward and said, Hold your horses, toots. And you too, Tiger, chill out. The right over life and death is decided by the word of Stain. My eyes kept getting colder as they spoke. I immediately used will of observation and confirmed where else had the villains attacked. While I was looking, the lizard man continued, Oh, I just remembered, you, the one with the glasses. Was he referring to Ida? You were the one who brought Stain's reign of terror to an end back in Hosu City, right? I don't think I've formally introduced myself. He grabbed the hilt of a large weapon on his back. My name is Spinner. Swinging the weapon forward, the cloth around it was undone, revealing a mess of knives, machetes, daggers and katanas tied together in a haphazard way by chains and belts. The one who carries on Stain's dream. The dude was trying to act all cool until I heard Tiger say, "Tell that to someone who gives a shit." Encore. I inwardly applauded. Or, that's what I wanted to do. But my powers were acting up again and I was fighting hard for control. Anger, it was trying to dominate me. I didn't want to go berserk as I did in Hosu City and kill someone. I could bear hear Mandalay telling to avoid fighting and rounding up all students to safety. Then, on a lone cliff, I felt a presence near Koda. Its intent was utterly malicious. I growled towards her, "Mandalay, Koda's in trouble." Her face immediately lost color. Panic-stricken, she talked to Koda and asked him to get back to the camp. But I could feel the malicious presence closing in on him. There was no time. I put a hand on Mandalay's shoulder and said, "Let me go and bring him here. I'm fast and I can fly. Ida can round up all the students in my place." Mandalay sighed and calmed herself before nodding. I nodded back and without giving a second glance to the villains in front of us, I shot up in the air. My throat rumbled with barely controlled emotions as I sped towards Koda. A few seconds later, I saw a huge cloaked figure tower towards Koda. The little kid was scared out of his wits. He ran away from the figure, but the tall man jumped and blocked Koda's path. The cloak came off and I saw a muscled blonde man taking a powerful swing at Koda. Desperation filled me as I flew faster towards them. Once again it happened. At one moment, I was dreading if I would be able to reach Koda in time, and in the next, I stood right in front of him. My instincts kicked in and I immediately pushed my arms forward towards the man. A bundle of green-colored shields shimmered between his fist and me. The man's fist collided with the shields but only managed to break the first few. In the meantime, I managed to take Koda away on the other side of the cliff. The little kid was shivering from fright and kept mumbling about his mom and dad. When I took another look at the villain, it all suddenly clicked. The villain was none other than Muscular, the one who had killed Koda's parents. I looked down at Koda and said, "Koda, I want you to run all the way to the camp while I'll stay here and stop him. Mandalay is there, she'll keep you safe. Do you understand?" But Koda was too shaken to respond. Muscular was towards us with swagger and said, "You'll stop me while he runs away, you say?" Ha! As expected, the feel of a true hero candidate. Ready to parade the face of justice anywhere, anytime. As I was guarding Koda behind me, the villain continued, "You're the one called Midoriya, aren't you? What perfect timing. I had been ordered to start things off by killing your sorry butt." Muscle fibers began sprouting out of his body. I guess that's where his alias came from. The boss really hates your guts for scarring his face during USJ attack. Then, in a mad rush of craziness, he shouted, "I'll kill you, right after I take my time torturing you, that is. Let me see you bleed." It didn't even take a moment for armament to ripple around my body, covering me from head to toe, making me look like a man carved from jade. His fist descended to the left side of my face and I wrapped my arms around my head to endure the blow. Muscular was thrown. His punch made my arms tingle with dull pain as I was thrown towards the rocky mountainside of the cliff, slightly embedding me into it. "Ah, whoops," the mad villain said as he dashed towards me. "I almost forgot. If you know, then tell me, where is that Bakugo kid? After all, I've got a job to finish." He punched me again and threw me to the other side of the cliff. "They are after Katsuki? Why?" "You can just say, 'I don't know.' That okay with you? Well then." While I was still in the air, Muscular slammed his leg into my gut and sent me crashing down. He was strong and his attacks hurt a lot. But I had his attention. That's all that mattered, keeping him away from Koda. As I struggled to get back on my feet, Muscular gawked at me and asked in annoyance, "Huh? Why aren't you bleeding?" "I want to have some fun and watch you bleed." "What did you earlier? That you'll stop me?" "Get up and try it then." I coughed and tried to catch my breath. If he wanted a fight, then a fight he will get. Roaring with determination, I jumped towards him and grabbing the sides of his face, I rammed my knee into his mug. His head snapped back as spit and sweat showered off of him. I flipped in the air and slammed my fist into his nose, that was already broken from my knee strike. Muscular fell down with a thud and I landed a few feet away from him. How does it feel when you're the one who's bleeding? I asked in a menacing voice. Muscular began cackling. What an annoying brat you are. Makes me want to rip you apart. Enhancing his body with his muscle augmentation quirk, Muscular swiftly dashed towards and punched hard. One for all, 50%. I countered his punch with my own. The muscles around his arm kept on adding as he pushed forward. Ha! You are strong. But not strong enough. With a final push, he sent me tumbling across the cliff. My quirk is muscle augmentation, enabling me to augment the muscle fibers that sit beneath my skin and enhance my speed and strength. What do you say to that? Nothing. You're weak. Seeing your fallen state makes me laugh. You'll stop me? How exactly? Don't go spouting off hollow words because you think they sound right. You should worry, Abu. I didn't let him finish. His voice was so annoying that it was starting to give me a headache. I practically teleported in front of his face and stuffed a big piece of rock in his mouth while saying, "You talk too much." Spinning upwards, I kicked under his jaw and sent him flying. As I followed his trajectory, he snarled as he spat dirt and broken pieces of rock from his bleeding mouth. "I'll make you pay for that, you green sheet." I caught up to him and making a club with my hands, I smashed it down on his face, sending him pummeling down into the cliff. Thinking that he was done for, I walked towards Koda and said, "Let's go." But before he could grab my hand, Muscular swiped his leg at the side of my body and sent me flying. Because I thought that he was taken care of, I had dropped my guard and relaxed my armament a bit. I was hurt and I could feel the stinging pain from my sides. When Muscular was about to attack me again, in a sudden bout of courage, Koda threw a rock at the back of his head. Koda had tears rolling down his face as he asked, "Waterhorse, my mom and dad. Did you torment them before you killed them?" I internally panicked. "No. The F are trying, you stupid kid." Muscular recalled for a moment and said, "Seriously? Their kid? This must be fate. Waterhorse, those two took an eye from me." Koda shouted, "It's all your fault. It's because of people like you that things always turn out like this." Muscular sneered, "Little snot-nosed brats like you are always looking to pass the blame on someone. That's no good. For example, I'm not holding a grudge for my eye. I simply wanted to kill. And those two wanted to stop me. Our desires intersected and what happened was the result of that. The fault lies with those who try to act even though they're incapable of doing anything effective. That pretty much sums up your pathetic mom and dad." "Enough." I jumped at Muscular and snarled, "The fault is yours. It's not a matter of what you can or can't do. For heroes, risking our lives and walking the walk is our job." I mustered all of my strength and punched forward. One for all, 75%. Muscular was sent crashing into the mountainside. This time, I was certain that he was dealt with. But, just to be sure, I checked him with observation. He was still awake. All the force behind my punch was absorbed by his muscles. Muscular stood up and looked at me with insane glee. Starting off with a jab, huh? Not half bad, Midoriya. White-hot anger erupted in the form of wild conqueror's will, and the very ground began shaking. F limitations. One for all, 100%. Like a shroud, lightning rippled all over my armament-covered body. Playtime's over. You're stronger than I thought. So, now it's time for my serious face. I breathed out and said to Koda, "Stay back, kid. Not too far from me or he'll come after you. Just 7 to 8 steps away. When I stop him, run and don't look back." Koda was shocked and asked, "Wait, you're really not going to take him head-on, are you?" "It's useless. Your attacks didn't have much effect on him last time. And now, he's getting stronger." Muscular removed the artificial eye from its socket and pocketed it in his trousers. Almost the entirety of his body was covered by layers upon layers of muscle fibers. Making a mad dash towards us, he said, "Again, you think you can stop me?" Muscular tackled me with all of his strength. It felt like I was trying to stop a speeding truck. Straining my muscles, I held him back and shouted, "It's okay. There's no way he's getting past me. So run away, Kota. You little sheet. This is so much fun. Shut the F up." Kota was too shocked to run away. He fell down on his butt and asked, his voice trembling with emotion, "Why would you go this far, when you don't know a thing about me? Why?" I mustered up my strength and roared, "Because heroes are the ones who give a din." With a mighty push, Muscular was sent stumbling back. Tempest kick. I focused my strength into my leg and swung it into a downward arc. The air transformed into a scythe and cut Muscular's muscle fibers apart. His head was exposed. I wasted no time and focused my power into my fist. "This is my judgment for all your crimes, Muscular. You'll never hurt anyone ever again." Like an ethereal power, a gigantic fist crashed on the top of Muscular's head. My willpower seeped into his skull, targeting the motor area of his brain and destroyed the neurons. "Because I'm taking your power away from you." The cliff under his feet caved in and Muscular got buried under tons of rubble. He was finally defeated. I looked back at Kota. I didn't know what was going on in his mind and neither did I care. He was safe, that's all that mattered. I bent down in front of him and said, "Put your hands over my shoulders and grab on tight. We don't need to give your aunt even more worries." I had to hurry. This was just the beginning of a battle and I feared something big was about to happen. Something that would affect the lives of many. Bing. The longest chapter till now. Hope you liked the fight. Yeah, nowhere near as epic as the anime one. But I tried my best. I know what the problem is. My vocabulary is lacking. But I can't do much about it. English isn't something I paid much attention to in school. As I was flying with Kota to Aizawa-sensei, I asked him, "Kota, do you have a quirk?" "Yeah, it's same as my mom and dad's quirk." I nodded. "We'll need your help, Kota. The villains have set the forest on fire. With the fire spreading, all of the ways out will become dead ends. We need your quirk, Kota. I may have saved you, but we need you to save all of us." Soon I saw Aizawa-sensei speeding through the forest. I landed near him and said, "Sensei, there's a lot I have to tell you. But first, I need to talk to Mandalay. Take care of Kota for me. He has a water quirk. You have to protect him." Aizawa-sensei narrowed his eyes and asked, "How did you get a bruise on your face?" I was a little startled. "Maybe I got it when I was hit by that villain." "How was he able to hit you anyway?" I rubbed the back of my head as I quickly explained, "Well, the villain was very strong. If I dodged his attacks, the mere shockwaves of his punches would have thrown Kota off the cliff. I had to tank his attacks and reduce the strength of my armor ability to absorb the blows." "Fine." I looked up in the sky and nodded to Sensei, "I'll be off." "Wait, Midoriya. Also tell her this." I zoomed through the air and went back to Mandalay. They were still fighting the villains. "Spinner," the lizard man exclaimed as he swung his third-grade version of Samahata sword at Mandalay, "You're a stubborn one, you phony. Hurry up and get purged already." I flew towards him and smashed through his stupid sword while saying, "You're the one who needs to F off, you wannabe Stains Beach." I swiftly turned around and kicked him in the gut, sending him flying towards the other villain. Turning towards Mandalay, I said, "Kota's fine, Mandalay. I have a message from Aizawa-sensei. Use your telepathy to tell everyone." As I spoke, Mandalay relayed the message to everyone. "Students of Class A and B, I, Professional Hero Eraserhead, hereby authorize you all for combat." When I was about to leave, asked to relay one more message. "Mandalay, relay this to everyone too. The villains, or at least one of them, are after Katsuki. They are here for him. Please use your telepathy again." When the tall villain with big lips heard me, he immediately jumped towards me saying, "This won't do. This kid needs to die." I scoffed at the villain and swatted him towards Spinner like a little fly. "Peace off." There was no time to deal with those grunts. I flew high up in the sky and spread my observation throughout the forest. Katsuki, Todoroki and a guy from 1B were facing a villain. Itsuka and Tetsutetsu were walking towards a villain who was the one behind the poison gas. Uraraka and Tsuyu were also fighting a villain. Shoji was fleeing from Tokoyami, whose quirk had gone berserk. The Nomu was aimlessly wandering around as Yayorozu and a guy from 1B were hiding from it. In a faraway area, 2 more villains were lurking. Perhaps they were planning something. There was no one in an area of hundreds of feet below on the ground. I smirked. It was time to mess up with their plan. With a yell, I released a huge pulse of Conqueror's Will. Soon it began affecting the villains. One villain standing far away immediately fell unconscious. The 2 fighting Tiger and Mandalay fell down on their knees and began heavily sweating. There was a moment of quiet in the forest. I hadn't used the full extent of my power as I didn't have absolute control over it. If I had used it, I feared the pulse would have been so powerful that I would have killed the villains, all the while giving permanent psychological injuries to everyone else. Then, the Nomu that was aimlessly walking around jumped towards me in an amazing show of strength. So it was looking for me. Our fists collided with a bang high up in the air as my entire body was glowing with a bright green aura. Those Nomus were an incredible creation. If only they weren't created from humans, but instead by robotics, they could have been a boon against evil. But they had a glaring weakness. All Nomus were devoid of their wills. They had no consciousness of their own. They just followed their innate battle instincts and did what their minds were programmed to do. Which meant that they never dodged any attacks thrown at them. As my punch canceled out his attack, I maneuvered in the air and smashed my knee in its gut, send it flying higher in the air. I instantly followed behind, and as it reached the highest point, I made a club with my fists and with a mighty roar, I smashed its face, sending it crashing towards the ground thousands of feet below. But I wasn't done. As the Nomu was zooming towards the ground, the green aura around my body flared up like a wildfire, and I rammed my body into its gut like a battering ram and crashed into the ground with a thunderous bang. The Nomu was shrieking in pain. Making a decision to finish it, I bombarded it with a storm of fists that decimated the nearby forest just with the shockwaves. When I finally stopped, the Nomu was nothing but a broken husk of flesh. It was still alive, given that I could sense its heart beating in his battered chest. But there were no movements. Suddenly, I sensed Tokoyami rushing towards me. His quirk had gone out of his control, and I had the perfect solution for it. As dark shadow came blasting through the trees, I punched it with a fist of judgment and sent it back from whence it came. Without allowing it to get back up, I placed my hand on its head and blasted it with a concentrated pulse of Conqueror's Will. Calm down. It was immediately subdued. Tokoyami panted heavily as he looked up at me and said, "Midoriya, huff huff, thanks." I was trying very hard to control Dark Shadow, but he wasn't listening. Suddenly, from the bushes, Shoji came running towards us. "Tokoyami, Midoriya, you guys are all right." I didn't respond as my eyes immediately found themselves looking at the grievance injury on Shoji. I narrowed my eyes and asked, "Shoji, what happened to your arm?" Tokoyami dropped his head down while gritting his teeth as Shoji explained their encounter with a villain. Fortunately, it was one of the dupli arms that was cut off and not his main arm. It could be grown back. It was at that time when I felt the familiar aura of Kurogyri in the vicinity. He was opening a portal. The villains, Spinner and his companion, who had been tied up by the PP Cats, disappeared into a portal, startling the heroes. One by one, the villains began disappearing in portals. I felt a sudden foreboding of danger, and without saying another word, I blasted off towards Katsuki. There, in front of me, Katsuki was struggling against a villain who had some kind of quirk that allowed him to extend his teeth out of his mouth like sharp blades and change the direction of his attacks at will. I took the villain by surprise and broke his teeth with an overpowered kick to his mouth, sending him zooming through the darkness of the night. A portal suddenly appeared behind Katsuki, and a pair of hands grabbed his arms and began pulling him inside the portal. My ears began ringing from a sudden rush of blood to my brain. All I could think of was to prevent Katsuki from being taken away. I teleported to Katsuki and pried the hands off him. It all happened way too quickly for me to react. The last thing I remembered was Katsuki's terror-stricken face as he desperately tried to reach for me. "Izuku!" The world blackened in front of my eyes. I felt my head getting lighter as the ringing in my ears intensified. After that, I fell unconscious. I didn't know for how long was I unconscious. I could hear some people talking around me. Keeping my eyes closed, I listened. Hey, can I taste his blood? I wonder what he'll taste like. Himiko. The boss wants him alive and awake. Well, maybe he'll wake up when I cut him up. Quietly, I took a whiff of the air. The smell, it was that of alcohol. I was in a bar. Or a club. Which didn't have many visitors. It was either at a distant and secluded area or had been closed for a long time. Why are we keeping him alive anyway? He was among those who took down Stain. I say we slice him into pieces and send his head to UA. The boss. Shigaraki? He wanted to keep me alive. I have to inform someone, but how? Also, I had to know where they were keeping me. Using observation, I looked for an easy target. I had learnt, from the Nomus, that if I could overpower someone's will, I could establish some form of control over their bodies. I know, it would be so easy to abuse that for evil and have my way with people. But I wasn't an evil person. So, I decided to target a bird or a little rodent, something that I could easily overpower, something of very low intelligence. After I momentarily looked around through observation, I found a bird perched on the roof of a nearby building. I shook away the pain and guilt I felt when I took control over the bird while the poor animal fluttered violently. I had to be careful. A little fumble on my part could destroy the bird's will and turn it into something that couldn't be described as alive after I relinquished my control over it. Under the commands of my will, the bird craned its neck to look for any boards or signs that could tell me where I was. Shut up, spinner. Don't try to get out of this. You owe me 500 yen. Soon, the bird found itself in front of a local shop with its address painted at the bottom of its board. Kamino, Yokohama. I was in a bar in the Kamino ward of Yokohama City. But how will I inform anyone about my location? I racked my brain for an answer while relinquishing my control over the bird. Fortunately, the bird wasn't affected at all, saving me from the guilt of manipulating something to its death. Suddenly, I thought of the PP cats. Mandalay was a telepath and Ragdoll was able to sense everything in the surroundings, kinda like my observation. And they could communicate with each other through their minds if they were close enough. Could I? Gotta activate One for All and increase the range of my willpower's reach. I kept my breathing steady and deep. I couldn't afford to make a mistake. I activated One for All and focused to keep it around my nervous system. Soon, I began using my will of observation and tried to spread it as far away as I possibly could. Like a faded ray of light in the darkness, I could feel Mandalay's presence right around the edge of the limits of my observation. Next, I used Conqueror's will and tested her will. Due to the large distance, my probe was very weak, but it was noticeable. Mandalay suddenly perked up when she heard faint voices in her head. Me, Ria. Ha. Pixie Bob looked at her questioningly. Mido. Ku. Pixie Bob, I think someone is trying to talk to me through telepathy. Pixie Bob exclaimed, Is it Ragdoll? Mandalay shook her head and concentrated. Midoriya Izuku. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Mandalay. Mandalay gasped and turned towards Pixie Bob. Get everyone here. It's Midoriya Izuku. He's trying to contact me through telepathy. Go, hurry. Midoriya, Mandalay here. I can hear you. I was about to sigh but held it in at the last moment. The villains were still there. I couldn't alert them that I was awake. Mandalay, they are keeping me in a foreclosed bar in the Kamino ward of Yokohama. I think this is their hideout. The villains are all here and talking among each other. I could perceive her sigh as she replied, All right, we'll be there as soon as we can. We'll save you, Midoriya. After hesitating for a moment, she continued, Is Ragdoll there with you? My mind went blank for a moment. Ragdoll was taken? Snapping back to my senses, I looked for her throughout Kamino. What I found froze the blood in my veins. Metaphorically. Mandalay, Ragdoll isn't here. She is being kept somewhere else in Kamino. The place is full of Nomus. I think they are trying to convert her into one. You need to hurry. I felt Mandalay gasp in horror as she quickly broke the connection. All I could do was wait. 'Cause some mayhem. Pixie Bob barged in the meeting that was being held among the heroes of UA. They had just gotten information about the hideout of the villains from Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Someone had identified the villain Dabi entering an abandoned building that used to be a bar in Kamino Ward. Without waiting for someone to ask, she exclaimed, Midoriya Izuku had made a telepathic connection with Mandalay. The heroes quickly followed her out. Mandalay was running towards them with a terrified expression. Midoriya is being kept in a foreclosed bar in Kamino Ward. He told me Ragdoll is kept somewhere with a lot of nomus. They are trying to make Ragdoll a nomo. We have to save them. The heroes immediately began mobilizing. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu informed the heroes about the tracker she and Aways from Class B had planted on the incapacitated Nomu I had left behind. The villains had managed to take the Nomu away with them. As the heroes gathered around to conduct the raid, my foolish classmates were devising their own rescue operation for me. It still warms my heart when I recall what they had done to rescue me. Back in the hideout, I stirred awake and groaned. A girlish squeal stung into my ears. He's awake. Can I make him bleed now? I glanced around the bar and probed their presences. All villains who had participated in the attack were present, with the addition of Kurojairi and Shigaraki. They were watching a press conference on the TV where the UA staff was answering the media's questions. Shigaraki turned towards me and said, Midoriya Izuku, we wanted to capture Bakugo Katsuki. But you thwarted our plans. A small inconvenience. I kept staring at him impassively. Shigaraki spread his arms wide and continued with flair, Look over there. He gestured at the TV. Why are heroes being criticized? Their response was just a little too slow. Is it because it's their job to protect the kids? Everybody makes a mistake or two. Like your parents made you? Heroes are under some pretty strict standards, huh? Why is he even telling me all this? Spinner, who was standing against the wall, said, The moment that protecting people began to merit some compensation, heroes were not heroes anymore. That's Stain's teaching. What an idiot. Go ride his Stain's beach. Shigaraki continued, The queerness of converting human life into money and selfish pursuits, citizens who criticize the losers who instead should be cheered on, our battle is one of those questions. What is a hero? What is justice? Is this society really just? We want people to think about these things. I tried. Trust me, I really tried to, but I couldn't hold back and laughed hysterically. Oh man, you guys are truly a bunch of idiots. What is this, some intellectual debate on what a hero is supposed to be? I'm held captive here, someone who is your enemy, and instead of trying to get some information out of me you are trying to lure me to your side? Do you even know shit about me? I looked at Spinner and continued, Heroes are not heroes because they earn money from it. They earn money so that they can be full-time heroes and protect the citizens from megalomaniacs like your boss. How are they supposed to feed their families if they don't earn money? The imbecile. Without giving anyone a chance to react, I broke through my bindings and blasted off towards Kurojairi, catching everyone by surprise. I wrapped my arm around his throat and grabbed his head in a vice grip. The rest of these might be cannon fodder for you, but this dude, he's important, isn't he? My quirk allows me to ignore defenses against physical damage, like your warp beach. Want to see what his brains will look like if I crush his head? Believe me, I'm strong enough to do it. Right then, someone knocked on the door of the bar. I smirked when I felt who it was through observation. Rejoice, fucktards, your daddy's here to kick your butt. As All Might burst in through the door, the villains were overwhelmed within a blink of an eye. The heroes were fast. Kamui Woods acted quickly and captured the villains with his special move. When a villain tried to burn the wood holding him down, Gran Torino swooped behind him and knocked him out with a kick behind his head. All Might said in his booming voice, Between the sturdy Kamui Woods and the speedy Gran Torino, the villain alliance stands no chance. For we are here. The heroes rushed in one by one. Edge Shot took an instant to mess with Kurojairi while I was holding his head and took care of him. I could sense that more had surrounded the bar, and with Kurojairi incapacitated, All paths of escape for the villains were closed. I watched with silent triumph as Shigaraki began losing control. He was absolutely terrified at the sight of All Might. But the fight wasn't over. In all the suddenness of the retaliation by the heroes, I dropped my guard. It was a grave error. Suddenly, I could feel some form of liquid rising from my throat. It was extremely unpleasant. Unable to keep it inside, I vomited the liquid out. Similar things were happening with the villains. Out of nowhere, numerous Nomu appeared out of strange portals made of the same liquid that I was vomiting out. The realization dawned upon me, but it was too late as I was whisked away from the bar along with the rest of the villains. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in ruins of what looked like a lab. The whole place was saturated with the imposing and intimidating aura of the man standing in front of me. One by one, the villains also fell out of the portals. In the meantime, I spread my observation to the surroundings and found out that I was at the place where they manufactured Nomu. Yes, manufactured, because the sheer number of those incomplete Nomu boggled my mind. It felt like the villains were creating an army. But all that could wait. The man in front of me was being addressed as Sensei by Shigaraki. I narrowed my eyes and decided to test his will, and when I did, a lot of things suddenly made sense. The man's will was the same as that controlled all the Nomu I had encountered. Every single one of them was controlled by him. I pushed on. There was something else. Something horrifying. The man had numerous fragments of wills of other people. Midoriya Izuku, you really did a number on Tamura during our incursion in USJ. He had stolen those fragments from people, subdued them and shackled them to himself. Stolen fragments of wills. Shigaraki-sensei. Control Nomus who had multiple quirks. When I finally realized who the man was, my breath stagnated as my thought process halted. He was the mastermind behind the League of Villains. The nemesis of every One for All user. All for One. I immediately activated my quirk, ready to fight even though I knew I was nowhere near his strength. His will was indomitable. It felt like an impenetrable shield with the strongest chains ever holding the fragments to it. Among the fragments, I could feel a fragment from Ragdoll. He had stolen her quirk. My breath got erratic and I zoned out, unable to hear what anyone was saying. Such was the extent of the effect his aura was having on me. I felt suffocated. Suddenly, All Might came blasting towards us and tackled All for One, decimating the ground below him. But surprisingly, All for One held his ground. No, he didn't even budge. I'm going to make you give everything back, All for One. You're going to kill me again, All Might? The smile on All Might's face that always reassured everyone was absent. It didn't take him even a moment for All for One to deduce that All Might had become weak. As I observed, All for One drained the power from some fragments chained to his will and created a devastating wind attack, sending All Might flying through dozens of buildings. He then told Shigaraki and the other villains to escape and take me with them. Using another stolen quirk, All for One forcefully activated Kurogiri's quirk as All Might came back to stop All for One. I finally snapped back to my senses. Among all the chaos, I sensed that Katsuki and some other classmates of mine were hiding behind a wall. If All for One saw them, he will attack them to further provoke All Might. The villains. I can't let them escape. Furthermore, All Might isn't fighting with his entire strength. He's holding back because I'm here. I need to do something. I chuckled lightly, attracting everyone's attention to me. Escape? Not while I'm here. I didn't hold back and blasted my surroundings with the entire strength of my Conqueror's will, making sure the attack was aimed only at the villains. My attack was by no means weak. It cracked the very ground beneath me, shattered the glass of numerous buildings and sent a lot of rubble flying outwards. All the villains who were awake fell down like bowling pins. But it didn't even chip the impenetrable shield that was All for One's will. The boss of the villains looked around and said to me, I felt that. Your quirk is strong. Come over here. Suddenly, his fingers transformed into cords and he attacked me with the intent of grabbing me and pulling me towards him. But All Might stopped his attack. You won't harm him in my presence. All Might grabbed the cords and held them tightly. Taking advantage of it, I dashed towards All for One and punched at his face with a fist of judgment. But All for One stopped it with little effort. Your strength is comparable to All Might, but it's not good enough, Midoriya Izuku. I gritted my teeth and pushed on, not intending to give up. All for One whipped his other arm and threw All Might away before retracting the cords back. You wouldn't mind if I take your quirk, would you? I responded with a snarl as he brought his hand closer. But, before he could begin taking my quirk, many things happened at the same time. The wall behind which Katsuki and others were hiding was blown away and a massive pillar of ice emerged from behind it. Kirishima, Ida and Katsuki sped on the ice pillar and flew into the air over us. Meanwhile, my quirk reacted to the distress I was feeling and teleported me behind All for One as his hand was inches away from taking my quirk away. It worked to my benefit as it surprised the villain. I could hear Katsuki shout, "Izuku!" That was my only chance to escape. It was All Might's fight, one that he had to put an end to. I had no right to interfere. But before I did, I snarled at All for One. "Here's a parting FU, you rotten old fossil of a scene." Moving my finger in a horizontal arc towards his back, I created a streak of green aura which shattered into countless shards. Then, the pieces hailed at All for One's back with no chance for the villain to dodge. Needle Mountain Hell. The shards of aura pierced through his torso and riddled him with holes as I flew towards my friends and grabbed Katsuki's hand. I had gravely wounded All for One. All I could do was have faith in the hero everyone admired. I looked back at All Might and conveyed my thoughts with a simple gesture. And from the smirk on his face, I knew he understood. "I've evened the odds for you. You better win, All Might." I have written this chapter again and again and erased everything because I just couldn't do justice to the fight in canon. In the end, I decided to skip it entirely. It's beyond my skill to grab the essence of it. I'm just not good enough to write it in words. I spent hours typing the chapter again and again, but anyway, that move, Needle Mountain Hell, it's Janemba's move from DBZ, Fusion Reborn. That movie didn't do justice to the badass Gogeta. All Might's battle with All for One showed me what the top hero was truly capable of. But All for One was not one to be scoffed at. He knew exactly how to use the quirks he had stolen. The battle of the two behemoths was causing the nature itself to bend to their wills. Whipping violent currents of air with nothing but their fists, the two attacked one another like titans of the myth. The entire country and perhaps millions in the entire world watched with bated breaths as All Might fought against the odds. With my heart pounding with uncertainty and a little bit of fear, I watched as All Might's weakened form was revealed to the world. He was already at his limit, yet All for One stood tall despite the injuries he received from my somewhat of a sneak attack. But All Might did not yield. He pushed his body beyond its limits and dashed towards his adversary using the last embers of the quirk his master had bestowed upon him. Sacrificing his good arm, All Might put his entire being into his other arm that had been shattered, and with a last farewell to his quirk, All Might smashed his fist into All for One's face. That day marked the end of an era because on that day, the symbol of peace, the greatest hero of his generation, All Might, retired from being a professional hero. All for One was defeated and lay unconscious at All Might's feet as the man raised his broken and bleeding fist up in victory. Then, he dropped his arm down and pointed towards the camera held by the reporters and said, "You're next." For the world, those words were a warning to every uncertain villain. His stance was that of an unbreakable pillar. Yet, to me, they held an entirely different meaning. My time has come to an end. That moment has forever been etched to my memory. The country may have lost its symbol of peace, but to me, he would always remain All Might because it wasn't his quirk that made him the man I idolized, it was his principles, his conviction that he upheld. Till the very day he died. All for One was taken to Tartarus, the prison for criminals on a death row. Meanwhile, the country was in a state of chaos. Even though the mastermind was caught, Shigaraki still managed to escape while the people lost their symbol of peace. All Might's weakened form was revealed to the world. The symbol of peace that will never fall was no more. Neither to the civilians and nor to the villains. While Katsuki and the rest went back to their homes, I was taken by the police for questioning. Standard protocol. I told them everything that had transpired as Mom sat beside me, barely holding her tears back. I returned to our apartment with Mom in a police car. Neither of us talked, too occupied by our thoughts and emotions. Just as I entered through the door, Mom grabbed me into a crushing hug and wept. She was so scared. I could feel her body tremble as she reassured herself that her baby was all right, kissing me all over my face over and over again. I stood quietly and accepted her display of motherly affection. I knew she was still putting up a strong front for me. I knew that she'd cry herself to sleep, yet I was helpless, unable to think of any words that could soothe her. All I could do was hug her back. I blamed myself for my incompetence and selfishness. How could I be a hero if I caused so much pain to my own mother? As I held her trembling and crying self in a hug, I vowed to never make her suffer through such distress ever again. Mom fell asleep while we were standing at the door of our apartment. She hadn't slept or eaten for more than a day. I tucked her into her bed and went to my room. Finally, the fatigue took over and I collapsed into my bed. I woke up the next day to my phone vibrating on my bedside. I looked at the screen and immediately shot up from my bed. It was a call from All Might. I flew towards Dagoba Beach as he had asked. I still didn't know what I would say to him. Should I try to encourage him? Was I too naive to even think that he'd need some consoling? As those uncertain thoughts swirled in my mind, I saw All Might standing at the beach. The majority of his body was bandaged. "Ah, you are here. Took you long enough." As I landed in front of him, I said, "All Might, I'm sorry But the words died out in my mouth because out of nowhere, he punched me in the face. "What are you apologizing for, young Midoriya? I came here to inform you that I'm retiring. My body is no longer in a state to fight anymore." He then transformed for a brief moment and punched in the air, only to deflate and comically spit blood. He stopped and continued, "The last embers of One for All have gone out. On top of that, I'm not able to maintain my muscle form anymore. And not only you were able to get out of harm's way without being hurt, you also helped me by giving All for One some very bad injuries." He crouched down and held me in a one-armed hug. "I'm incredibly proud of you. And I'm happy that I chose you as my successor. From here on out, I'm entirely devoting myself to your development. Despite my condition, we'll do our best, okay?" I couldn't hold back anymore and cried. Even though I knew, it was at that moment I realized. The weak, lingering pain in my cheek told me but one thing: it was the end of the age of All Might.